we go. This is chaotic.
He gets all three.
Oh no, the shots are good. How about the play? Watch out.
He just can't be stuck at 6 in a row.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Shotzzy's still alive at the point. How?
Come through with the victory. They win it.
Kill after kill.
That is sensational stuff. There's Jimbo finds the first kill. And they will walk away with the game. It's an instant turn of events.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Better late than never, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. My name is Velly. We got aLy and Nameless right here, and first things first, we want to apologize about the delay. We were dealing with a few technical difficulties. We walked into the office ready to work today, and then aLy tripped over cords and started pressing buttons.
Yeah, she messed it all up.
I mean, other than that, and you know, how are you doing today, at least, man?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for these games. We got some bangers today, and we got some more bounties on the line. That's why we're counting up the cash that we're going to be giving out later today, Velly.
Right, aLy, you ready to see some teams with some money today?
Clearly not. I was ripping out all the cards I could to stop the show, but unfortunately our production is just too good.
Way too good. Let's take a look at what Bounty Week is all about, by the way, because there are selected matches. You guys saw them yesterday, right? Today we have 2 more, okay? Now, check this out. Each winning team will pocket $10,000 per win. That is nuts. That's crazy. Nameless, man, don't you wish you were playing under these circumstances back then?
Absolutely. Some extra cash when you win a match, that added layer of pressure. You know some people fold during that, and it's just extra bragging rights. Today we got some good ones. New York and Paris. Paris trying to bounce back, and then LA Thieves versus Seattle. We'll see if both these teams actually found their fit.
aBeZy should have took some money out your pocket. I love Bounty Week so far. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what match is going to go down, because we're kicking things off with 2 Bounty matches. Today is going to be Paris Legion versus New York Subliners, and then after that, LAT versus the Seattle Surge. But check this out. The Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day, we're going to see the Florida Mutineers, a team that's really trying to find their way again, face off against the Minnesota Røkkr, a team that found their way, they found their identity, and they're looking so much better. But for the first matchup of the day, aLy, NYSL versus Paris Legion, do you think there's going to be a little upset factor at least in play here?
It kind of depends on the type of Paris Legion that we get today, but I think it'll be a more interesting series than I think most people are expecting going into it. But the way New York has been looking, Valley, and the map 1 being bow cage hard play, and I'm a little worried.
Tough.
No, I'm worried
That's
big
tough.
time. Yeah, so when it came to Paris Legion last time they were on screen, the team looked good, actually. A lot better than what we've seen so far this year. But the thing was, they kept killing each other, okay? The ideas were good. Jimbo was getting cut off on the flanks. We saw Gravity with some bad team kills. But overall, Paris Legion has gotten a little bit better. The question is, can they close out? That's going to be a tough task against NY.
Well, don't nade yourselves. We saw them lose 2 respawns off of some of the most unfortunate team nades I think we've seen in this game. Probably some of the most team nades that we've seen in this game, but they've been looking a little bit better, right? It's a Paris Legion who had a really slow start to the beginning of the year, made a couple of roster changes, and they're almost getting there. They just are struggling to close these maps out. So heading up against the hot New York Subliners, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what do they have to do?
I mean, I'm just going to be pretty blunt here. Like, they lost 2 hard points by a very slim margin versus Seattle Surge, and they had, you know, Jimbo, who did not have the best performance. We've seen what he's capable of now. He's got to be more consistent. That series he had a .52. That's just unacceptable, man. But find a way to steal a hard point. NYSL 11-2 since start of the Pro-Am in hard point. The SMGs also need to step up. KD's this season. Jimbo at a .86. John at a .92. We've seen both of them take over in series before, but never have they been consistent throughout this game, and that has been tough when you have a player like Temp who's literally popping off in majority of your respawns. You got to be able to back him up and then improve your offensive A attacks on Berlin SNE. 2-9 when attacking A on breakoffs, 12-9 on all other strats. Maybe just don't go A and just get better at the rest of the map.
And in that game against Seattle Surge, Tim was definitely on fire when it came to the snipes and just gunplay in general. The man had the gunny on him, and he was unstoppable. But unfortunately, Paris were stoppable. Hopefully they can turn things around because they're going against one of the hottest teams in the CDL so far this year, especially in Stage 3 after the Pro-Am Classic. The New York Subliners are fresh, they're looking great, and Hydra is looking so good as an SMG nameless.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, what, 8-2, 9-2 in their last, 10, 11 hard points. They've just been absolutely crushing it there. And what I love about this team is the balanced effort. I mean, you look across the board at their statistics, the damage in their last series versus Boston Breach, all basically even, all above a 1.0 positive. Everybody's contributing. Search and Destroy got better. This New York team is the real deal, and they need to climb in the points to make it into champs.
A championship contending team. I didn't think I was going to say it this year, but I love the fact that I'm able to. But it's about time to get this game going. Miles and Chance, how's it going, fellas?
Oh, fantastic. Very, very well. Beautiful desk. Thank you for that stunning introduction to today's games. Chance, you ready to party, brother?
Oh, dude, always ready to party. We got the salty run back series on our hands.
We do, yeah. This is going to be a fun one. And again, for both teams, Bryce, you did a really good job of touching upon this yesterday, but we're getting towards the sort of part of the season where not everyone's going to make it to champs. It's going to get real ugly. But ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any further ado, let's get into this one. Off to the races we go, into the cage. Map number 1, New York Subliners, Paris Legion, off to the races.
And just to address your point that Bryce brought up, these are the teams that are at the bottom of the standings. I think Subliners have 50 CDL points and Paris only have 20. And both of them actually performed pretty well at the Pro-Am. Obviously, Subliners, especially because they won the damn thing, but there's still a decent ways to go to try to crack into that top 8. So obviously, incredibly important series for both of these teams. That being said, just to touch on the actual salty run back portion of it, when these guys match up at the Pro-Am, Subliners beat them 3-0. The 3 maps they beat them on are the first 3 maps of this series. So truly running it back, Paris didn't want to make any adjustments. And I mean, hey, they wanted to try them on the Bocage. Last time they technically did outslay them, but they lost by 77.
It's a perfect dirty run back, and so far, not a whole lot in the scoreboard. After the first hard point comes to a close, it's Paris with a slim lead. Rotation's already down. It is going to be Paris in there. For those wondering, the yellow icons on the minimap, that is going to be the New York Subliners. And again, all Paris Legion so far. Great start. Temp's doing a bit of a roundabout run here. That's a 5 spree he's currently working on. Cooking up something special in Grannies, makes it a 6. Can he get any more? Temp is frying.
This is guaranteed. Oh, we got the worst COD timing. I was going to say it was going to be guaranteed, but instead it is incredibly unfortunate. And what would have been one of the most distantly pushed out P2s that could have been in Money Hill, where Paris just sort of dropped the ball a little bit, go 4 down and get flipped. So I would say definitely a pretty big missed opportunity there, as funnily enough, all that success you have early on, well, and why? They're going to take the lead.
Yeah, they take the lead. The spawn flip goes out. They manage to make the most of it. It's almost the lead change. There we go. Kismet into the point. A nice multi-kill out of Jimbo to get closer there, but Kismet and Co. will find the time. Will change the lead hands now, and over towards bottom Grannies we go. Paris with that rotation down already, but they haven't got all the angles covered. Backside should be sweet. Kismet can't get anything going through the front. Time's now ticking over, and Hydra performing true treason on his Parisian comrades. He finds a couple. Forward you go for New York.
Well, I was going to say at the very least for Paris, maybe an opportunity for the early rotation, and they just win any and every gunfight inside and around the hard point. This has been a truly a Bocage game as Hydra setting up for the spawn kills, but we had a moment just on the P2 where we saw Jimbo get a 4-piece, killed every single one of them, and they still did not get the hill. And then the rotation pairs get here first, but unable to collect any of this time at all. And now Kismet's lighting up the feed as well. Right now, Paris, honestly, just fighting tooth and nail, not to get hill time, but just to get out past these tanks.
That's it. They can't even get out past the tanks. Kismet on the 4, looking to make it a 5. John's with the opening tags, going to suppress him, and that's going to give you a bit of space to work with now for Paris. Nah, Kiz, though, nice work. The 5th kill comes through. No streaks to be had, but you managed to do a beautiful job there from the Subliners of keeping Paris locked in that right-hand side of the map. That is the rotation done. Hard point once again in the hands of the Subliners. Bottom barn all theirs. No problem whatsoever for New York Subliners here in the first map. They're starting to get going.
And very comfortable on their setup on rotation as well. You had players pushed out to the God tank over towards gate and in Grandma's, and granted Paris started making moves to actually try to break this hill, but 20 seconds have already gone by that the Subliners have collected. Now it's about the contest, which does not last, and you get bullied out once again. I am already at the point where I'm questioning the decision with this roster. Subliners are undefeated on Bocage. They were lights out at the Pro-Am, and well, it looks like for the moment today is no different.
I think statistically, Paris Legion typically outslay New York Subliners on this map, but for now, it ain't working out, friends. The clock ticking, and not in favor of Paris. Hard hard point still in the hands of the Subliners now, and it's Hydra onto the point. The slide comes through in the end. It's all kills from John, but the rest of his teammates are there. The teamwork so far sublime out of the Subliners, locking this down all good. Over to River we go. Gravity first man in, set up now for Paris Legion, but as we've seen, it's all good in the breaks department from New York.
Oh, Kismet's actually causing problems, right? He gets one kill down low, and now Jimbo is just spending all this time trying to hunt him down. And hey, eventually he connects and picks up a big 2. So maybe this will be the full 60 pairs having their cards to try to claw away at this lead that New York have built up. But now as far as those roaming slayers go, things are getting chaotic. You don't have that street control, so John is having to look every which way. Now Jimbo in the feed is still picking up kills, and John wins the gunfight inside of the hill. And hey, boom, there you go. Nice 4 down. Pair still alive, collecting all of this time.
That's a nice hold so far. Crim's going to find a kill or 2 up the front. You're still going to fight for this time. There's 15 seconds to be had. Hydra's going to be the man over the top. John, eyes are on though. Great covering fire once again. Doesn't account for Kismet. Slips on through, slips the net, gets into the point, and grabs that time. Good stuff out of the Subliners' last minute break, just to shave a few extra seconds away from the pile that Paris Legion were accumulated there. So good stuff there as the first set of rotations now comes to a close. Second set's up now, and we go back to the middle of the map.
And I'd say what the biggest theme of this game was you had pairs with opportunities at the P2 hill where they could have had a full 60. That gets broken down, and from that moment on, they had no success until P5. So I would say that's maybe the biggest point of concern of actually trying to lock down P2 and just making sure you never get that 4-man wipe sort of moment. They've got a decent push out so far, at least towards P2, which they're never going to get these spawns, but at the very least, you can collect at least a little bit of time on this first hill. So they're certainly working on the comeback.
This is nice. Again, coming out of Paris Legion, Gravity can keep the spree going. We can. That's going to be 5 now. Is streaks a possibility? This could help out a lot here on the map. Stunned up. Hydra's trying to find the kill here. Teamwork's working through. There's number 6 now. That's the first. Can't get any more. We're not going to see the glide bomb come through. Shame, shame, shame indeed. But the Subliners keeping that hard point time going their way. Paris, the kills starting to heat things up a little bit. Is this the moment, chance, where they can manage to pull a comeback?
Well, right now they're just worried about the actual map pressure portion of the game, right? Temp finally able to get towards Barn, and this is where you can get the players at least off the hill for your first set of gunfights, or maybe not. Temp now just going to get hunted down. Hydra is there, and Subliners still keeping the distance. Gonna have to try to fly through field, and hey, maybe the grenade connects, and hey, John to pick up 3 in the feed, and that's the type of break you need. The 4 down they had to get for these final 30 seconds. You can keep this pressure on. Again, you got the right side of the map for the moment. The opportunity's still there.
Jimbo unable to land their shots at range. That's going to be the hard point break there. Subliners now in control. Oh no! Hydra breaks through the backside of Granny's now, and you got control for Paris Legion over towards next, but that's a lot of time they've had to sacrifice on P2 there. All going the way of the Subliners. Top side now being broken from Kismet. My word, they're already in. He's going to lock this down as well. John got to win the fight, but he manages to keep Kismet at bay. That's good for now for Paris. New York setting up for the entry now onto Grand Mars.
I mean, they're just going to get this, though, right? If you'd ever get top control, holding this hill is basically going to be impossible. Kismet can take his time and wait for his teammates. And right now, Paris might end up in the spawn trap again. York actually get those back spawns. So while Legion won't be stuck in the spawn, well, they never had top control. So Kismet can just be the roaming slayer, plays it perfectly, and gets the final kill. So the wipe is in, more than a 100-point lead. And Subliners at this point just doing the victory lap. This game almost assuredly is going to go their way.
Has to go their way, bar anything wild, but don't count Paris Legion out of it. We've seen them make big numerical comebacks here on hardpoint in the cage, but this is going to be, hey man, they don't win the games, but they do pull the scoreline back, I tell you that much. 15 seconds remaining here on the backside of Barn. It's going to be Paris still holding on this one. Sorry, on Granny's. We go towards Barn. There's Gravity taken clean care of. The map's all Paris Legions for now, but the kills are all the Subliners. Temps in, can't find the second. Rotation's already down, and a sneaky Paulehx has managed to slip through the map. And there he is, a bloody nuisance, takes care of 1. Now into the point he goes, 3 spree in his hands.
Yeah, and you talk about being a nuisance, right? Kismet was the guy the hill before that just had like the top Grandma's control. This is the time where you want to get towards the back and flip those spawns, and Paulehx took his turn to be that guy. So Subliners always have someone in position, always making the smart plays, even on this map, and obviously that has resulted in a very casual 100-point lead. I mean, Subliners, again, perfect at the Pro-Am. This team certainly has the sauce when it comes to bocage, and right now, hey, maybe it's contest time, but a couple kills go their way, and they can end it on Barner. Hey, maybe not able to get forced to the next hill, and we'll see how River goes. That is where pairs had their most success.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Paris love to mount a massive comeback right when the going gets tough. When their backs are against the wall, they play the best card they will in the series. And this is it, a 6-spree for Jimbo. Rotations down for the Subliners. All 4 players now lined up across that new hard point. A couple looking out towards next. And that's going to be a big win from Jimbo. That is now full streaks to be had. Here comes the glide right off the rip. Fresh out the oven and straight into the fray it goes. It's going to make that hard point wide open. Anyone there to get it? Nice shot right through the window on a Crim. Here comes his teammate, sir, from the other side of the map. You've got 1 or 2 kills to be had. Can they mount some sort of break here on River?
Well, these are the hills where Subliners actually ran the show. I think he was kind of even across the board for the first 3, but on average, P4 and P5, Subliners just ran away with it at the Pro-Am. And I know it wasn't great the first go around, but this time they had the spawns, but they do get broken for the moment. Good news is you have L control. If Hydra's nearby, it is impossible for players to get nearby. And with these kills coming through, I'm assuming this will actually get forced to P1, but it is too big of a lead, too little, too late from Paris. And Subliners honestly just doing their nice little victory lap, getting ready for map 2.
There it is, map 2 beckons. You got to hold this down. Paris has been pushed out to the furthest reaches of the map, suffocated here on Bocage. The final second ticks through on the point. The final into the scoreline. 250 being the mark they needed, and the Subliners got it with aplomb. Honestly, mate, could have closed that game out a little sooner, bar that wicked hit from Barn that came out of Paris. So good on them for getting the job done. But alas, ladies and gentlemen, New York Subliners take map 1.
It is worth noting, right? Because I know we briefly touched upon it, might have been a key to victory as well. When these guys played this map at the Pro-Am, Paris actually did outslay, granted by 4 kills, so it was very close to being even, but they lost by 77. This time, still close in the slaying. Subliners, I think, only outslayed by 4 or 5 kills, but more than 100-point victory. It seems like New York is a team that has not let the Bocage brain infect them. And again, doing a lot of the little things right. When you're going to the Grandma's Hill, having top control, one of the most important things to have. We see Kismet in those situations on the rotation over towards Barn. You do, at least at the start of the hill, want the back spawns or someone to be a nuisance. Paulehx was that guy. New York Subliners, even on this map, doing all the little things right, which obviously adds up to a pretty dominant win.
Honestly, it's also great to see, genuine improvement, tangible improvements to the game there from New York Subliners. We saw them play them at the Pro-Am, definitely not a scoreline like that, and keeping Paris under the 100-point mark for a very, very long portion of time. If not for the streaks, if not for the great individual runs, definitely wouldn't have happened. So kudos to the New York Subliners, starting to certainly get a firm grasp of Bocage, and again, ever since Kismet joined the roster, it has been successful, has to be said. So good stuff out of them there in map number 1. Map number 2 is on its way in just a moment. Search and destroy. As we look across the highlights charts, a lot of sweet kills from New York Subliners.
And as far as the salty run back goes, when we go into the Berlin S&D, much closer game between these two teams last time. It did go all the way to around 11. So I'd say Paris, obviously the opportunity to have some life is there, but at the same time, maybe that's sort of been their story. Like, since they've picked up guys like Jimbo and Gravity, they've certainly had more life as a complete roster. I think in every single game mode, they are 4-6 in their last 10, which isn't great, but it's also not bad. It's not like they have like a striking weakness as a team, but despite the life, they never quite are able to close out. So we'll see if they can make these improvements on Berlin. Obviously, they were prepared for the map, but that remains to be seen. We can take a look at the highlight reel. Again, in the slang, it was close between the two teams. So talent for talent, not the greatest disparity, but as far as the teamwork goes, I certainly know where my attention is.
Berlin, Search and Destroy now coming up next. The Search and Destroy, the second map here in the series for the New York Subliners. Again, here, don't forget Bounty Week as well. There's 10 grand on the match here. So not only are we playing for the very, very important CDL points that both these teams really badly, really badly need going towards the rest of the season, and then make again that long road to champs. 10 full 1,000 clams up for grabs as well. So we'll see though. But chance now, the Berlin, Search and Destroy, you touched on it. Subliners all good right now, mostly fine. Paris can't close out. Is that going to be the case here today?
It will be interesting. I would say what we saw from the pick and bans is Paris did not make adjustments, right? It is the same first 3 maps where they got 3-0'd by New York at the Pro-Am. So they didn't make adjustments in the pick and bans. They need to make adjustments, though, in the Search and Destroy. Again, just to touch on the keys to victory, they were on the attacking rounds, 2-9 when they go towards A, 12-9 when they go anywhere else. So solid when they play a neutral setup, play for picks, or when they just straight up go to B. But when they go to A, again, 2-9 is, you know, about as poor as it gets. So we'll see if they make the adjustments of either switching up their style of attack on the actual A site or just ignoring it completely and sort of playing to their strengths. So if you don't make adjustments in the pick and bans, got to make the adjustments in game.
I would assume that is, you know, the reasoning behind it. Coach Theory doing his thing to make sure that the boys are as loaded as they possibly can be going up against an opponent like the Subliners. They've had a bit of a sort of a rivalry across the last couple of weeks of play, and we'll see if they keep it going here. But there we go. New York Subliners, all smiles in the New York camp as Paulehx enjoying himself. Certainly, he has found tremendous success since joining the roster alongside the French phenom Hydra and, of course, Kismet, the latest addition to the roster, who has honestly been performing fantastically. Seems to be the sign of life the team needed. The New York Subliners will take a quick look at their game fuel keys to victory, and they are loving it right now, Chance. It's Paul, 1.22 in the S&D so far, 3rd overall. Keep it up, son. You're looking good.
And he might need to be the guy to maybe just stay consistent, but certainly be out on top, because Subliners, it's not like they are poor at search and destroy, but 4-6 in their last 10. It's probably overall their biggest, weakest like point for the team. So that is where I think they need to turn their greatest deal of attention to, because obviously it seems like they have hardpoint just completely figured out. So start chaining together these game modes and start going up 2-0 in the series. I mean, hey, they've already won the Pro-Am. See if they can pick things up a little bit more, and if the S&D woes weren't obvious enough, obviously this is over the course of the entire year, not just with this roster, but it is clear that New York has struggled.
I think that's a very fair way of putting it. Last across the board there in the statistics when it comes to search and destroy, but recent form has to be taken into account. So here we go into Berlin. Paris will be running the bomb first. 2 bomb sites, 1 on the cross. So Temp now has passed on the information to his teammates. They're still going to commit this push towards B. The defenders now for the New York Subliners all over that bomb site like a rash. Let's see what Paris have got.
They're playing aggressive on this. Hydra is going to be prepared, but that just means the trades are in. Crim actually finds 2, and all of a sudden everybody dies because Crim and Kismet chop them all down. They know exactly where Temp is, and they're going to know for a fact they have the bomb down. I mean, good news for Temp. He has plenty of time to work with, but the bad news is it was 1v2. That might be a freebie out in front of him. There you go for the 1v1, and still a minute on the clock, and now he even knows where Paulehx is. This is feasible.
This is a straight up 1v1. Nades up, tags him. Temp's put himself in a great spot here to maybe get 3 in the round and potentially win the whole damn thing. He's got the chase on. Paul has to dip on out. Not exactly equipped for the fight. He's got nothing left in the pockets. I don't believe Temp has either. Listen now, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to see that bomb be recovered. Eyes on that minimap. And Paul's on the other side of town. He's watching the A-bomb site. Temp's got the one towards B. Plays this one fast. This could be it. Oh no! Come on! Paul plays it long. It's the kill on the player on the bomb site, and poor Temp. Man, that'd have been a great round to start things off.
And I was going to say, I was a little bit surprised, both for the fact that Kismet was playing aggressive, even though they should have known that they had bombed down, and then even Paulehx in the 1v1. I was thinking back all the way up behind P3 and just watch like the full cross towards B, because you should know you have bombed down, but instead he plays over towards the A site, but doesn't make a difference in the end, as the kill basically just falls into his lap. And either way, nice round. I suppose if you have the research that a team is not having success attacking A, you can expect the B hits, and well, Crim and New York Subliners, they triple stack it. Close out the first round on defense, and now making moves on the attack, and you are hunting him down. Paulehx already a 4v2 as they get the first bloods.
Truly lethal. Paulehx makes his way straight onto the point, finds the kill. Kismet out with the plant. You've got overwhelming numbers now for the New York Subliners on the bomb site. Temp from the outside here, top fire. Amongst that plush Corinthian leather couch. Armchair, my apologies. He's got himself a sweet spot to sit, but he has to help his team get back on towards this bomb. It's a 2v4 on the retake.
And just good luck with this, right? Even if John finds the first pick on Kismet, which, hey, he checks the corner, but doesn't win the gunfight. I was going to say the trades are just going to be very close in order, and Crimsix is going to be there to shut it down. And that is honestly back-to-back rounds, both on the attack and defense, for Subliners not really showing a ton of respect to their opponent, right? Just flying at them as aggressive as they want to be. And at least they're in the attacking round, making it look pretty clean and pretty easy. The 2-0 lead that New York were looking to get.
I mean, whether it's a lack of respect or whether it's just, you know, fantastic homework being done by myself, they just know what the game plan is for Paris, and they're hitting them hard every time. You know, 2 rounds now on the trot. Overwhelm at A. Take care of business at B, and it looks to be the same thing once again here. Paris going against the numbers now, making their way in towards the A-bomb site. It's a 3v3 square up, but Gravity's just made that a nice one for him. First blood goes his way. On the outside now, we're going to see Kismet try to catch a player or two. And Paris, they're not quite taking the bait just yet. I don't think that's stun connected, so Kismet stays unseen. Oh, lordy. Dude, with a bomb.
Yeah, these perspective shifts are their best would be too. We're watching Hydra get the kills. Like, that was a trip and a half, but whatever might happen, Temp, who actually gets a trade, he does that from over warehouse, and Crim eventually goes and hunts him down. So this is just a nice snipe and a couple of nice adjustments coming out of New York, and now they sort of flip the map on its head. You try to plant from downrange, there you go. You get shot from A long, and Subliners, even when they get blooded, find a way to win the round. And a nice shot from Hydra, certainly even up the odds, but good adjustments from the boys. I think Crim, again, not only with the final kill, but able to hunt down Temp as well. As soon as Temp gives away his position, and I mean, hey, that's 3 in a row. Whether it was the not disrespectful, but aggressive first 2 rounds or adjustments that were necessary, Subliners picking them apart.
It's a clean 3 in a row now. Subliners on attack. Crim's on a 3 spree. It's in a 5-1 overall here on the map. We'll see if he can keep that one going. No one's going to be home here on the B-bomb site. John with that snipe down range. The old world champs at MVP. Get to find a kill here on Berlin. He might catch a couple here. The timing is so unfortunate. As the members now of the Subliners flooding in their way towards the B-bomb site, catches at least one on the cross. John, that information passed out. Will he be able to tag a couple before they make their way on the bomb site? That's the plan. Here comes the retake.
And John is twisted. I mean, he just like refused to actually hold any sort of pre-aim. And even after they cross, he's over here pre-aiming trucks. And now he's got the sniper, but you don't want the sniper necessarily to be the most aggressive player on the map. So I think they're going to be waiting for the flank to come through as you see the battle at hand.
On Hydra, he's got his sniper up as well. John's on the inside of the site. He misses him. That's massive. Will John re-challenge him now? He will. Oh my lord, they're exchanging blows. Hydra manages to win it, and the clock's still ticking out. Paul, the assassin, now making his way forward, tagged from behind. It's good kills, but the time is never on the side now of the players. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. He gets it. Oh, man alive. That was an essential kill onto Hydra as he manages to re-peak and just take care of Jimbo. A huge round win there. Paris from the cusp. New York make it 4 in a row.
Yeah, Hydra missed every single shot except the one that mattered towards the end, right? I mean, in his sniper battle with John, he just showed off the power of the pre-aim and maybe unfortunate timing. You see Jimbo, actually, I think he was spamming at the crouch the pro just to dodge bullets. So I appreciate the attempt, but eventually Hydra able to get an actual with what usually is an easy shot to hit. And I mean, hey, Paris, the idea was there. They stormed the site pretty well, but they just simply did not do it quick enough. And obviously the 0-4 stat line right now for John Hurts. By the way, hard counter again. New York are reading them like a book. It's a triple stack over towards B. On the defensive end, they're ready for it. Admittedly, maybe too aggressive in there. The picks at least come through, but at least sort of on the idea front, Subliners are very ready for this game.
Their homework has been very much well done. It's now a 3v1. Paul, let's see what you got. He's been looking good so far in the series, 2-2 here on the search, but he could change that in a big way as he's now ascended his way to the top side of the map, trying to catch a single player out on the cross. No one's been seen just yet. Bomb's going his way towards A. Dead silence activated. The man is going to be... Oh, no, it's not actually. He's making a lot of noise here. Forward he goes, finds 1-2. No, my God. What a snapperooski, man. He hit that head. Couldn't quite finish the kill. If he nails that kill, man alive, that round would have been different. Temp with... Man, what a gunfight that was to win.
Yeah, dude, that is lightning fast reaction time from Temp. And I know the Paulehx stopped shooting in that moment, and that's what costed him. But I mean, I don't know how many players would win that gunfight in the situation, even when the guy stopped shooting. That is incredible work from Temp just to give his team a round, because they nearly dropped the ball. Also, I'm with you. I'm surprised they didn't hear the door open. But whatever.
Yeah, he made a lot of noise.
They at least get the first round.
I thought he had Deddy popped. I misread that. The little pixels weren't going down, but there you go. Gravity on the 3 spree. 10 for the round winning play. What they got now is there's a bit of a hit towards P2. The B-bomb site will be the target now for the New York Subliners in. Kismet with attacks out. Temp's going to eat it, but laying amongst the rubble now of Berlin. Here comes the counter hit. Nice nade out of Kismet. That's unbelievable. Gravity now and John working their way through the bottom side of this mail room. desperately trying to stay alive. The last members up for Paris Legion as they are surrounded by the Subliners. There's a lot of guns up on them. Crim could go huge here. Bomb's already been planted by A.
And they were sliding around making a bit of noise, so I think Kismet might have heard that, gotten out of dodge, and hey, boom, there's the picks coming through. I think they had a pretty keen idea that those players were in and around P2, so you cover P5, you cover those stairs, you get all the exits and win that round, and that is just efficient work. The good nades coming through as well, and Subliners, I mean, obviously picking them apart. I'm curious as to how this defensive round is going to go, because every single time on defense, Subliners have 3 players exactly where Paris are taking that bomb. They have hard countered them every single time, even when it did not work, and we'll see if they read right once again. And it looks like that's not the case. They're just going for more of a standard neutral setup. Wait. The adjustments, and hey, there's the adjustment you need. Hydra hits the easy one. Crim makes the reads it. Who even shoots back these days? John 007.
Oh,
Ring to the ding dings out. That was clean and easy.
Oh my word, I don't actually think anyone on Paris fired their weapon in that final round. New York, baby, what a search. The Kings of Berlin right there. You put the sword to them, son. That was an unbelievable round. Starting snipes were all good. Crim with perfect positioning, even better shots. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if anyone from Paris managed to let off a round in that final round. Unbelievable. 2-0 going into Gavutu control.
Yeah, and I mean, if Paulehx doesn't stop shooting Temp, and if Temp doesn't literally just have some of the best reaction time in the league to win a gunfight, that would have been a hot 6-0. That was every single round New York should have won. They did in dominant fashion. And even the round that Paris won, they had the advantage and nearly threw it away. And obviously, I think that is what, maybe the 7th or 8th donut we have seen so far this year. Well, John joins the club.
Welcome to the agency, I think, as the kids put it. 007 sadly there, but great work out of Crim. 8-3, 7-4 for Kismet. Decisive work there for the boys on the New York Subliners. 6-1 the final score. A fast one as well, chance. 6 minutes and 16 seconds the total map time. Wow, unreal stuff from everyone there actually on New York Subliners. This has been a delightful series for them, and I know the New York fans across the world are enjoying this one. We now have a double dose of Gavutu. Paris, it is time to turn the series around. New York won the coin toss. They're going to keep Paris in this kind of headlock, which could be Gavutu control. Has not been a good map for them all season long. This is it though, Paris. This is not only a massive win that you sorely need for the points in the standings and they're on the champ. Don't forget, friends, Bounty week as well. There's 10 grand up on this matchup. And now if New York Subliners close this one out, free dubs, free cash, these kids are trash. We'll find out though if that will be truly the case going into this one. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it is time to rock and roll into Gavutu control. Last chance now for Paris Legion here in the series. Or will Crim and the boys run the show and make it a swift 3-0 to start the day here? The New York Subliners, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Call of Duty League. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time now to get into map number 3 here in our first match of the day. It qualifies now for the Toronto Major upcoming. It's going to be an absolute blast. We've got ourselves New York Subliners, Paris Legion, map number 3, chance of control. Going to be the last one out for Paris. They've got to dig deep, mate. Real deep indeed.
Sure, that is a way to say it. I would just look at the series and sort of base it off the Pro-Am, like the Bocage hardpoint played almost exactly the same. New York did a little bit better. The Berlin S&D, I mean, Paris literally could have just like told them exactly what they were going to do every single round, and it still wouldn't have gone quicker. I mean, New York just had perfect reads the entire time. That was as free as a Berlin S&D is going to get. So obviously New York improved in that category as well. Now we go to a Gavutu control where these teams basically took turns like body slamming each other on their defensive rounds. And then New York, I think, just had an extra like 2 ticks, whatever it was. So they just got the defense for the round 5 and then body slammed them once again. But I would say at least the theme has been the fact that the Subliners have been improving ever so slightly. So maybe you'll see an offensive win. You never know.
You never know. Crazier things have happened so far. Looking at Kismet stat this match as well. A 1.3 just to get things going. Lovely stuff out of him. Over half of his kills not getting traded. Beautiful stuff for Kismet, keeping the squad rolling. Gavutu control though. This could well be the last map we see Paris play today. They have to make the comeback here. If you're a Paris fan, spam this baguette to avoid the regret. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, into the first round. New York will be on defense.
Hey, look, for Paris, if I remember correctly from the last series we casted, we kept talking about how they were getting body slammed anytime they go over towards A. So at least they're making an adjustment, trying to make a play off the rip, and it is a 4-man stack to this B site. John has ferociously checked every single corner, lower side beach, and you just got to make sure the temp actually watches the flank. He does ring control, and he got pressure on B. Paris, this might actually be it.
Is this the beginning of the body slam now? As Paris, they've got New York in the grip. They've not lifted them over their heads just yet. John, last man on the point. No, Kismet. They wriggle out of the hold. The Paris managed to find themselves in, and now the shoes on the other foot. Over towards the A side of the map we go, both side. Kismet on a 3 spree, makes his way right off the B zone, straight now into the A zone. Kills going his way. Crim's already on the flank, looking to take care of those players of Paris coming out this spawn.
And I gotta say, that's tragic as well, because Paris in that moment did everything right, cleared out everything on the beach, temp read the flank, he kept the ring control, but then you even had a guy in point in the tank. You just lost all of those front-facing gunfights, so definitely a missed opportunity there, and certainly clutch gunfight wins from the side of New York, who are right back to potentially the body slam portion of it. You don't actually have the pressure over towards ring. Paulehx does win that gunfight, and Jimbo now with 2 HP on the hill does get traded. So yes, we are right back towards body slam territory as Paris stuck in their spawn.
Yeah, stuck in the spawn. Here we go. Kismet brought down. Good defensive work from Temp there. And again, huge kills on that ring side of the map. That's really the important side when it comes to capturing B. And Temp's right in position once again. Can he take care of these attacking players now making their way out of their spawn? A couple of pokes here or there. Paul's going to reach out this one. Unfortunate timing from Temp. The last bullet, not enough to get the job done. 20 seconds out of work with. Paul stays alive as his rat has been devastating to the Paris Legion ranks all map long. Here we go. Trying to push the spawns out. Final 10. This should be a New York round.
Yeah, and well, not a fun moment. Maybe actually an opening to get some pressure on A and try to get a couple extra ticks, because only having one would not be ideal. Obviously, when you're down to 9 lives, I'm not expecting Paris to win this round, but every tick might actually make a big difference. And that's number 2 that comes through. Hydra, though, wins a big couple of gunfight wins, and there you go. New York clear out the point. That would be a grand total of 2 ticks in a grand total of a great deal of frustration for Paris Legion.
They still made a very admirable attempt towards B right off the rip. Again, John fastidiously checking every single nook, cranny, rock, you name it. Every grain of sand on that beach had his eyes on it, and he cleaned them all out. They managed to get themselves in there for a moment, but not enough. Will New York Subliners be able to do the same thing now, as they're going to now hit the attack and run? Confident as ever, smiles across the faces. They're truly enjoying this series, but here we go. Another round's up. Let's get it.
And they've been playing loosey-goosey as well. I mean, happy to be extra aggressive on defense and very much just trusting themselves to win the gunfight. Subliners feeling good.
Feeling good indeed. Let's go for it though. With a quick listen in now with the New York Subliners on attack.
Meeting.
Yeah, mid-ping.
Meeting dead.
Hold John, a bullet on point. What the fuck? On point, absolute. Dead.
That's one dead.
Oh, this guy's probably ring or
I'm getting a point.
Stack.
I'm just in location.
Double.
Done.
Low cages right now.
One shot top tower, one shot.
I'm gonna get naded.
Going top green,
Yeah,
Try
let's
to
go.
get the tick.
Boost junk. I did not
Okay,
get
one
the
mid
tick
tank,
yet.
mid tank.
Did not get the tick.
You want the point, He's low hole.
I got one.
You're depleting.
I stun him mid tank, one mid tank done. One on point, one mid tank. I stun him in middle somewhere.
I don't see him.
He's
Let's
not
go
bunker.
Hulk,
He's
let's
not
go
bunker. Me and top boat.
Yo, get towards 8, stack this shit, dude. We have to stack this shit, get this
I'm
point.
looking top green.
I killed the GB.
That's in P5.
Yo,
Top green, top green, top green.
Fire tank, John. Fire
Yeah,
tank,
yeah,
Top green
Well
weak.
done.
Top green
Nice,
weak.
good job.
Top green ran.
Make sure we get this fucking point.
I don't see the Tom ran away. He ran away.
Top tower, straight tower. Oh, I didn't see him, bro. Top tower. Fuck. He's hitting down the alley,
Top
one
green.
jumping out.
Cages, John dead.
Nice, good job. One
Nice,
more gonna be middle, probably.
Shot him, one shot.
Yeah, the green dead.
Nice, yo, finish this cap. Let's get out the play.
Arch one killed.
Dead.
Nice,
Get
I'm
the
on,
second,
yeah,
second.
nice. I'm
I'm
on
trying to watch
front.
the
Yo,
cross.
top green.
Oh,
Yo,
I didn't fucking
S1,
hit it.
S1, ring dead.
One might be close P5 on you. I think they're gonna keep hitting this shit, no bullshit.
Yeah, maybe.
B. DB dead.
Nice, I'm on
Tower.
Cool and confident capture of the A zone chance. Now we go over towards B, the last hope here for Paris in the round. And I must admit, mate, the comms, while a bit naughty, bit fruity language, New York Subliners sounding good.
Yeah, it sounded fine. You know, maybe not the best reads overall, expecting the hit to be coming late, but it's not like it makes any bit of difference. The most important comms are, hey, stack the get thing, just get the ticks. And honestly, now set up pretty well. They have a 7 life advantage, which more importantly, just the fact that Paris is down to 12 is certainly going to be ideal. You have pressure on B. We'll see how good the nades actually are. Attempts from over top, whether or not it connected. The follow-up certainly not there because Paulehx is still live on point. That is a tick on B that is going to come through. Already the tick advantage heftily in New York's favor. But frankly, this might actually shape up to be the offensive win they need.
Oh my word, this could be it. Is it a body slam? No, it's more of a crippler crossface. But they've got themselves out of danger zone for now. Paris Legion saved the second segment of B. Minute 20 still on the clock to play with. New York Subliners a slow hit top side of ring now. There's Jimbo. The advantage now in the numbers. They've got the damage up. He's looking to press the advantage.
And honestly, I mean, for Paris, you just got to make sure you don't die. I mean, take your time with this. If you want to go on the flanks, hey, boom, there you go. You're down to 8 lives, not a ton of time left off, and Jimbo, well, removes it to 7. Temp, well, there goes the next one, now down to 6. With a minute left, and you're down this heftily. I mean, again, right now, play it as slow as you possibly can.
Definitely saw Kismet. Oh my, no. It's the last 3 members of Paris Legion now on defense. Paul's trying to make his way forward. Stuns. Dips the tone of the point, just trying to stop the clock. Gravity there with the good shots at range, keeping the play alive. This is not over yet for Paris. 30 seconds.
Well, still down to 3. Boom. There's number 2. 2 front facing. And I mean, Paris, you're only down to 2 lives at this point. You'd rather die than give up the ticks. And Gravity should do just that in short order. Kismet looking for the kill. And I mean, good news for Paris. You didn't give up the extra ticks on B. Bad news, you're down 2-0 and you just gave up a round on offense. Things are not looking good.
And there is a definite wave of frustration across the Paris Legion players. They know this is it. I mean, Temp's hands in the air right now. He definitely cares. This is going to be a hard one. Subliners, it's the opposite. They know, laughing. They are laughing their way to that $10,000 bounty, laughing their way to the CDL points. They have come out of the prime swinging. This is it, last one.
That's truly like a ranked play round as well, where you're on defense, you're down
brother.
on lives. It's so easy to defend. You just got to slow the pace down and just not burn them. But I mean, hey, your SMG duo, 11 and 30 combined. They're certainly not afraid of dying, but they're not getting the kills while they're doing it.
One on the outside of the boat, take care of John. As for now, Paris Legion, last chance here in the series. Let's go for a quick listen in. Parry.
Paul, low cliff.
Low cliff, dead. Missing
One
frame.
another one top
boat. Another one top boat.
I'm trying to pick
Someone
up.
could be Lamar
with you, okay?
He's in A. He's on me on the steps. Kismet.
Kismet. They're safe in mid tank. You want
Yo,
mid
tank.
Yo, one's pinching. I want
Kismet's still on me.
top clip.
Kismet's on me. Top cliff. Chasing me. And Tetris. Spawning here. Hey, top boat. Top boat. Jump off cliff on us. Land bridge dead.
Nice.
I'm mid. One's pitching. Got him. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, one's middle. Middle again. Hydra. You push out.
Mid tank Hydra. Nice.
Missing
Paul. Could be ring. He should be ring. Low P5 on me. Kismet hurt. Low P5.
Paul weak.
Yeah, Paul's ring.
Lamar. Yo, we need to come in. No, we're at B. If y'all can shift, y'all have
to. Is he ring on me? Yeah, Paul.
No, Paul is Lamar. You want shot Lamar. He's not moving. Push low cliff.
I don't want to this one. He's on our fire tank. Fire tank Kismet really hurt.
Paul is behind us.
Nice. Top ring. Hydra, bro. Top boat.
Would you?
Okay, no, he's top ring.
Pinch,
Trying to
now,
get on
fire
point.
tank, one
Balls
shot.
our fire tank.
He's fire tank, gonna kill me. Still
Yeah,
fire
they
tank.
did our fire tank.
Fire tank dead.
Hydra's gonna full pinch.
Gotta get on point.
He's that's one on me, one shot.
And the clock ticking fast now for Paris Legion. Straight on the point you go with 12 seconds remaining. A zone is going to be the site of attack. You heard John call it, guys. We need to hit A. There was a bit of discourse, a little back and forth. But chance, here we go. This has to be magic from Paris.
Yeah, I mean, magic and then some. I mean, I am many things, but not surprised that Paris was just not on the same page. You know, different ideas conflicting at the same time. And with 2 players in the feed falling, I'm expecting the trades to come in short order. There you go. Gravity falls. Only 8 seconds left on the clock. And right now, you have coverage all over the map to take these players down. Now down to your final 5 seconds. This will be a hot 3-0 on the exact same maps that they ran at the Pro-Am. The only team that made improvements was the Subliners.
And I tell you what, it looks like the desk are more up and excited about the victory than New York are. It was strictly business for NYSL, but there's cash money flowing everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Bounty week continues, and a very decisive 3-0 there from the New York Subliners. My God, they absolutely smoked them. A brutal display, as Paris certainly left wanting after that one. You called it, Chance, the same maps, the same modes, the same outcome. Paris, simply not enough work done in the lab, or maybe just too strong out of the New York Subliners. Time will tell, but NYSL, they're going to be happy with that one. Everyone quit. Raging all over the place. Raging tears of joy, raging tears of I mean, good Lord.
Maybe Paulehx is raging off because that was just, 30 minutes out of his day that he could have spent, I don't know, scrimming somebody else. But whatever case may be, I mean, again, the exact same 3 maps. New York bumped up their lead on Bocage by an extra 20 or 30 points. I mean, it was around 11 the last time these guys played Berlin S&D. Subliners turned that into a smoke show, and same thing on Gavutu. It was defense heavy last go around, and for Subliners, the defense is same thing. Body slammed them, and hey, even got the offensive win that they needed. Picked them apart in the slaying category, and I'd say everybody putting in the work right there. And I don't know, there's literally nothing else to say, Miles. That was as easy as a series gets.
Well, the New York Subliners truly respecting the fact that we were slightly behind schedule when they hit the go button, man. They were flying. This was a really decisive victory on Gavutu as well. Not an easy thing to do, go a clean 3-0, but Paris picked apart round by round. Very similar to what we saw in the Search and Destroy. The New York Subliners are looking more well-refined and more organized than I think we may have ever seen them. So this is a good look for the squad. Now, if they can translate a performance like this against a much higher team, because again, you're playing the team at the very bottom of the standings, you may be the 11th team in the form of the Subliners. Those are points they sorely, sorely need. Again, their campaign towards champs, that is truly the main mission here. They are not guaranteed a spot at our finals later on this year. We'll see if they can get that one done, as there it is. It's an big finish. 3-0, 146, 6-1, 3-0. New York Subliners, they were not playing games today, friends. It was a strictly business. GG's all around though, Chance. I mean, damn, they smoked them.
Yeah, and I think they had to as well, right? Because still down on the CDL points, as you said. I think there's a 3-way tie at 80 points in 8th place at the moment. And Subliners are only 20 points down now. So they got a couple series left where, honestly, I think they're in a pretty good spot to maybe close that gap just in the qualifying stages, let alone the fact that come tournament time, who knows how good they're going to be.
Exactly. Who knows? A win at a major changes everything, man. You will see them points come through. But for now, Desk, what an absolute smoke show that was. I'm serious. You guys were way more pumped than you were about the win.
Oh, they spanked them, man.
That was horrible.
By the way, Paris has an absolute problem when it comes to their SMG players. Jimbo with 7 kills. I have more fingers on 2 hands. And then John dropping a donut and search and destroy. I can mess around and get a kill.
Bro, you ever seen that meme on Twitter? Like, fight back, bro. Like, fight back. They're literally not. Like
this
team,
is actually an issue.
It must be so bad in practice. The practice must be absolutely terrible. I mean, even in that search and destroy, like, we saw the key to victory. It was like they don't have success when they're trying to go to A. So they just got blind counter going to B the very first round. That set the tone for the rest of the map. You got players like John underperforming in that search and destroy. Jimbo in that control. But it's not just their fault. Like, this team is just collapsing. And there's players and challengers that are good, that are playing great.
Yes.
I think Clayster's down in challengers, like, try to do something like Paris management. They have to go out there and try to make some moves because this roster is not working. We see all these other teams, sorry, I'm ranting. We see all these other teams making changes, picking up players. Minnesota Røkkr making moves. You see New York, they were down worse. New York was down worse than Paris was, and now they're like a contending roster. Paris has to do something. That was, I mean, it's not fun to watch.
Blown it up, bro, on God.
Blow it up. Yo, George Bush. Listen, that was absolutely bad. But hey, shout to NYSL looking strong again. And speaking of which, we have an interview with Kismet, the Gamefield post-victory spotlight. Let's get the man on the screen. Kismet, big dub, big win. You got $10,000 in your pocket, man. My question to you is, and I've asked everyone this, by the way, what do you plan to do with your share of the Bounty Week 10K for winning that matchup?
Honestly, man, like, you know, save it, bro. You know, I got to keep the wealth going up, you know, maybe invest at some point, you know, yeah, it's profit, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Nothing crazy, though, you know, maybe some food, rent, all that jazz.
Love it.
Love that, because I mean, that was just a blowout. I mean, it looked like y'all hopped in the ring, play, had a good time. It was like 30 minutes long. What are your plans for us today, dude? You just won 10K off a match. Like, what's going on?
I think we might go for like a team dinner, just hang out, vibe.
Fire.
I mean, you know, being the first match, you know, it was a quick one, so it feels good to get the dub, and obviously like the 10K, the points, everything, you know, vibes are good.
All right, I got two questions for you. First one's a little bit more of a serious one. You guys have just been playing great in all game modes, right? And that's got to make it a little bit hard to determine like what you need to work on to get to that next level and win the championship coming up in Toronto. So for you guys, what have you been leaning into most in terms of game modes of what you're working on?
Mainly S&D, I think right now is like our biggest one, because I think our respawn's pretty like, you know, it's where it needs to be right now. We're doing really good at winning map 1 and whatnot. Our biggest thing in the Pro-Am that we were winning was we got the map 1, but we also went up 2-0 at like almost every series. So making sure that we guarantee that S&D every time, I think will catapult us into like that top tier list of teams.
Also, Kismet, I gotta ask, man, like you've worked hard for your prize money earnings throughout Call of Duty.
All right.
Is this the easiest $10,000 you've ever made?
All right. You know, truthfully, yeah, it might have been the freest 10,000 of my life. Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Hey, yo, Kismet,
It was a quick one. I mean, it was 30 minutes.
Exactly. Hey, Kismet, congrats on the big win. By the way, I never got to say it to you, man. You've been game changing ever since joining this lineup, man. I love that for you, man. I wish the luck continues on. All right.
I appreciate it, man. You know, it's been a good environment to come into, and I'm proud to make New York happy.
All right, man. You have a good day. All right.
Yeah, you guys too. Appreciate it.
All right, take it easy. All right, so let's talk about the Scump play of the game, where New York Subliners just got $10,000 richer by destroying Paris Legion, and they did it in such a good way.
I mean, it was a clinical search and destroy. They won in a 6-1 fashion. It just literally looked like Paris just wasn't ready for what New York was doing on the map. I mean, they've made it look fairly easy, to be honest. Like, Hydra's snipes were just on freaking point this entire time. We all saw that jiggle peek on Warehouse, man. The fact that nobody was able to body block or take him out, the amount of times that he peeked that was literally insane, because he misses that first shot, he repeeks, misses the second, he repeeks, he gets taken down, but the shot ends up connecting. Like, you just cannot let that happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I said control. I meant search and destroy, by the way, if I did. But yeah, that was really big. Hydra was going all sniping on that map. Remember the map where I'm in the round where he missed 3 snipes on the bomb carrier?
That was the Warehouse one, yeah. The 20's top Warehouse who just kept jiggle peeking. It's like, I get it. People are too scared to body block a sniper because then you're just signing yourself up for a feed. But like, still, you gotta do something. Like, you can't just keep letting him repeak that and keep getting the opportunity to get the guy off the bomb with the clock ticking down like that.
Yeah, so Bounty Week is pretty much over for Paris Legion, but hopefully they have a Bounty Week with the team to see on what fit is best for them so they can continue to win more games. But also, Major 3 is right around the corner, and time is flying by right now. Make sure you get your tickets, because whether it's the CDL main stage or you're there for the Challenger side, it's going to be so much fun.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get there. I mean, Ali said it when we got in the green room today. It's like, yo, we have like 10 days till we fly out to Toronto. I've never been there. I'm super excited. Every single major we've had so far, the crowd has just been absolutely electric, and I'm expecting the Toronto fans to come out in full force. And also, there's going to be the Passion Pit once again, the Challenger scene. That's going to be epic, man.
All right. Can we see, Scrappy and the boys get loose once again? Shout out to Mohawk. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the first series of the day. Coming up next, we have some more Bounty Week games, the last one of the day. But once again, I want to give a lot of love to the New York Subliners for tearing it up absolutely against the Paris Legion. But coming up next, we have a full day of Call of Duty League matches, and I can't wait to catch you guys on the other side. We'll see you there.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Either way, accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gonna fly. Would he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive. Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, if fire works out, do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go back. He comes out the corner in time. And you bet he will. That's it. Takes them.
Winner, winner, winner. Winner, winner, winner. Winner, burn me a sinner. For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the CDL. And right here on the analyst desk, we got another Bounty Week matchup between Seattle and the Los Angeles Thieves. My name is Velly, that's Ali, and also Nameless at the end right there. But this matchup is going to be, it should be a really good one, by the way, for the simple fact that Seattle Surge, we know what they can bring on a good day, but LA Thieves as well, right, Ali?
Should be a good matchup, Velly. That is the giant headline on this, is it should be. But both of these teams are just doing wishy-washy things, right? Seattle will have a terrible series and then beat teams like OpTic and FaZe. LA Thieves will have a terrible series and then suddenly they look like the team that we're used to. We just don't know what we're going to get.
But I like LA's chances for the simple fact that the ARs on this team are going to go against Seattle, who struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. But I really think it's the subs on LA Thieves that we have to look at. In the last showing that they had, both them on map 1 were double negative, right? Like, we need Envoy and Kenny to both play well for this team to be a contender. That's when they started to have success, was the last 2 days, and both of them were popping off. That's how they had that run. But Ali, what are the keys to victory for the Los Angeles Thieves?
Well, they need to stay hot on form with Berlin Hardpoint. They're on a 3-game Berlin Hardpoint win streak with 70+ point wins over Texas, NYSL, and London. Those are some really hot teams right now. Okay. That is going to be our game 4 and Battle of Break Kings on Tuscan Hardpoint. Thieves are first in break percentage overall. That's 38% of the time, but Seattle's close behind second with 33 overall. And find improvements on Berlin S&D. 11th in round win percentage on Berlin, 38% overall. S&D has been Thieves' woe since the beginning of the season, and they still have not found their footing.
Well, taking a look at that first point right there, 3-game Berlin win streak on the hard point against those teams. That's phenomenal. I'm loving what we're seeing with the LA Thieves so far. And even though they got 3-0'd by the Minnesota Røkkr, I'm not gonna really harp on them too much, right? For the simple fact that Minnesota Røkkr have been looking really good lately. But another team that I hope starts looking good soon, actually right now, is gonna be Seattle, okay? I'm tired of talking about them. I'm tired of the L's. I'm tired of talking about all the potential. When are we gonna see this team really be who we want them to be?
Oh, it's not even about who we want them to be. It's about who we know they can be and what they can do, and the fact that they are technically such a good team with their main AR having the stat lines that we have seen out of accuracy. It is probably one of the most frustrating and confusing teams in the league. It's all about if your main AR finds consistency. Seattle Surge would be a dominant team. They'd be top 4, they'd be top 3, but it is in the halfway of the season, and we still have seen nothing of the likes.
Yeah, for the game field keys to victory, Seattle Surge, they need to find a hardpoint groove. 2-8 in the last 10 hardpoints. Only 2 wins are versus Paris. So that's tough because they're going up against a tough hardpoint team on 2 of this tough hardpoint team's best maps. So I really think the success in this series will come with the search and destroys for Seattle Surge, and also bring recent form on Berlin Control to this series. There's 6-1 round count in their last 2 games on it. Thieves are 3-1 on Berlin Control, but Thieves are coming off of a loss to Minnesota Røkkr in that map there. So definitely do your due diligence headed into this series. You take that map 2 searches, you can get a dub. Then improve your offenses on Desert Siege, winning only 29% of offenses on Siege, 11th in the CDL. So gotta fix that up, pull out a sniper, try to get some picks. We know how Desert Siege works in offense. You can quick plant or get picks. Either way, make it work.
Oh, big time. When it comes to the Seattle Surge, I really hope to see aCBeZy step up big time, right? Okay, he's going against the likes of Octane. You're going to have Envoy on the map. This isn't going to be an easy battle at all. And when it comes to pick'ems, because I even have to bring up that point, I have to rock with LA. Yeah, I'm a Cali boy and all, and I have my words I got to say about the LA Thieves, but I really like what they've shown this stage so far. And hey, I think Kenny and the rest of the boys are going to be all right in this specific matchup, hopefully, right? Ali, who you got your money on?
I'm going with Seattle. I think 3/4 of the team will be able to hand out LA Thieves as they are all positive overall.
All right, and
yeah, man, I did my pickups early this morning. I picked Seattle to win this series. I just have a feeling that they're going to come here and take it in 3-2 fashion. Game 5.
Hopefully they can prove you guys right, and hopefully they can, hey, kind of shift me back on their side again. Let's send this over to Bryce and Ted. Fellas, how you doing today? And you guys should have a really good match right here.
Thank you very much. Yes, an awful lot on the line for this one. Of course, it's a bounty game. But I hopped up on about this yesterday, and I feel like people aren't really getting it. The points really do matter at this stage of the season. Both of these teams are on 80 points. The difference between qualifying for champs and not qualifying for 6 teams is 10 points, right? If we were going to champs tomorrow, this could determine the game, and it's going to come down to something that close towards the end. Every single game matters from this point out. Now, Seattle Surge have been a little bit hit or miss recently. I've actually been feeling the Thieves a little bit more, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue both teams have been pretty much hit and miss recently, haven't they? It hasn't been a consistent season for either one of them. A lot of people talked about Seattle being the best team in the game at one stage. When we did obviously open up the season, things have went very, very differently since then. For the LA Thieves, it's been up and down and up and down. It's the roller coaster that will never stop for this squad. But can they get a decently sized scalp in this game? I'm leaning Thieves as well on this one. They went towards myself on the pick'ems, and I just think that the hard points of the control is going to be maybe a little bit much. I think if it goes to a map number 5, they'll be in trouble, but I think they can maybe close it in 4.
Well, at the moment, here comes the traditional stack. They're looking for this one as well, but a little bit of trouble actually coming in for the Thieves. But somehow they managed to get through, and where on earth was Seattle to try and shut this down?
Well, look at the long-range shots. They're taking their time. They're just taking their time. We're easing in to Tuscan, of course, and so are the rest of Seattle Surge. Control is now there for them. Of course, Thieves do have control of the spawns heading over towards P2. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how both these two teams are going to do in this one, because they're both in need of a win, right? As you said, it is getting to that crunch time where you need to pick up those points, and it's a good job it's not champs tomorrow for both of these teams, and for a lot of the teams, to be honest with you. And also for me, I want more events before we get a champs pricey, if I'm honest with you. We've got 2 more.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of COD to break down, but speaking of breakdown at the moment, it does seem like LA are desperately trying to hold on to P2. Not a great P1 for them. Haven't really been able to get it going, but they are locked and loaded onto this point. Going to have to see if Octane can hold off the pressure.
That's okay. There's a decent amount of time over towards P1, but you got the rotation in for P2, but you need to make sure you win your gunfight. So far, it's kind of even. aCBeZy will find one towards the back with an MP40. He might get a nosebleed with that in his hands, but Simp towards the back. Can he find a second on it? Drazah? No, he can find a second himself. Well played from Drazah. There's Octane coming in on the flank as well. They're going to lock it down thanks to Drazah finding 2 back towards that side. Good start from the SMGs on the side of LA Thieves. Not necessarily the best start from Kenny, but they won't really care about that. 30 points on the board already. Rotation over towards P3. Fairly even start for both these two teams. There'll be a decent lead for Seattle, but on the side of LA Thieves, they should have this locked in on the rotation over towards Fan.
At the moment, they are going to be locked and loaded. 8 seconds, ready for Seattle to try and make their move. Can they find any ingress onto this map and try to get in a position where they can at least start contesting? Because realistically, Thieves are going to have about 15 seconds before they even get a Seattle player near that point. And right now, you can see Seattle Surge are stacking. They are trying to attack tiles with one player. It's going to be Sib attacking from the other side.
Yeah, Kenny's got nice time in here. 1 and 8. That should improve in just a moment's time. Wouldn't have minded him being here maybe just a little bit sooner. Can you stop aCBeZy? Find anything? Not quite. Thought the timing was good from Kenny, but he's checking his corners. He didn't need to. Easy kill should be coming through here onto aCBeZy. Drazah steals it away. Still just the 1. Make it the 2. Can't find the 3rd of the map. Mack will shut him down. Kills are being traded. Which way are they going to go? Still tile spawn coming in from Surge, if only momentarily. Thieves from the front. Can't find the kills. Seattle Surge looking like they're at least going to stop the scrap time going over towards Thieves. They may not get it themselves, but it's a minor win for the side of Thieves. They'll close that gap ever so slightly on the way to church.
Yeah, it does seem like Thieves maybe just a little bit on the back foot in some of these bigger slaying battles that they need to win.
Yeah.
But you are right, it is still early doors here on Tuscan, and now both teams just going to be playing around Church. Octane going to be looking to lock down this field accuracy. We can see he's going against him, and he does get it. That kind of shuts it down and allows his teammates to play the back and the front of Church. It's a little bit easier.
There's a big gunfight. Yep, Sib's going to get spotted. Drazah, aware of his surroundings. Mack, though, himself very aware of what's going on here. Octane and Drazah, though, combining well as a complete wipe initially for the side of the LA Thieves, and this is their first decent chunk of time. They've kind of been sort of scrimping and scraping them together so far. Mack, though, good grenade. Not going to deal with Envoy, though. Very well played. Good hold from Thieves here. 25 seconds to play with as well.
It has, and they're about to run into Octane again as he just tries to get something through, but those nades will eventually take him down. Kenny, the last player here, standing to try and be able to get it through. You see Drazah comes in to help out. Kenny looking for Pred, who knows has to be there somewhere close. A lot has been spoken about recently with Kenny. Obviously, franchise player for the Thieves. They've had him on the entire time. And a role change may have affected him a little bit because he has had a bit of a slow start.
It's been an up and down, yeah, for him, hasn't it, really? I mean, the AR side of things, it has been working for him, but I mean, an SMG in his hands, maybe not. But in Mack's, absolutely devastating. 15 and 10 from him, and that's going to completely shut down the push that comes in from Thieves, who are notoriously pretty good when it comes towards P5. Can't be very good if you're just going to get wiped out by one man, and that man is Mack. Keeping it up here over towards Radio as well. Will get taken down. Good kills coming in from Octane. Maybe the break here for the side of Thieves, but the damage may already have been done as accuracy eventually does fall. Thieves will get in, but Mack, a phenomenal turnaround there, manages to keep Thieves out of it for quite some time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Thieves are known for holding P5. Their break does come in a little bit slow, but it will be very, very even as we go back to the rotations for this one. The difference being this time, of course, is that Seattle do have a setup locked in and ready. It's going to be a hard force for Thieves. You can see they're starting to get through mid-map.
Next couple kills, super crucial. You can see the two-pronged attack coming in here for the side of the LA Thieves. Need to win that one towards block, though. Simp stayed alive, and that's such an issue. Kenny doesn't see him. Simp plays his life, and maybe a bit of bad timing. That'll be what keeps Seattle Surge in control of P1. They've got Thieves where they want them as well. Not much min-back control. You'd love to see accuracy try to lock that down from top Church as he comes in off the respawn. So an important job for him to do. He'll find Drazah from there. Kenny has slipped them only momentarily. Will find the kill. The rest of the team now. P2 spawns are there for the side of LA Thieves. Seattle Surge maybe overstepped just a little bit.
See, both teams are just going to try and sit here, and Envoy's going to try and win this gunfight as well, and he does. Just trying to keep this a little bit competitive as they both just butt heads over and over again on this P1 hard point. And Kenny now desperately trying to stay alive as he knows he's outnumbered. That rotation is already locked in for the Thieves, so a big job here could certainly rock Seattle Surge back on their feet. Not going to happen. Pred's going to be up top Radio. Gonna find Octane, and he takes the shot a little bit too early, and now he's in trouble, surely. Octane just guns him down, says, thank you for letting me know where you are, bud.
Yeah, this is a long rotation for Seattle Surge as well. They're really taking their time, checking their corners. Kenny's the one ready here and waiting. He will not find anything. Drazah over towards the Archer's side. A good position for him to be in. Eventually will fall. It's only Envoy left. Envoy finds the kill. And looking like a lockdown here for the side of the LA Thieves. Hard for Surge to make this push over towards the back. They've got a little bit of control towards the back alley, though. Maybe a push for this final 25 is on the cards.
Yeah, they're unable to shut down Simp at all, and that has just completely and totally rolled over the Thieves. Seattle Surge barely even broke a sweat breaking that one. The only benefit for the Thieves is the early rotation, but I don't know if they can hold it. You can already see Surge looking to get into this one and punish them. They have players here in abundance. Pred's gonna find one towards mid. Man, no! You can't be doing that when you're on the cusp of a break.
Can't happen. Cannot happen. Seattle Surge were in a position to potentially do something there. They still have the lead, but Thieves very much on the come up. I wonder if the comms are calm on the side of Seattle Surge. Let's go for a listen.
Lowryk's useless.
I need a square.
On
time, kill time.
He's really weak, really weak.
Oh, man,
Square.
He's
weak, so I needed
I got two.
Nice square, one shot, hit him with an 8.
I'm trying to
Tell me top, stunned.
I need it over. I'm challenging.
I don't see the guy square.
He backed up, maybe.
He's back right corner.
I hit him again.
Back corner weak. And time,
one shot, two one shot. Need it. I got it. Back wall.
I need it over here.
I'm gonna stay down. He's back wall.
Back wall, nice. I got time, Dante. Walk to the top. I'm staying down.
I got needed.
Back wall.
He could be top.
I'm trying.
Back wall on me, got me. He's laying down on the wall.
It's two back wall. I'm holding windows crash right now. I just got the flat.
I'm backing up.
I don't see anything P1. Nothing P1.
Go top. I'll watch front door.
At the P1.
One mid-alley, one mid-alley.
Out front door.
P1 Envoy. P1 dead.
Nice.
I'm getting top again.
P1 one shot, Acon.
I hear that.
Icon challenge shot.
Front door, one shot.
To the Drazah and Kenny, front door somewhere.
I'll go on. Sam. Last guy's broken. He's still broken.
I have your top.
Peek who he is.
Yeah, I have P1.
Be down, win P5. Win P5. That could be hitting the bottom. I'm looking for P5 right now.
Out front door.
Sam can run up like close front door. I'm holding the ramp and shit.
Top broken.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's been a bit of a game for Seattle there. Their comms already have put Los Angeles Thieves on the back foot, and even a last resurgence into church. Actually, say that, and they managed to just flip this around, ton.
Oh, goodness me. What is that with a pistol from Mack? Accurate. Isn't going to be able to find the second on the Octane, but that might have just shut down some of the pressure that Thieves were bringing in. It was really good comms from the side of Surge. We said it whilst we were listening to the listening that you could hear that they were calling to the front. Pred will find it, move forward. Communication is there from the squad.
It's time for the famous Thieves P5. They have it on second rotation. We've seen them hold this like one of the greatest teams in the game. It has been their speciality, and they need it now more than ever. Here comes Seattle Surge, though, and they're looking to win these gunfights. They're piling in. Kenny does get one as well. Eventually going to go down, and Thieves were there in numbers, and they have not held this against Seattle, as they've just been blown off the map completely.
Mack pushes through, and he's just still going as well. Kenny can't do much from there. 10 seconds away for the side of Seattle Surge. If you're LA Thieves, you have to go quickly. Pred's the one you're going to get through, and then you've got to run fast. He will find one. The trade is not going to be there, though. Kenny will find it on the Pred. The nade comes through from Mack. The nade's in from accuracy. The artillery finds the spot, and Seattle Surge will take map number 1. It felt like that game most of the way through. Thieves started to wake up, but wake up just a little bit too late. And Mack just had a game there, didn't he? My goodness.
I've got a bit to say about that game, actually. There is some serious issues in LA Thieves, if we're being perfectly honest. The entire reason that game was close was through some very, very clutch kills, mostly on the side of Drazah. He was actually making some very important kills that allowed him to get a significant amount of time. The problem is the slaying was so one-sided, it made it irrelevant. Like, it just couldn't win enough gunfights. Obviously, Drazah had a good game himself, but the rest of his team were just not able to capitalize where they should have done. If the slaying was more even and Drazah had made those same influential kills, this would have been a very different story. But if you haven't got the gunny, you're not getting the money.
Yeah, you can't have Kenny and Envoy dropping almost a -20 between them. You can't do it. You need to find those influential kills at times, don't you, as you said. And yeah, Drazah was doing a fairly good job, but Seattle Surge just combined it well. Mack found those kills at the right times, didn't he? Yes, okay, the stat line was great, but in hindsight, a lot of those kills were in huge moments, specifically over towards P5, and this is massive. He only literally has accuracy for support there. He's got nothing else and wipes out 3 of them. That's immediately a break for Thieves, and at the point where it was, that's a decent amount of time. You never know what happens from there. And again, just big kills when they need them. Another couple of good ones were from Pred when he jumped out of top church and found 2 below him. It just shuts down the push every single time. It felt that the Thieves were a little bit staggered in their push, which I don't hate, but just doesn't work out for them. LA Thieves, I'll probably be quite disappointed with that one. It felt sloppy. Just a little bit of an average start from them, to be honest with you. This was the moment from Pred. Finds them 2 there.
Happened, by the way.
Well, to be fair, I think one of them was weak. In all fairness to Kenny, I believe he was actually weak already from having to back on down from that challenge over towards P1. But immediately, that's another, 10, 15 seconds, maybe even 20, uncontested for Surge. I would argue for myself, I just enjoyed the performance out of Surge more than hated it from Thieves. Yes, okay, Thieves not the best slaying side of things, but Surge and Mack in particular, alongside Pred, having a game there, Brycey.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, it was just a weird map for me. All right, like I'm just slightly confused because the slaying was so far in favor of Seattle Surge that realistically, for the majority of that game, I kept looking back at the scoreboard and being surprised. I was like, oh, it's actually a pretty close game. How is this happening over and over and over again? They kept splitting hills back and forth, scrap time here, a little bit of a rotation there. LA Thieves, it feels like if they could just find that extra gear. The problem is that we've very rarely seen that extra gear to even know if it exists. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, very talented team, but their consistency levels towards the higher end have been subpar for the majority of the year. They seem to have this issue where they can look like a very good team and they can turn it on, but that isn't their cruising speed. Their cruising speed is below that, and the problem being is, how do you find a little bit better? Like, how do you make this team, after, you know, we spoke about the roster change potential, the role change they've gone through. Well, we're already pretty deep into the season. At the moment, I don't think anybody has Thieves as a team for a potential of winning any sort of championship. But that's what they want.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how they go about fixing it.
They're trying, though, and that's the thing. They're trying different things out, and it just does not seem to be working. I mean, a lot of people were curious on a potential roster change. Thieves chose not to do that. There was obviously the rumors that went round, and well, I mean, it's getting to that stage in the season where it's the business end and you need to be making waves. A lot of people will, of course, not really remember exactly what goes on at the beginning of the season, will they? A lot of people determine how good the year goes based off the final couple of events, and whether or not you take that as the wrong thing to do or not, that's the ultimate top and bottom of it. You think about how teams did at champs, you think about the penultimate event before that as well. That's what happens the majority of years, and right now Seattle Surge maybe are on the come up themselves. Let's not forget, like, for all that we'll complain about Thieves inconsistency, Surges have been there in abundance as well, but in that map specifically, a good series out of Mack is what they could potentially need, and they've got one map to kick it off from him. A really good performance there on the SMG front, but Thieves, yeah, felt a bit slow, a little bit labored, couldn't quite get things going. But can things happen maybe here on Search and Destroy and Desert Siege? I'm not too sure. I honestly had that, not necessarily as a banker for Thieves, but it's one that I need to see them win. They can't find it. Now they're staring down the barrel of, well, even if you win the other two respawns, you're going to have to at least play another S&D. And I don't think this one in particular, map number 2, is going to go well for them either.
Well, let's find out, because Thieves have surprised us before. It's a team that, if I'm being honest, I feel like we've seen reverse sweep more than most and managed to get back into it. But it is an uphill battle now, of course, and Seattle Surge will be looking to lock this one down completely. We'll have to find out how it plays out, though. Obviously, a lot of series left to go before we count anyone out.
Very intrigued to see how this does break down. Quite contrasting stats in certain different areas, not necessarily between the teams, but one team really good at attacking, one not necessarily looking great on the defensive side. Let's see how it is going to break here, though. Thieves aggressive over towards B. Surge have given up a lot of this map, by the way, and it might actually work out in their favor. Drazah kind of stuck in no man's land here. How is he this far up? What am I seeing? What is going on? How has he got here?
We say slip the net a lot, but look at the way that the Surge are just all across the map and haven't managed to plug this gap as well as Drazah. He had a great time in the hard point. He's continuing it in the S&D, and Thieves win the first round. You are right, Ton, to question that. How on earth?
Drazah, bro, I don't know. Like,
through.
How? Honestly, Surge, I'll be watching. I'm like, bro, how is he there?
The worst part of that is, right, is that maybe if Seattle Surge were toward one or the other bomb site, you could say, yeah, he could probably flank around. But he just haven't managed to walk through the entirety of Seattle, who are out looking for a pick.
Yeah, because Seattle just give up so much of the map presence because they were just waiting for Thieves to get aggressive. And Drazah, he was so close to being in the bad spot, and all of a sudden, you slip through the middle of two players and you got an easy round. Well played from Drazah. Big hit looking like it's going to come in over towards B here. Seattle Surge maybe going to go for this retake, but this bomb is going to go down irrelevant. Kenny weak. Is the challenge going to come? It is not. Still 4v4.
Actually takes down Drazah with a grenade, though. Kenny is playing close. Looking for Mack, outgunned. Octane to save the day with Envoy. It's a 2 versus 4. He's found Mack for the first. Is his teammate going to be able to back him up here? Because he's about to be challenged, and Octane gets taken down as well. And so does his teammate. And they get 1 out of the 2 versus 4, and that'll be defused.
Kenny really just, it's almost like bait there. I mean, not much you can do. Drazah slides around, and it's just such an open position. And if you do not react in time, well, based off map number 1, the reaction's maybe not quite there yet for Kenny. Mack's always going to have his way with you. Really good retake here by the Seattle Surge. The normal setup, mostly there for the Thieves. Never really give themselves a chance to flank around. A couple of players dropping fairly early after that bomb goes down. Means you just kind of have to sit tight. Thieves can't expand, can't experiment with that plan. And all of a sudden, it's 1-1, and I don't think Drazah is going to get away with what he did last round. He has pushed up.
Kenny, though, gets the first blood, but it answers back with a grenade straight away. Kenny going to be looking for Mack, and it's a bit of a wide peek as he gets taken down. Mack will now have this plant. You can see Octane will be trying to peek this from a difficult angle. Probably hoping Envoy can get into a position, and Octane almost catches it in the nose.
Do not challenge Mack right now. Line is beaming. He's not going to win that gunfight, though. Envoy does really, really well, and staying alive here is crucial. Just be a pain as you allow your teammate to maybe get up in a position to help you out. Guns accuracy, Sib maybe next on the chopping block, but the snipe comes through. Octane. Will Sib know he's close? Snipes back out again, watching the angles. Octane goes to the challenge, swaps to the MP40, and the snap is there from Sib. Fantastic from the Surge. And no reaction out of Sib even after that. The snap. My goodness.
Beautiful little 1v2. And we can see this. Envoy just runs straight into the quick scope. They thought they had that. Envoy was looking slick on the map, but unfortunately, Octane has to hunt him down, and in the air, you get gunned.
Unfortunate from Thieves there, you know, Envoy does everything right. You can't really account for the fact that you're about to get quick sniped, especially you hear the snipe popping off, you can hear it. You're going to challenge him with an MP40 every day of the week. Sib hits the shots up. It's same strat here from Thieves. Bomb's gone down.
Kenny maybe use that bomb as cover this time. Actually has backed down, and Drazah opens it up, and now Seattle Surge have got to try and find a way against a much better setup from LA Thieves. It is not going to be easy for them to break this as kills go down on both sides. Mack trying to do a little bit of acrobatics, finding Octane towards the back. Does eventually get it, looking for Kenny. No!
Oh my God!
No, Kenny! Oh my goodness! Thieves were set up. They had the first blood, and they've just been ruined.
Brother. You can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. I mean, I'd like to see it from his point of view because Mack was kind of dipping and diving, wasn't he? But let's see. Right, shots. Yeah, he's in between it, and oh, I mean, he's absolutely ate him alive.
Well, and on things you don't want to see. Seattle Surge currently leading 3-1. And now they'll be looking to try and convert here. Now they've got the bomb, but Sib opens up with another sniper. Looking for the second. Not going to get it. Bullet whizzing past his hip. Never mind. Gave him another chance. Drazah goes down. Any more for Sib? Anyone else want to have a go?
I feel like I'm watching one of those old pro mod montages. This man's insane. Octane will answer back here. It is a 1 versus 3 for him to complete. There's one of them. Of the 3 gone. Sib and accuracy. The next 2 victims potentially. Thieves need this. Thieves ain't gonna get it. Surely he's been spotted. Sipped up with the sniper that time. Not gonna help him out. Octane surely gonna challenge. Goes to the kill and accuracy. One away from the 1v3. Could be huge. Sib finds it though. Fantastic work. Eventually we'll find the kill. It was a little bit scary for a moment, but the challenge comes in. And the trade is there from Seattle Surge. Another round goes their way.
There we are. Replays of Sib. So influential that round. Got 3 out of the 4. Octane just didn't know what hit him. He was on for the 1 versus 3 as well. Did a really good job for it. Unfortunately, Sib just hunted him down before he could get resituated. And now Seattle Surge are running through the Thieves. It's 4-1 currently. Thieves need a way back into this game.
What is the route back in for them? The B plants, they've got them down. They found themselves in those positions. But they haven't been able to make it work. Ultimately, the setup on the last one was pretty good. But, I mean, if Kenny's being absolutely 360'd, I mean, it's... choke it at that stage. I mean, in one of those situations, what else can you do? Sib still lining them up.
Just go to the other bomb site. Just go to the other bomb site.
Stay away.
Leave this. Actually gets Envoy as well, and now in a 2 versus 4, Kenny and Octane. This is a bad situation for them. As you can tell, they don't really have anywhere to go. They don't have bomb. They need to find a pick or two to bring this back to a realistic proposition. And Simp is there. Almost gets guns. Kenny gonna try to go around the back here. Octane playing his life in Paulehx.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Just don't have the time yet. Kenny will find one at the Sib. You don't have the bomb, and I mean, okay. I respect the aerobatics, but it's not gonna work. I mean, can somebody on Thieves just not get turned on?
360 from Octane in the air, and then from his gun. I don't know whether it was just his joystick was doing 360s, because realistically, he did a little pirouette for us, checking every angle, and then shot windmills.
Can I get a regain from the Thieves almost immediately here? Because that kind of thing is just like, yeah, it's funny, but is it? it's like those sort of things. I mean, okay, I don't know, Bryce. I would hate to see that as a member of the Thieves management team. I know it's a talk round in that situation, but yeah, it's been a very, very poor showing so far from the Thieves, and we've got players 360 and off walls in potential situations that could go your way. Very unlikely, but hey, you got to switch it on. You really do. Very, very quickly if you're the Thieves here. 1-0 down in the series, 5-1 down in the search and destroy.
And now both teams playing this a little bit patient. Thieves do not want to give away one more round, obviously. So Surge could put this to bed right here. Go 2-0 up in the series. Envoy though opens it up and gets the first blood. Drazah looking for the second, and not again. Does get traded by Envoy. Now they'll be looking to try and get this round down, but he gets gunned by accuracy. Number advantage has disappeared.
That's the play here from Surge. They have time on their side. And Pred did give them the advantage, but only momentarily. Octane now left in that 1 versus 1. That bomb was down as well. I don't really like to see Pred that far pushed away from his teammate. That bomb needs to be picked up. Octane knows exactly where it is. Accuracy should be dead to rights. Good play coming in from Octane. Finding the round for his team. But is the damage already done though, Bryce? That's the problem here.
Right. Just before we go any further with this narrative,
okay,
this would not be the first time that Thieves have surprised us. We know very well there is a little bit of ice in that vein. I will pay the caveat, the devil's advocate right now, and say it wouldn't be the first time we've seen the Thieves turn a game on its head. I don't know if they're going to do it in the S&D. They're already really far down in that pit. They've just lost the first blood. Brought it back again, though. Octane gets another one.
Octane trying his best now to try and help the team get back into this. Picks up there, the shots from accuracy. Ares, well written on the tin. Accurate. Pred gonna get caught with his pants down though. Envoy very, very aware. They will be pushing out those weak players, and this bomb is gonna go down at B again. Third time, maybe the charm for Thieves here. So it's 2v3 for Seattle Searchers try and pull off.
See Simp as well, and Envoy gets gunned. It's a 2 versus 2. A little bit spread out here. They're going to try and get the pressure down. Octane just takes one. Drazah's close. Octane to the back. They'll be called out. They're trying to coordinate as well, and Simp gets the first one. Octane's running for his life. He's running. He's continuing to just try and get out of here. He's going to be caught as well as Simp takes him down. LA Thieves bomb down. They have the numbers and still lose the round.
It's so nice of the teams to help us get back on schedule after our small technical delay to kick things off. Because right now we are speedrunning these series. Paris were the first to fall in mediocre instant, but Thieves are wanting to say, well, hold my beer. Let's see how poor of a show we can make this as well. Seattle Surge, a great performance though. But it has to be said, there's a couple of moments there you can't let happen if you're Thieves. I mean, Kenny, the turn on there will be the main one talked about. But I mean, there was nothing about Thieves' performance that gave me any hope they were going to win the map. You know, sometimes you'll see a nice clean round, you think, oh right, okay, yeah, maybe they've just been a bit unlucky. No, they were just rubbish, Pricey. To be honest with you,
I'll give it a little bit of.
Bring me back. Bring me back.
I'll bring you back from the brink, Ton. Like, let's give credit where it is due. Sib played his mind out there as well. The sniper was dominating all the way, even when LA thought they might be in a good position. Not only that, but big shots from accuracy. We saw Mack obviously get that turn on as well. Many times were Seattle Surge actually down and in a bad position for the retake. They won the gunfights that were important. They brought it back all the way with the numbers. Everything from getting Kenny off of that bomb to obviously turning on Kenny in a little bit later. But Seattle Surge managed to execute several clutches in that scenario. They did it time and time again. It's great gameplay from them. LA Thieves. The problem is that when one team like Surge is playing great and LA Thieves are making mistakes, that's how an S&D looks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wish we'd seen this from Surge so much more often, because when they're firing on their day, they are absolutely sensational. But sometimes things can just fall by the wayside, but they have not done so far. A phenomenal game out of Sib. I just want to point out as well, when we seen him stuck at that stage, he was actually, when he shot the box after him, he was actually stuck inside of it. One of the observers just quoted straight away there on Twitter, and that's why he was there. And he still holds the angle and guns a player without even moving his left stick. So fantastic work by Sib. A very tippable performance from him. Mack with the turn on, of course, will take a lot of the plaudits. But Seattle Surge, I mean, this has been dominant so far. They'd like to close this out in 3. If they keep playing like this, then they will do.
Well, we'll have to find out. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a little bit of a shock from the LA Thieves, but they have so much work to do. Seattle Surge currently looking to drown them out, whereas LA Thieves just trying to regain from a couple of bad games. We'll find out what happens with the rest of this series. Right after this break, we'll see you then.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. If you are just joining us, this is game 2 of the night, and it's Seattle Surge versus the LA Thieves. So far, the Thieves have not had a good time. Seattle Surge look great in the hard point, but even better on the S&D. A few little issues coming in from Thieves with some mistakes they have been making. But is that all they have in the tank? Is that everything they can bring us, or is there more to come, Ton, as we go on a Berlin control?
Well, maybe. As you can see from the records in the bottom left corner, it is an ever so slight advantage towards the Thieves on this one, but something that's not an advantage is Kenny going 0.6 so far. 92 damage per life, 52% of your kills non-shred. It's just not looking great. And then you look at Seattle, when we talk about it in terms of kill to death ratio, and I think there's a lot of times that as commentators, and I'm guilty of it, is you can fall into the trap of talking about it too much. But when it's that one-sided, you can't not talk about it. You really can't. Thieves need to start waking up, and they just need to start winning some gunfights here, Brycey.
They certainly do, and unfortunately, that's not the ones you want to see. Drazah, the only player left alive, tries to head towards the back, tries to be an issue, does actually win the gunfight against accuracy, and if he can win one more, it does mean Seattle Surge have to actually go back to B.
Oh my, I mean, these are just the kind of moments you cannot let happen. Sib is having a hell of a series. There's a third. In the matter of seconds, is fourth in this life. Yeah, Drazah and Koa, I mean, 4-0 himself. Honestly, it's just two different games going on either side of the map here, as Mack will find 2 over towards B as well. That rebuttal will continue over towards this side. Shots there from Mack, and just whenever the moments need to be there for Surge, they have been all the way through the series so far.
That kind of went really bad for Thieves, actually. Drazah made a lot of kills, and that should have pulled the pressure off of A and allowed Thieves to get it, or they had to back him up. Neither really happened as the reset does eventually come in. Lives all tied up. You can see now, Drazah long, but not going to get it. Sib guns him down. They should go to them. Maybe one last push. You can see Pred looking through the door, and that's a very slow peak. LA Thieves do manage to get this. Envoy and Kenny trying to make a little bit of a move up here as the lives still remain tied, Ton.
It is tight, but for the side of Thieves, after the job done, you've got a hold of it now. But for Seattle Surge, look at the setup that they have. Mack all the way over towards train, so it's gonna have to probably be a fire hit, but they're just trying to go straight through the middle of the map here. They will be butted up before they even get into accuracy's clutches, as now he's gonna make the push. There's one more. Drazah trying to push through the middle of the map as well. He should be dealt with. Fantastic stuff from accuracy, 4 in a row. They force Thieves back. It's not the dock spawn coming in. They're going to find out exactly where Thieves are in just a moment. There's 5. Oh my god,
6 on the board. Accuracy refusing to be stopped. There's a 7th. Anybody else? Anybody want to have a go as accuracy refuses to be moved here? Looking for the player and eventually gets shut down by Kenny, but it might be too little too late. See, at the moment, Sib is trying to just hold off the Thieves push. They have maybe one opportunity here. They need to grab it with both hands, and it all starts with a push and a ticket.
We know how quickly rounds of control can change when it does come down to Berlin, but to be honest, the Thieves could have done with winning those last couple of gunfights. They might have another go at it. Oh, look at the spawn. They're in the middle of Narnia right now. No way that Thieves will be able to find their way there with Sib frying like this. Kenny now last alive, can't do anything. Seattle Surge will hold their defense, and an overwhelmingly positive hold as well.
It's a big hold from Surge. Little signs of life from LA though. Drazah being a highlight. That start for him, if his teammates had won a gunfight, it could have gone very differently. There's no use crying over spilled milk, and now they've got to hold their own defense.
Should be able to make this work. Thieves have pushed over towards the ticket side. You can see already though, accuracy set up for it. He knows as soon as they make that heavy push over towards A, how are Thieves going to answer? Well, it's a push through tickets, and accuracy's ready and waiting. Sib's already transferred over here to help his teammate out. And at this moment in time, it's only Octane left inside of B. He's done so well to find 2, and he will slow down this push from Surge. That was imminent. I mean, the order and just disappeared for Pred clearly, or just his stick's not working, but good push from Surge to kick things off. They will get a hold of it, but Thieves hold it as well, so good job to both teams.
Now they're just going to try and make sure they get A and then start the long journey towards B. You can already see LA Thieves trying to hold on to that ticket area. They do not want to let it go. And Drazah is the man they've put in that position. They're going to be hitting a flank here, but Octane will shut him down. They are very well aware of where Seattle Surge are trying to go. And Octane is really refusing to bow under this pressure. This is when they need him the most.
He's doing a lot. Doing as much as he can for this team to try and hold this defense down. Good start, though. I mean, yes, they're down in lives, but honestly, they've got good map control and a nice little spot to hold the map down if they can. Can he finds a big kill over towards Dockside? Is going to need a little bit of help in a second. One Wolf over here at this moment in time. If we can find a couple more kills, that would be huge. Sib with the auto from Nero is going to win that gunfight. Drazah and Co try and answer. I mean, they're just trying to answer to it, but Seattle Surge is just going to get complete fire control now, and Los Angeles Thieves have to be careful here. Uh-oh.
This is bad. Thieves can't really afford to lose any more gunfights. They're now going to be locked out as well. Octane, the only shining light in the darkness. He has to hit this flank now desperately to allow his team to get back into it. Actually, somehow they managed to get through. They just do not have enough bodies here, Surge, to stop the push.
Yeah, Surge,
I say that. They've got a Simp.
Oh, Pred, he's going to find a second there as well. And now the rest of the reinforcements are there. I like that from Surge. It was kind of a delayed push. They took their time. Thieves did as well, but that's allowed Surge to get up. They could have done with clearing them out. And now Surge in the point, and that point's moving quickly.
Eventually, Octane comes through. That's when they needed him. They needed the flank to break it. You cannot allow your teammates to funnel through platform. He does just enough to hold off Surge for now. They are down in live. They've got to be careful. So much time is on that clock. Thieves need good trades.
Seattle can take their time here. Oh, Pred is going to spot Octane. There's 2 kills. Only 5 lives remaining now. Is Kenny going to get traded out to mid-map? He goes and into the clutches of Pred. Still with that glide bomb for the side of accuracy, I don't think Seattle Surge are going to need it this time around. 3 lives remaining, 2 lives remaining. And it has to be a tremendous round out of Drazah. He is going to find another and make it somewhat interesting, but Surge, you just have to regroup and hit them as a full.
Is this possible? Can Thieves somehow find this? As a fly from Simp, and he gets the first kill, but Mack gets a team kill. Kenny goes up on the stairs, and Mack guns him down as well. And Thieves now down 2-0 in the control. Is there any hope? Is there an opportunity for them to make the comeback on this control and then to hit a reverse sweep? They need some sort of divine intervention.
Octane's trying. That AR role he was playing now towards the side of train tracks worked for the most part, but you need the rest of the team to follow suit. You really do. Seattle Surge have blown them out of the water for the most part here. Every gunfight has not looked like a 50-50 one. Envoy sitting to 5 and 17. It's not correct of his character to have these kind of games. 6 and 17 now, make that 6 and 18. Sorry. There's a push coming in over towards A for the side of Thieves. Red ready and waiting, just trying to slow it down.
Head with the pirouette. And that is not even going to be A at the moment for the Thieves. Sib is in a serious mood today in this game. He's been an issue that they haven't been able to deal with. I think it might be Aches actually in a mask, just saying blow it up, and doing his best to destroy this Thieves roster. As not a lot is going well for them.
They have A on their side here, potentially. Let's see if they can try and get something going. 2 down the series, 2 down in the control. I'm curious what the comms are sounding like. Let's go for a listening with the LA Thieves.
Good job. I pushed through.
And top 3 fire.
A-long window, what's A-long window? Absolute burst.
Top 3 fire too.
I hear you.
I'm trying.
I'll go left.
Slow down for kill.
Slow down for a kill.
They're door.
Yeah,
Nice. Max, A-long burst, I'm living.
I'll be helping.
Shots.
Give me glass. Give me out armor.
I see him close.
A long, Dante, Andy, glass steps.
Mack in our base,
glass
guys,
steps.
Mack in our base.
A long.
Glass steps,
I
glass steps,
can't see the guy.
close.
Where?
Mack got it. Still glass steps. Glass steps. P4.
Watch that Mack. Absolute back left first. Absolute back left. I'm trying to live. Hey guys, watch out, bro. Challenge me.
Should be dead.
I replaced that. He's on guy, bro.
One shot.
All good. All good. All good. I'm going right. Top mess. Top mess. Hey, one mid. Get out. Top mess. One is got hit. Double stacked on the left. Nice. They're both in our base. They're both in our base.
I'm trying to.
I'm going top 3 fires.
I'm P5 thing, bro. Give me
I saw him close.
Out of Mack. Nice.
A long tip. First guy. I'm here if you want to go points up. A long are you?
A long challenge.
Push it. Mid. Max. Our guy.
I'm looking at this side.
Got it. Yeah, I got him. I have all their side, bro. Absolutely people on me.
I can get.
Out of guys.
Thieves all of a fluster as they try to lock this one down. You can see some big kills coming through for them. Drazah has made his way here on a 4 streak, and he's holding the fort against so many. Gunned by Pred. Kenny managed to find accuracy, but they have been taken out of this point again, Ton. And the Thieves just need a little bit of luck and a little bit of magic.
They got themselves into a good spot there as well. And here comes the glide bomb just to add to their misery. And it's just going to slow down the push. They still have 40 seconds for it. Accuracy is going to get out of fire as well. Push is going to come in, and he's just decided to stack over towards the site. Back to back. Keep an eye on where they're coming from. Just defend it as best as you can. Lives really not there for the side of Thieves, and because of gunfights like that, Accuracy finds another. Octane and Co. They're trying their best inside of Tick hit from Mack from behind. Oh, it's disgraceful again. And so many times Seattle Surge looked like they could have been in trouble, but the gunny is never in doubt. This has been absolutely dominant from the Seattle side. And if you're the LA Thieves right now, you're walking home, licking your wounds, because that, unless Octane can pull off one of the biggest clutches ever, was just so one-sided.
Well, big win there from Seattle Surge. Dominant performance against Thieves. Obviously, they're going to win the bounty. Maybe they can lend a little bit of that money to Belly to get an iron for his shirt.
Or some new sunglasses, maybe. What about that? Yeah, irrelevant of Veli's taste. A 3-0 from the side of Seattle Surge. That was disgraceful. Honestly, LA Thieves, I'll do the opposite of what I usually do. I will absolutely praise Seattle Surge for that one. Look at those kill to death ratios. Positive, absolutely everybody. Thieves, obviously. I mean, you can't have players dropping those numbers. I know we say, I said at the beginning of the series, I said at the beginning of the map, we sometimes get caught in the decision to try and talk about KDs a little bit too much. How can we not? How can we not in that situation?
The confidence there was essentially going into almost every single gunfight. I just felt like it was going to be a Surge win. Like almost every single time you see them go into a gunfight, they get a Surge win. Mack was an issue towards them as well. LA Thieves, their coordination actually fell down a bit while we were in that listening. You could see they were hunting for Mack back trains, and 3 of them failed to do anything about him. They were just pointing left, right, and center. They couldn't control their own spawn. And that's part of the issue. The other issue is that Seattle Surge were on fire. Mack was attacking, Sib was godlike. And it just was no 50-50 gunfights.
No, there wasn't.
It was like an 80-20 at the best time.
And look, if you're Thieves, look, you're a team who are trying to fix things at this moment in time. You've just went through a role swap. You have that kind of game, you get blown out by FaZe or OpTic. It's disappointing, of course, and this is no disrespect to Seattle Surge, but it's not like the FaZe or OpTic, right? I mean, it's one of those situations that you need to be putting up a better fight. These are the teams that you're competing with. These are the teams that you will be fighting with for these high up placements at events. These 2 squads should be teams that are looking at potential wins, that maybe they could do it on a really good day if they can push some of these squads at the top. If LA Thieves are losing to a team who are technically in that same bracket as them in that fashion, what's the answer? What are you doing? It needs to be better. It needs to be so much better, Brycey.
It certainly does. And funny enough, that actually kind of puts LA Thieves down one. It puts them down to like 8th, I think, joint with the Mutineers as Surge jump all the way up into 6th spot. Like, it was a pretty shocking game. It started off kind of reasonable from both squads, and then it was all downhill from there. Seattle Surge opened the taps to full. They gunned LA Thieves so badly that a VOD review might just have to have some tissues there to dab up the tears, because that was not a pretty game done.
Yeah, that was tough. Tough watch. Honestly, I really like the Thieves team. At the beginning of the year, you know, everyone kind of had them around top 3, top 4. The same for Surge. Surge seems to be on that transcendency again. They're kind of getting there a little bit. Again, they are hit and miss. This was one of those hit performances where you sort of say to yourself, yeah, Surge are back. Next game, they could fall off as well. They're kind of that inconsistency. And the two inconsistencies of these teams hit the different ranges that we do see from them in this scenario, very much not to the side of Thieves and towards the side of Seattle Surge. A really good performance from them. And I just would love for them to keep it up. I want to see it more like that from the side of Surge. If they can keep that heading into Toronto, they've got a good chance of causing some upsets.
Yeah, and that's the Seattle Surge we want to see, a competitive roster. But enough from us talking about that game. It is, of course, time to pass over to the desk to see what they think.
Bryce, I heard what you said, man. By the way, this shirt isn't real silk. It's like bootleg silk. So of course it wrinkles, man. Come on, give me a shot. And by the way, when it comes to Seattle Surge, congrats to them. That team walked away with $10,000 big for the entire roster to share amongst each other. But this team's mascot needs to be like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We don't know what version of them we're gonna get.
You know what? I actually want to talk about LA Thieves for a second here, because wow, you cannot have your subs overall. Kenny in this series has a 0.61 overall, and Envoy has a 0.68. You cannot have your subs both dropping 0.6s in a series, especially against a team like Seattle Surge, when you've been struggling up until this point.
Yeah, it seems like they caught a case of the contagious negatives. Octane had it at the beginning of the year. Kenny had it for a really long time. It was bad. Then Envoy caught a whiff of it. It's bad. But Nameless Man, Seattle, all in all, the whole team, we don't get this often. They were on equal footing with success.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the level we know that the Seattle team can play at. I mean, Mack and Simp in this series were just like heat-seeking missiles. These guys were challenging everything, winning every single gunfight, and I love when we see that out of Seattle, right? Like, they've been struggling when it comes to hardpoint, and that first Tuscan hardpoint, it was a back-and-forth game, right? Like, you saw LA Thieves, they had control of Church, and it came down to a really big gunfight that Mack had to win on Kenny. Absolutely guns him, and then they make that hill scrappy. They end up closing it. On that P5, they get a majority of the time. So for Seattle, it's just about getting over the hump when it comes to hardpoint. You saw they win that, gave them more confidence, and the next two maps were just absolutely clinical. For LA Thieves, man, you know, speaking from a player perspective, it just feels like these guys at home, players like Octane, things like that, they don't play well, and they have to get over that mental block. Like, on LAN, they look like a completely different team, at least at the most recent LAN. These guys have to stay locked in. They have to apply the lessons that they're learning from practice in these matches, right? Like, they're coming out here and they're challenging every single gunfight at the wrong time. The timing in that control, we saw them trying to pinch around when they were on offense. The timing was abysmal. It was so predictable every single time. We saw actually turn around, picking up kills. So for LA Thieves, man, they really need to come back with some new strategies in search and destroy, and the respawns, they have to communicate better. It's just, it was all over the place.
Even the role swaps, Kenny just looks way more comfortable on the AR compared to a sub, and I understand why. But also we have Mountain Dew victory spotlight with the one and only Civ, the guy who's been tearing things up all year long. Congrats on your big win.
Dude, Civ, that series was literally insane out of you. Some of the plays on the Desert Siege, search and destroy, some of the wins you were making, it shouldn't have happened. And honestly, one of the questions I think I've been dying to ask you is, as the flex on this squad, I feel like most flexes either pull out an AR or a sub, depending on the map. But you specifically, I've seen, depending on the situation, on the hill that you're going into, you switch your class between the MP40 and the Automaton. And I want to know if that's something that you think personally sets you apart from the other flexes in this game, or if it's something that sets you and your team apart as well.
I think that me doing it is very beneficial. I used to do it based off whatever I was feeling, but Lamar, you know, getting on to me is like, you know, you can't be doing that. It's not a consistent system, and that was one of our issues, is that we weren't consistent. So it's all about building a consistent system, so where every single time we're doing this at this exact time, it doesn't matter what happens. So on certain hills I put this up, and certain hills I have to switch an AR, and I keep it like that. So our flow, everything is just, our rhythm is just consistent the whole time.
Simp, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the additional 10,000 in the bounty W. You guys look way better than you did at the Pro-Am, especially in your last two matches. You guys have just been, you know, playing a lot better. You know, you're looking better, Mack's looking better. What has been the difference? What has changed from you guys from the Pro-Am to now?
Like I said, it's a consistent system. Before we're only doing the right thing sometimes. If you do that sometimes, it's never going to work. So we have to do the right thing every single time. High percentage play every single time, so we can guarantee wins like this. So I think that if we keep working on our craft and making sure we have a consistent system and we keep doing the same thing, we'll be straight.
Hey, Sib, I'm gonna need you to speak up because I think the audio is coming through for your webcam for this one. But also, I just want to ask you one last question. What are you gonna do with your... What's up?
Yo, it is. Yo, what?
No, you're good, you're good. Last question, though. Let's make it easy, okay? What are you gonna do with your share of $10,000?
Can you hear me? I'm good now?
Oh, yeah. You sound great, man. What's up?
Start telling me this. I've been like...
Hey, I can hear you. I thought it was just background noise.
It was sounding ghetto for a minute.
But save money, invest, you know, that's what I'm gonna do with my money. So not really gonna do too much, but yeah, happy the team came out. Like I said, consistent system. That's the main thing. Consistent system. Especially as a rookie, we have 2 rookies on the team. Man, I'm doing the right thing sometimes, you know, but I got Captain here right next to me, making sure I'm doing the right thing every single time. So
love that.
I think that's what makes us really good.
Keep up the consistency, Simp, man. You know that we think you guys are great. Just keep on performing, man. Get those dubs. We'll holler at you next time, all right?
Have to. Thank you.
No problem. You know what? I love that.
Yeah, you know what? In Call of Duty, it's strategically on a pro level, everybody tries to do like the same things, right? Like majority of time. And it becomes simple after you play the game and the limited amount of maps that we have over and over for months. So like, I love that approach that Seattle has. It's just like consistently making the high percentage play every time, not trying to make the hero plays. Let them come to you. And what happened in this series? The hero plays, it came to them. Like when Mack had to pop a big 2-piece, he did it. When Simp had to clutch a big 1v2, he did it, right? So it just eliminates the small mistakes that they were making before.
Speaking about the hero plays, Sib had a whole lot of them. I know you guys remember his snipes, right? Because Sib is going to be featured in our Scump Play of the Game with basically all of his shots in that S&D.
I really hope, I think this is going to be the snipe when he snaps on the guy on Outer Trains. Yeah, this hit right here on Envoy to shut him down was insane. But even the snipes across the board in Desert Siege, there were some kills that he just had no business getting, but still locked him down.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. Like, I think one of the key to victories was like their offense can be a bit wonky at times. You're like, yo, they just need to pull out a sniper. That's when teams have success on this map on offense, when they're picking up those picks with the snipe. And, you know, Sib, that was a crazy clutch. Like when Envoy slid up, got 2, and Sib had the answer back with the 2v1. That was like the nail in the coffin for me on the map. I'm like, they're not coming back from that.
And you know what? I'm so happy to see the kid smiling. I feel like whenever we see his game cam, we're all just like, wow, Sib's so locked in. He has no emotion. We saw him smiling there in those player cams. It's great to see the team, you know, still having confidence in each other and knowing what they need to fix.
Even though Sib popped off with the sniper rifle, I want to give a shout out to Mack as well, because the way he was just playing Kenny all series long was incredible. The pistol kill and then also the turnaround in S&D, that was filthy. But also, ladies and gentlemen, let's make sure that we get those tickets in for the Major, okay? Because it is right around the corner. And also make sure that if you want to support your favorite teams, you head on over to GameFuel.com/CDL. Why? Because if you check out your favorite flavor in the cart, you're able to also choose your favorite skin from your favorite team. You can support whoever you want out there and look your best on the battlefield.
Looking your best, looking good in ranked play as well. And I always think it's fun to load in and everybody's kind of got their favorite team on and you're all simply vibing.
Which one are you rocking, Allie?
Right now I'm actually across the board. I'm switching around. I've been on the Toronto Ultra Wave. I've been on the Boston Breach Wave, Seattle Surge, just whatever I'm feeling on the day.
I'm rocking the OpTic Texas one just because people, they're just like, this guy's a troll. Every single time. They never expect it.
I love it. Oh, this next series coming up is actually going to be a really interesting one, and I can't wait to see. You know why? Because we have the Minnesota Røkkr who are on the biggest upward trend right now in the CDL. They're going to face off against the Florida Mutineers, a team that is so hot and cold and up and down, right? We really don't know what version of them we're going to get, but we're going to find out very soon on the other side of this break. Also, shout out to Seattle Surge for winning $10,000 for that big win against the LA Thieves. We'll catch you guys in just a minute.
AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the CDL. Well, we are all out of money right now, as that was our last bounty match. I'm sorry about that, Ali. But for this matchup that we got right here, for today, by the way, we have more tomorrow. And our next match is going to be the Minnesota Røkkr versus Florida Mutineers. Now, I was thinking a lot about this matchup, Nameless, and Minnesota, they have a lot going for them, right? For the simple fact that, yeah, Havok makes his team better and they're winning a lot of games, but it's the fact that their entire map pool and the way that this team plays evolved drastically. They weren't that good in hardpoint, but now they're starting to win a lot, especially on Tuscan, where they were 0-6 before playing Toronto Ultra. And even when you take a look at Search and Destroy, Havok is boasting a 1.18. This team is firing off on all cylinders right now.
Dude, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this Minnesota team. They've been absolutely rolling in their last couple of series. That last performance out of Havok was absolutely dominant, and since he's joined the team, Attach has really just looked so comfortable in that main AR role. He's been slaying in the respawns, doing what he needs to do in Search and Destroy. Minnesota Røkkr looked like one of the teams to beat. Ali, talk to me about the game fuel keys to victory.
Well, lock down the S&Ds. Florida have lost 7 of the last 8 S&Ds in Røkkr's first round win percentage this season, so you can kind of chalk up the S&Ds in your favor and just try to steal a respawn. Need to reverse sweep Havok, 0.66 KD in maps 1 and 2 versus Toronto. Completely turns it around, a Poland 0.58 in maps 3 and 5, and basically carries to the end of that series to get them the W. And rotational battle critical on Gavutu hardpoint. Florida is first in rotation win percentage on Gavutu, 56% overall, and Røkkr is 11th, 41% overall. Florida Mutineers, we know how comfortable they feel on Gavutu with the amount of ARs on their side, so Røkkr's gonna have a hot start early.
And as you see, the Mountain Dew featured player is the man himself, Havok, who has been positive in more ways than one. 1.01 overall, S&D outside at 1.18, and Minnesota's just been a different beast.
Yeah, Minnesota's been frying, man. Havok, you can see, they just let him free yesterday in that control. The guy was just popping off. And then moving into the hardpoint, like, you can't say enough good things about the guy. They picked him up for aggression to increase the pace of play in Minnesota. That's exactly what he's done.
Let this be a note to teams out there that are struggling. Take a look at this Havok pickup and how Røkkr has evolved lately. This team is massively just different than what we saw earlier in the season. But it's time to get this game underway. Miles and Chance, welcome back, fellas. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Wow, Havok really, those numbers are impressive, dude. He's transformed that squad, and you're right, you are a tiny bit orange. You look fantastic, though, brother. Are you ready, Chance, for what you have dubbed the first real match of the day?
Dude, it should be an exciting one, you know, tanned or not. But I want to just talk about real quick, because obviously it is worth talking about Havok. The issue the Røkkr have had pretty much all year long is just like an SMG duo, more or less. Like the ARs weren't the problem. The SMGs were. They have solved that problem. But also, in their last like 10 maps that they have played for every single game mode, they're 5-5 in their last 10 hard points. I think 7-3 in the S&Ds, and then 6-4 in the control. So basically they've been dead even in the respawns, and then great at S&D, which, not counting map 1s, that has been the same for Røkkr all year long. One of the most wild stats in my mind that we've had from this year is Røkkr in just map 1s, not map 4s, were 1-12 in the first hard point. Like absolutely abysmal, but in the map 4s, they were 50-50. And now, of course, since they picked up Havok, they're 4-2 in the map 1. So, like, they've improved early on, but it's just wild to me. I think, like, it just doesn't make sense is all it is, Miles. I don't have an explanation. I cannot draw conclusions. But just the fact that the Røkkr overall weren't entirely a bad hardpoint team, just horrific in map 1. Like, I don't know what to make of it, but I do think that is something that we didn't talk about enough.
No, it's a new look Røkkr, though. So while the stats, you know, it's more a historic reference more than anything else. But now they have shed that skin and they've looked fantastic. But how will they fare now against the Mutineers, a team that love to surprise? We'll see if they can bring the noise today, as the opening hardpoint break has not been any good whatsoever for Røkkr. Attach trying to make something happen here, backed up by Havok. New kid on the block. He's been absolutely ripped, though. Attach also takes a kill or two before going down. But man, it's all Mutineers, baby. They're running the beach side of the map. All clock time going their way as well.
Yeah, obviously we spent a good deal of time of talking about Røkkr, but something that really, I think, came to light at the Pro-Am was the fact that Florida Mutineers, or even back at Major II, really started to figure out Gavutu. I think it was the wild thing for Mutineers at the start where, you know, the quote 3 ARs on the team, but they were great at Bocage, not great at Gavutu at all. But I think lately they have looked so much stronger at this map, and they got an early lead as well. But now you're Mountain Dew featured player, you got an SMG around P2, and this is exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, there's little holes in the ship side. We're going to see that back door of the ship by their middle tank. He's going to have a whale of a time here. Havok, though, still clock ticking in his favor. We'll come back to him in just a moment. His teammate attached to the top side of the boat, taken clean care of. Over to the ringside, Priestahh manages to stay alive, and it's Davepaddy yet to get off the donut now for his squad. That'll be it. The top of Priestahh says goodbye. Now towards the hard point you go for the Mutineers. Here comes the break. Shots are in, the kills are good. It's Caesar Sky's Bueno from the outside. Picks up those two, and now the hard point is in the hands of the Mutineers.
I gotta reload or just shoot your pistol, whatever works quicker. Those are the COD 4 tips coming into effect, you know, 10 years later. But that is a very important series of breaks and kills for Davepaddy to get. Shut down the potential streaks of Priestahh. Now potentially, he might have been flipping those spawns. Not the case. He does get taken down, but at the very least, you go into this next tilt, we're at least a small little buffer lead to work with.
A small one at that. You're going to start this one off with Priestahh in the hard point there for Røkkr. It's about to pop up. And now the retake is on for the Mutineers. Vivid, the farthest forward player now for the squad. The remainders coming out of that tower side. They have to fight their way through ring if they want to stand a chance. And it's on Attach to hold them back. Tags in. Shots are through. Nades, you name it. The tactical retreat. Standy backs him up as well. Good work out of Røkkr, buying the time. It is like trying to draw blood from a stone right now. Minnesota doing a beautiful job of slowing down the Mutineers. There's not a lot they can do. A cheeky Skies from up high might be able to find something there, but it's good work all in all, as the clock time is still in favor of Røkkr.
Well, Florida, though, they did get a close spawn lower green, so that is actually going to be an interesting way to break through to the hill, and they took full advantage, pounced on that as quick as possible. And I'd say for the moment, no one from Røkkr has actually slipped through. Number 2, Attach is starting to take a route, and Florida actually now starting to spawn out. Finally, as soon as number 5 spawned in, they started rotating, but Priestahh is catching him on the cross, and this might be Florida dropping the ball a little bit. But fun enough, Røkkr, looking at the minimap, they have no idea that they've actually cleared out the back, and Attach is still looking. Finally, they turn around. Finally, they know it's empty, and they're still actually looking for players. They just completely lost track of all 4.
They did, indeed. Well, it's a 4-man hit now through mid-map. That's complete coverage now for the next hard point for Røkkr. Should be getting more time. We'll see that lead change hands. Slow approach now for the Mutineers. A methodical one at that. You need to get the kills, force the members of Røkkr to spawn on that top left-hand side, and then pick up the hard point time. Attach finding himself a nice one. Trades are through. Davepaddy finding him a couple more as well. That's going to be the spawns now in the deep left for Røkkr. This is a good look. If you're the Mutineers and you can break on through, that's the break. How long can they hold it?
Yeah, what a strange series of events. Right now, they're fighting for the back spawn, but Minnesota, I was about to say, they may end up just pinning themselves in the back. The nades are coming through, and now Røkkr are stuck in the bad spawn where they have to take a hike. Just a wild series of events where Røkkr just, I think, expected Florida to actually rotate properly. Florida did it. They lost the spawns, but because of the confusion, I mean, it ends up panning out for the Mutineers, and I got Davepaddy, who at least started off a little slow, heating up a little bit, but going to P5 with a 10-point lead, you could turn this into a money hill. Mutineers might start to widen the gap just a little bit.
Yeah, this is the game 1 woes of the old Røkkr squad. They've got to pull this one back. Davepaddy's going to toy with his food right now. Patience is going to pay off in a moment. Nice work. Awakening there just in case he does manage to find the other 2. Davepaddy still running the show now on the other side of the board. Oh, what kill from Skies. That's a tremendous bit of boat control now going his way. Keeping the hard point time ticking in favor now. The Mutineers mid-map coverage all good. Now, though, a little bit of pressure. This could be good for Røkkr, making their way forward now. A couple of kills going either side. Awakening still up top side of green. There's the kills, and it's your boy Davepaddy back at it again.
Oh, there he goes with the, I don't know, I don't have a White Vans reference in the mix, but at the very least, that is going to be a full 60 that Florida take full advantage of, and maybe awakening on a 4, an opportunity to at least think about the glide bomb, which I think we all know he will take his time to try to make this happen. His teammates, by the way, Vivid picks up 2 in ring. So when it basically a 2v3, his teammates break over towards New. He does get chopped down, but you get a full 60 on the P5. You win the rotational ring. Rotations like that just straight up win you the game on gavooty. And now this is just a massive advantage for Mutineers.
Mutineers still running up in the score department now. 173 in, climbing now. Attached to can close the bottom side of the beach. davePaddy the first to fall. Now looking at the pinch there on the point. Kills going through, but Sky's awakening. Vivid now coming through. Attached. Can he pick up these players who are already tagged up and weak? The trades are there. If he's able to get in a spot, he ain't. A nice pickup from Skies. Kills are all good. Mutineers are still running this one. My word, they are the kings of gavooty for now.
Yeah, Skies over here making plays with the MP40 of all weapons. Attached is waiting for the reach out from the steps, but Skies is busy flanking, and that might just be the dagger in the game. Now his turn to try to think about some score streaks, but even though he does not get them, you still have Mutineers with the right side spawns on the map, and I'd say long term, that's exactly what they want to have. They are just in such a good spot to win this game.
And I was lied to, Chance, at the start of this series. I thought this was the first match of the day, but it's 205 to 97. It's just map 1, you're right. But hey, it's looking very good for the Florida Mutineers now. Standy and Havok really yet to get things going. The Stavok duo, not as handy as we have seen them be thus far in the CDL. Back over to our Mountain Dew feature play, the man himself, Havok. Hey, so there was the point he goes, gets dropped immediately. We're over the 100-point mark now for Røkkr, so that's good. We'll take that. It's a consolation victory. But Standy, clearing out the top side of the boat, has got a lot more work to still do. davePaddy from down low. Oh my God, he's crossed him up and he's gunned him to death. davePaddy is truly a demon. It's 17 to 13 overall. Havok on the point just gets eviscerated by Vivid, and sweet child of mine, here comes Awakening.
Oh, dude, if you look at the stats, you might not think that davePaddy is cracked, but you watch his POV, you know the dude is electric with the movement. So just a nice little freebie on that one. A couple frying. Vivid wraps that up with another one of his own, and a P3 to rule them all. Florida, they are pushed out. Maybe not ring control, but Skies is here to pick up a couple freebies, and Florida almost assuredly will end this game here.
Bum, 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 bum. It's a 2P. Skies, patience. Mission impossible, no problem. Cleans them up, finds one more. Skies, truly the king of the ring. And he's going to get that one rotation all good in the hood. He's got complete control. His teammates in time. 10 seconds for the win.
Hail Caesar. What a good movie that was, and what a great way to end that game. Dude, and the craziest thing, this all started to spiral out of control when Minnesota misread spawns when they actually got gifted but just didn't know it. A very weird moment on gavooty that Florida absolutely take full advantage of. And I don't know, just a strange game, I'd have to say.
A wild one to start things off there for Minnesota Røkkr. A tough loss, and again, their first maps have typically been great recently, but this map, you know, this the way it goes. Mutineers looking great. Fans across the world be disappointed, but I don't think any fan will be quite as disappointed as the Røkkr's #1 fan, Toronto Ultra, right now, as they see their purple comrades and current Kings of the North go down by 1 as the Mutineers absolutely blow the doors off of gavooty. Everyone putting in the good work.
And that would be the SMG blender. I think SMG players find themselves in on this map, right? The Stavok, or what is it? I can't even remember. Havok and Standy combined, 21 and 42 combined. Certainly not ideal, but when you're losing on gavooty, that is simply what you expect. That is very much a situation where you had Skies, 21 kills on the map, 20 of them went untraded. We hail Caesar. He did it all, and even the hill time, not too shabby. Literally led his team in every single category, with the exception of the damage. A heck of a map 1, and definitely the way Mutineers maybe needed to start this series, at least based on the way their S&D has been going.
Stupendous stuff for the Mutineers to kick things off. Stats are coming through now, live from Carson. This is huge. Over the last 4 hills, Røkkr were outscored 145 to 17 seconds. 17 seconds over 4 hard points. That is unreal.
In Miles, I think this might be the moment coming up. I don't know exactly if we'll catch it, but this is at least like the end of it. Again, we were trying to call out when Røkkr, literally 4 men staring at the back, thinking that Florida had 1 player hiding in a corner, but they didn't know Florida actually ended up getting the back spawns for P3. And I think they ended up just sort of turtling on like the P4 hill a little bit too hard. Took them an extra few seconds to actually turn and get the proper setup. And as soon as they got stuck in their spawn on that hill, Mutineers literally never looked back. Like, it was just brutal from that point on.
Unreal, mate. Unreal. aBeZy again, this was the cross up from him. Standy had the high ground. It was all looking good for him. And man, at that point in the game, Standy 8-20. Rough looks from him. A player that's been so confident recently. The whole team has been looking so brilliant. So we'll see if Røkkr can bounce back again. That newfound confidence with Havok on the squad has been transformative for them. Now, though, the question remains, can they be consistent against a team like Mutineers, who have come out swinging boiling hot, mate? Double dose of Tuscan chance on its way, search and destroy and control. What do the stones tell you about what to expect here in S&D?
Well, I mean, I think it was already pointed out in the keys to victory, just like, I mean, it's what, 7 of their last 8 S&Ds Florida has lost. And obviously Røkkr, I mean, doesn't matter the roster that they have, their search and destroy game has been on point. So certainly this is the game mode they want to have to get the bounce back. I know overall Tuscan hasn't been their strongest map because they've had a few clutches slip through their grasp, but I suppose that just means we turn our attention, Miles, to the Mountain Dew Game Fuel keys to victory for Florida. I'm trying to read through them now. I'd say what the control is going to be important one where Florida has the edge. You got some B attacks on the Tuscan S&D, which is something we're definitely going to have to look for in this upcoming map, just because Florida never go there. It has been A hits galore, so maybe mix things up for Florida, and if you're Røkkr, make sure you're prepared for that.
Gotta be ready for that one. We'll keep an eye on those B hits. Again, when it comes to Tuscan S&D, which we are moments away from. That was your Game Fuel keys to victory, friends. Here we go, man. An interesting turn of events here in the CDL. Bryce, you talked about it, I think yesterday or maybe this morning, where he was saying it's very difficult to predict anything right now. All the teams are in a kind of weird state of flux, and it's crazy out here, man. I mean, the pick'ems have been chalked for about 3 months. It's been brutal. Truly brutal.
It's just, I mean, for what it's worth, my pick'ems actually lately have been a little bit better, but definitely not by a mile. And definitely this is a game where, I mean, honestly, dude, anytime a Bocage hardpoint gets in the mix, it just becomes like difficult to predict just because of like little things like that. But wherever the predictions go to a map for Minnesota Røkkr, looking for the bounce back and search and destroy, and maybe not necessarily a must win for these guys. Obviously, they've proven they're capable of the reverse sweep, but certainly don't want to fall into that rut once again. See if they can get the bounce back, and obviously a playmaker like Havok and search and destroy could absolutely be a major factor.
Yep, he's certainly one of the top performers in the search and destroy game mode. 1.18 for him and about just over 7 kills per 9 rounds. Sky's on the other side of that, 1.21. We'll see how that one goes. And again, both these guys putting up a decent percentage of their team's kills. Not bad whatsoever. We'll see again if the Røkkr team can bounce back, because I would assume, and this is an assumption, that there is a watch party somewhere in Minnesota right now, and they're, I think, mildly nervous after that opening map performance. But we will see. Bounce back could be on here in search and destroy.
I mean, I don't know if I would be mildly nervous. I think at this point you have to have faith in the roster, right? Like, obviously they got the reverse sweep against Toronto. Like, this is the team more than any other whose fan base is used to starting series down like 0-1. Like, this is commonplace. This has been their entire year. And yes, since they brought in Havok, their map 1 record is just infinitely better than it was previously. But I mean, overall, still Florida is a good Gavutu team, you know? Sometimes it goes that way.
It do be like that. Now, as you look at the stats for Florida, it was a real nice time for Skies, but those Minnesota fans, again, they know that it is truly never, ever chalked. Here we go, though, into map number 2, Tuscan Search and Destroy. This is sure to be an absolute treat. Who's that with a bomb chilling in the corner? aBeZy.
I mean, maybe I think he might be dodging the nades. I was going to say the 2 players from Minnesota sat behind Church to line him up, but it looks like they were aiming for Zig. So you play more aggressive on that, you get met by some nades, but you play aggressive just inside of fire. Priestahh doesn't get the wall bang in the kill feed, but certainly that's how he actually got the kill. Gets that first blood.
The Vivid and Awakening creepy crawling their way through P5. He's opened the door. I think Standy might have heard it. Here comes the Chow. Oh, Lord, he's gunned him. Vivid will stay alive now, makes it a 3v3. Here comes aBeZy with a bomb through mid-map. Priestahh now roaming, trying to make sure the B-bomb's all safe. Might have seen the shadow of that player on top plat. Attached, definitely saw him. Nice nade. Puts him down at 27 HP. Those players are gone.
And one of the strangest strats, by the way, aBeZy, instead of wrapping back to his teammates with the bomb, just dropped it in Zig and got picked. And I mean, I know Awakening has picked it up, but all of a sudden you're in a 1 versus 3. So that is a very unique, I think is a proper word, strat from Florida that did not pay off.
Right, he's going to plant this bomb in a brief moment, and he's going to get absolutely destroyed by the 3 members of Røkkr. Here they come. Havok tags him, doesn't manage to get the kill, and they are hitting him hard. Here they go, flying into this one. Priestahh with a gunny. There's the kill, and I do believe Priestahh may have had 2 or 3 on the round there. So a great bit of work off the rip for Minnesota Røkkr. An unorthodox approach from the Mutineers there. With that bomb in hand, sitting in back spawn. Good round, Røkkr.
Yeah, Florida's had a couple of those rounds where it's like, I don't know if they just turned their brains off or what. Like, dude, they had a round 11 yesterday where they just like all just bum rush mid and got completely picked apart, like on Berlin S&D. And that is a round 1 where like Dave Patty actually, I think he started to take the route to go to his teammates from like top fire and then just doubled back, came through Zig, and then just dies. And I don't know what the idea is, but whatever it was, it certainly was not a good one.
It might work in other situations there, but it certainly didn't work here. Here we go, though, straight into the next round, and it's a heavy stack towards the A side of the map now for Røkkr. Exchange of lethals and tacticals now abound. This guy's probably won't get a hit marker with this one, but again, trying to just help his teammates get some purchase in mid-map. That's Awakening's job right now. On the flank, though, Standy, as quiet as you like, maybe able to spring into action a bit later, but we'll see if that bomb does go down here at A.
Well, the biggest problem, I think, for Minnesota is they just have no mid control in the slightest. So I think it'll be a while before they actually try to get this bomb plan because they'll have to cover their teammate. And a couple nice angles. And he actually spots it, but there you go. The trades are instant. The blood is found. And I think Røkkr still time to work with. They don't have to rush into this plant because Awakening does have eyes on it.
He's got eyes on it. Oh, the timing might have been dreadful. He missed both players there, but he does get away with his life. That's good enough for now. His teammates now moving to reinforce. Bottom side of the church all covered. The last members of the Mutineers now against the full might of Minnesota Røkkr. Havok gets the party started for his squad. That's going to be 1 player left now to get the defuse. It's all onto Awakening. And what a delightful round again out of Røkkr. Can Demon Joe do the unthinkable?
Well, he was in the 1v3 the first go around. Now the 1 versus 4, and basically no time to work with and 0 hope.
Ooh.
Hey, I mean, he spins in record time, but does not actually get the kill. And that is 2 back-to-back rounds where Røkkr more or less dominate. You had Standy, that was the guy responsible for watching P5. He gets the pick on Vivid when Vivid is forced to make the play because they get the first blood. But I'd say just on a strategic front, in both of these rounds. Well, the first round, Mutineers threw it away. This round, Røkkr outplayed him.
Yeah, great stuff. Røkkr once again, search and destroy prowess coming through. Florida currently being left in the dirt. There we go, though. 3 in a row for Priestahh. Standy's on a 2 spree right now as well, and we're going to B with this bomb. And we're not wasting any time this time round. We've been stunned up. That's a lot of information. On the other side of the door, it's Standy, and 2 members now off of the Minnesota Røkkr. Their kills are in! Oh, baby, it is a great round from Røkkr once again. Skies, whoa, there's 2 with an 8! Oh my God, it's now 1v1. What's in the name of all things sacred is this round, and how is Skies pulling this back?
Panic is thy name. Priestahh just dips out in... This guy's playing so much slower. Are you kidding me? What a way to win that round and not get 1v4. Skies so concerned about the flank. Hey, that is, round for the ages. That could have been the momentum shift if Skies is able to make that happen. And, well, instead it is all laughs, all smiles on the Røkkr front.
Man alive. Here's the nade from Skies. Blows him wide out of the water. Wall bang on a 1. And he got Priestahh so hurt. And Priestahh popped Deddy. And man, did that man fly. He was out there. 3 in a row for Røkkr. That could have been a historic round of search and destroy. And this one shaping up to be spicy in its own way. Dave Patty, no, darling, you had him. Now Standy's out on the flank once again, Awakening with the first blood. Florida, time to bounce back.
And Priestahh getting lucky to get out of dodge, and well, that is 9 HP, and this is the man on the 5 trick, and his teammates lose the gunfight. Doesn't have the help, and Demon Joe has arrived. The first time he doesn't get left in a 1 versus 4, just decides to go and make a play. All of a sudden, now it's Standy's turn to try and clutch. And it just does not last long. This has been, maybe the theme of the day is just strangeness, Miles. Maybe that's what we're having.
That's a strange one. It's just another crazy Saturday, man, here in the Call of Duty League. Good stuff out of Skies, though. Turns that... I mean, that previous round was a nightmare waiting to happen. Had he pulled that ace off, I don't know, I'd have flipped the table, but Minnesota Røkkr, it's still 3-1. Mutineers are managing to pull this one back, as you can see the stoic looks across the faces of the players. Truly locked in. Here we go.
Yeah, and by the way, just to give more credit to Awakening, right, shuts down the streaks of Priestahh. He was basically in the mix by himself, and I mean, just wins more gunfights that he really shouldn't have on the flank, but Mutineers taking advantage. But here's the entire Røkkr team killing skies, and at least Dave is there for the trades. So this will be a 3 versus 3 where I think Røkkr are very ready for the pressure to come through B, but this time it's actually through the middle of the map, and Havok is between them all.
Trades immediately come through. Havok's on top now, 2v1. DavePaddy. He's flying solo. But he's still a very dangerous man, checking every corner. Good work. Havok's timing here could be great. Checks that bomb, spots him. Oh my word, this snap was on, the muscle memory was there. He's in trouble now, but he may be able to get out the backside of church. He's out.
Røkkr have no idea. How did they not track him?
How did they lose him? How did he slip through? He's a bloody wizard. It's true. It's one. Shot in the back, sadly, though. Oh, my. What a weird round.
Dude, yeah, every round is weird. I don't understand. Like, he shot right underneath church, and they're like 2 players peeked mid 2 seconds later, and somehow it didn't click. I mean, eventually it did click, I suppose. They go and hunt him down, but it just took him an extra second. More weird stuff. Just to backtrack, like rewatching Skies in that moment when he's in P5 for that potential 1v4. I don't know why he thought that Priestahh was going to be wrapping mid-map quickly. Like, he saw that he didn't run like from top church. He should have known that everybody was there, but strange stuff. It is a weird Saturday. That's the theme.
Ooh, love it though. Here we go though. Another good round for Røkkr, 4-1. An interesting opening gambit. Trades down. Standy with the first blood may go his way, but he's going to be brought down as well. All of a sudden, 2v3. Havok and Priestahh down on a spot of bother. The water's starting to heat up for them indeed. Skies is trying to take care of the A-bomb site. There's a player right behind him. His lads is insanity. 2v2 now. Chance Havok. Priestahh versus DavePaddy and Vivid.
And worth pointing out, by the way, Priestahh actually did have a solid map 1 despite the defeat. And yeah, Priestahh is making plays. He does get traded, but
here we go.
A solid performance map 1, lights out map 2 to deliver a 1v1. And again, every time we cast a 1v1, I point out Havok. He literally plays more than anyone else. This is what he does.
Speedy plant towards A, gets out for the good. And here we go. DavePaddy. A lot of corners. A little bit of noise. And Havok, he's done the wrap once again. He's coming up through the backside of well. This is tense. Havok's paced right now. He's very, very confident. I think he may have found his corner. This could be it. Here we go. DavePaddy's not checking it. Havok's little head on the other side. Less than 20 seconds to work with. Oh, God. This is starting to stress me out. Here we go. All in good time. It's a straight up fight. He won't even have to fire his gun. Beautiful work from Havok. Whew, that got a little, I must admit. The timing in this matchup, Chance, is frightening.
Still though, that is genuinely just what Havok does. He clears out a section of the map. He figured out exactly how he wants to play, and he gets in the corner with what, 22 seconds ish on the clock, and just plays it perfectly from that point on. So I mean, this is part of the reason he's on the roster. S&D, if you get rid of Major Maniac, you lose a lot of playmaking ability. Well, Havok, in a certain sense, does make up for that and delivers on the round. Røkkr now have a massive advantage in this game.
What will they do with this advantage? Will they close it out? Skies trying his best not to let that happen. Here we go. Awakening with that mid-map control. Standy with the patience. Oh my God, spots 1. Demon Joe takes good care of him though. You'll need an Exorcist in mid-map ASAP to take care of this man. Priestahh still trying to keep things going for his squad, but timing may have not worked out. Attach, though, does have the silver bullet to take care of that monster, and now it's over to Priestahh, takes care of him. Oh my God, it's back and forth chance. Attach, 1v3 to close this out. 6-1, can he do it?
It's making a little bit of noise, too, and, well, just gets gifted a fantastic timing. Bomb goes down for the 1v2, and Attach is flying. Talk about zero time wasted. I love when players actually just make plays.
Daddy's on. No, of all the players to run into, Vivid, sweet Gunny. Quite literally fell into his lap, but there we go. We stay alive for the Mutineers, 5-2. Hey, we've seen crazier things happen. Let's be real.
And I'm just saying, I do respect the attempt. I see so many times where players are in like 2v4 situations or like man disadvantage, and they just turtle up and like pray that the round goes their way. And I mean, you play it like that, you lose it 99% of the times. Still low odds that Attach is able to make that clutch, but that is certainly one of the better attempts you can realistically hope to see. Just nice off angle that Vivid is able to play. Still so orange, you know?
You're quite orange. I can't lie. I think that's a you. That's a you problem, brother. That is definitely a you problem. Here we go, though. Vivid. Oh, dear. He's gone. Opening hit towards B has been very, very successful now for Røkkr so far. 4-3. aBeZy back on it, trying to find something here. All the way towards the backside of the map we go. Havok. He slipped the pass. No, Sky's can only get one before being brought down. 3v2. Bomb still in the hands now of Røkkr, but the site coverage is looking all right now for the Mutineers. aBeZy's going to have to go tremendous here to take on these two players, and they might be above him. They made the read here. Will they drop down upon him, or can Awakening save the day?
I think Awakening actually spotted at least one of those. No, 100% he did, because number 6 is wrapping back. So they're reading this on the rotation pretty perfectly and at least have an idea of what's going on. So 2v3, yes, but they at least might have a bit of the drop on the intel game.
And that's massive. aBeZy's in position to catch those players come through bomb.
Oh, never, not
Checks
more.
his time, great. Oh no, they've coming through the backside of church. Oh dear, Awakening turn around. Here they come, finds one with a pistol. Magnificent to get out with his life at the very least. But they're still on the trail. The Demon Joe, shots are good. Priestahh now last man up, as Awakening has certainly saved the round. Standy though. Magnificent footwork and a great judgment call here with 10 seconds left. He's jumped straight onto the A-bomb. Here comes aBeZy. Dead silence activated. And this has been a delightful round out of the Mutineers. Sensational stuff. They stay alive yet again.
And again, it was a 2v3, but they were playing the intel game so well. Like, they were waiting for the pressure wrap back to A. You see Awakening basically going back and forth in case they re-wrap it back towards the B site. And funnily enough, they do, but they cut it in from top church, and aBeZy spots it from the middle of the map. And unfortunate time, and we pulled up the mini map, a tough time, but he was able to give the call out to Awakening, who then turns in top church and is ready for the gunfight. So that is a perfectly played 2 versus 3. Mutineers, I mean, for the first time today, the team that has been down at least has some fight in them, trying to make this comeback.
I forgot what comebacks look like, Chance. This is certainly something. aBeZy, though, this is the strat. Oh my god, he's chilling in the back of the map. He's about to kill Havok. There's no way. That's it. That was the plan all along. He was expecting a ruthless aggression from Minnesota Røkkr, and that time it pays off as Havok is dropped. And oh my word, the Mutineers life advantage. Standy and Priestahh now through P5. And there is a mountain of players beneath them, but they're not going to see them. They've already got to mid.
I mean, just complete and utter mid-map control. I mean, I suppose the downside of Havok, dude, and they're hitting from every angle too. Attached, reads for the second, but just so many players there for the trades. A wild setup coming through. Skies chows that and wins it.
Okay, 1v2.
1v3 for Standy, though.
He's managed to get at least one. And I like it. The Mutineers players have dipped. They don't want that smoke. They know what Standy's capable of, and they're already gone to B. That bomb's already been planted. Standy's with a fast read, though. Checks the A-bomb site. He's gone. He's going to make his way through P5 now. Have to play this one, but he is going to deal with Skies and aBeZy, and they are going to be nestled in for this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just another round. It's another round for the Florida Mutineers.
Well, I mean, not quite the full sale. They were down 5-1, but they are starting to knock on the devil's door. And again, aggressive play calls coming out. You see the idea from aBeZy finally paying off for the first bloods, but even just that aggression mid-map, I mean, there to overwhelm, attach, and make sure the trades are coming through. I mean, I know some of the play calls have been a little strange, but that time they were on point. I am still baffled. Skies, while tagged up, chowed that gunfight to top church, but he chowed because he knew he was going to win it. And keep in mind, Dave is on a 4.
Oh, David Cassius Paddington, the 9th. He's putting up one hell of a show today. Vivid. Here they go. The door's cracked. Empties his pockets immediately. Here comes aBeZy, trying to watch the cross. The shots are in. No one able to catch the kills just yet. It's on these two to see as many as they can. No! Standy through the front lines. Busts it wide open. Already starting to look a little bit easier now for Røkkr. Shots from Awakening. Can't take care of anyone on the cross. This is getting ugly. Oh no, Priest is in the back line as well. This could be it, Chance. Priestahh, once again, goes huge. And it is a flawless round. Literally perfect for Minnesota Røkkr to close out. And man, it was a tough one. I've got no idea if Chancey was still here. He's been stunned. Stunned.
No, we're good, man. That was a good game.
That was a great game. Mate, well, that was a 5-1 comeback that the Florida Mutineers mounted, but Røkkr It is never chalked, even when the writing was on the wall, and it certainly looked like you might have fallen to pieces there. But a decisive final round, glorious stuff from them. We're all tied up 1-1 as we've finally got a game in our hands.
And you know, honestly, through and through, Røkkr were just making better plays on the map pretty consistently. Even like the 2v3 that they lost, they had the man advantage, ended up just tossing it away because Mutineers also started to make good plays, but I mean, ultimately had the edge time and time again. Priestahh, by the way, also making plays the entire game, and I'd say again an important one for Røkkr to bounce back from, but they absolutely deliver. And I mean, certainly I think the most fun match we've had today.
Oh, but without question, mate, great stuff out of Røkkr. Great stuff to stay alive in that one. And I will admit, if Vivid doesn't lose that gunfight, possibly, you know, was attached, I think the flew forward absolutely ripped him. And great stuff from Priestahh on the flanks there. That could have been a very different round. We could be in a round 11 right now. That's how could have gone down, but it did not. Røkkr stay alive. Now we go to Tuscan control for map number 3. We're definitely going to see that Bocage hard point. Things are going to get very interesting after that. Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? This Mountain Dew marquee match just starting to heat things up after what has been a it's been a wild day of very just vicious 3-0s. We have seen some teams get absolutely burnt alive at the stake today, mate, and it has been glorious. Today, though, is, well, this match at least, looking very, very different. Ladies and gentlemen, quick commercial break. When we come back, we're looking at a little bit of control. We've got the Mutineers, we've got the players on the Minnesota Røkkr. It's your Mountain Dew marquee match, and it's an absolute delight. When we come back, plenty more Call of Duty friends here in Call of Duty.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's a Mountain Dew marquee matchup, and we're at map number 3. A bit of a tongue twister there, almost caught myself out, but this should be a fun one going into control now. Chance, so far the series has been relatively electrifying, definitely the most electrifying we've had today so far. Of course, Atlanta FaZe Boston Breach coming up after this one. What do you make, mate, of control coming up now upon us?
You know, I want to say a very slight edge to Florida Mutineers. They have a 5-3 record overall. We still don't know exactly how Røkkr are going to shape up because it's still fairly early days with this new roster. But again, when I say slight edge, I mean slight. I mean, this could genuinely go either way. It could be a 3-0 for either team. It really is about who just brings the gunny on the day, because honestly, both these teams, maybe not the Kavutu, but in the S&D, they were getting after it.
Yeah, they really were. Well, the control coming up now upon us. We will definitely see that Bocage hardpoint after this one, and should we have to go the distance for game 5, Bocage S&D as well. Demon Joe, some great rounds of Search and Destroy out of him. Awakening has been a staple of the success of the Florida Mutineers since Cold War. I mean, what am I saying? Since MW. Since 29th. Yeah, he was incredible. Instrumental in the victories for his team back then. He certainly transformed the Mutineers squad, and he's trying to do the same thing here on Vanguard. Let's get it right into the round we go.
Time really does go differently, like the older you get. Like it almost still feels like Rookie is like barely past his rookie season, but yet no, year 3 he has been frying the entire time. But the Tuscan control lead go, and this looking to be like it should be a nice opening break. Bunch of headshots coming through, and at the very least you have pressure on A, and actually pressure all over the map. Mutineers maybe trying to make this a 2-front war.
Yep, it is indeed a 2-front war. You've got a little bit of management there. Beautiful stuff out of Standy. That's a delightful 2-piece. It's going to make that side of the map all safe. Attention now goes straight towards A. They're going to try to open up mid-map, hit them pinches, coming at them cheeks like grandma. And here comes Awakening, though, who's having none of it. Keeps the mid-map safe. Attach manages to get 2. You've still got the A zone being captured. Well, here comes the hit. Nice timing out of Røkkr. They've got the contest. They're saving it for now. Good work once again. One more player. There it is. Cleaned up. They save A.
Oh, this is perfect, too. They had Priestahh pushed out to like a corner and fire, so they have the map locked down. They actually have the spawn traps set up. A lot of teams, when they pressure A on defense, end up giving up those like close roof spawns, and then you have to deal with pressure over towards B. But Røkkr right now, they have a stranglehold.
Oh, nice work out of Havok there. Once again, our Mountain Dew featured player, and with good reason. Your man's been frying so far in the tournament. The match, the day, the games. You know what I'm talking about, friends. He's been absolutely ripping it. He's given his team a nice bit of an advantage, and Standy, the other side of the duo, also magnificent work. 45 seconds remaining. The A side of the map all safe. The B side not looking too shabby either. Røkkr running the show on defense.
And they are still just filtering in. They're pushing through the roof side of the map, and then Priestahh makes his move to the top fire, and whatever gun he has, he's making it work. Standy's just hanging out by the tree, and where he gets dropped, his teammates are there for the trade. This is the perfect defensive system that the Røkkr have set up, and I mean, Florida right now, they are truly feeling the pain. They have 2 ticks. I can't remember the last time where we've seen a team not be able to capture A on offense.
Well, it was so close, but now it's a 3 spree from Dave Paddy. Managed to get his teammates onto it for now. It's just him. A little bit of attention towards B as well, trying to draw the defense away, and they're doing a good job. Kills from Vivid as well. His 2 of the round are starting to get a little better. At 13 seconds, 0.9. It's a great turn of events. Now you are going to see A finally captured, as the Florida Mutineers have stabilized for now.
Yeah, so I will continue to forget where the last time it happened, because maybe not today, but you have to imagine Florida Mutineers, they truly had to fight for that. And I suppose after all of that is said and done, once the dust sort of settles, still possible for them to win this, but obviously you're down to 7 lives, and obviously 3 ticks to go. It does have to be incredibly clean. You're looking for a very fast 4 down.
Yeah, this is not quite like Berlin. You don't get the 4 down, you all dive on the point to make the cap happen. It's a little harder to do that. Winding corridors and tunnels around Tuscan. It's a death trap for most, and Havok is the Reaper. Good stuff. Last players now up for the Mutineers, the final 3 lives, and Standy got right up in their business. Awakening backs on out, stays alive for now. We've still got an opportunity to make some wild stuff happen.
I mean, wild might be too far. Maybe final 20 seconds, play for some kills, see if you can build up a streak, or maybe just fall towards the end, as Awakening is going to get hunted down. But gotta say from Røkkr, I mean, that's probably one of the cleanest Tuscan defenses we have seen in quite some time. Again, they had the system set up on lock. I mean, it took Florida a long time before they were able to break away. And I mean, again, it's just efficient work. You had guys like Priestahh and occasionally different players were filtering in, but control of fire, control of the roof side of the map, and truly keeping them tucked away in their spawn. I mean, that truly is as good as it gets.
Whew. If not for that great play out of DavePaddy, and again, the perfect timing from the save of that 8 zone of Røkkr. What a different round that could have been. On A we go straight away. Kills through mid now from Standy. Trades abound. Mid map's going to be safe, and a nice gunfight there from Skies makes their A zone safe before they can even capture the first segment. Havok, Mountain Dew featured player, can't get it done. The drop shot from Skies keeps A safe. Beautiful work once again, and they've basically drained the entire zone back to square one.
Yeah, attached though, you can see at least on the mini-map now looking to be a nuisance. And you see Florida Mutineers basically sent everybody at least sort of leaning towards the B side of the map because they know Attach has gotten through. Sky's doubled back a few times, but now Attach is making his move. He has taken the longest route of all time, and fun enough, he ends up just sort of wasting the flank, and yes, Florida end up reading it perfectly. That is so much effort and so much time, all for naught, as Florida now trying to set up the stranglehold on deep.
And the stranglehold begins with Awakening, and my God, he finds 2. If not for the nade there to land it, you might have found 3 of them. Good work out of Skies there to back him up, keeping the A zone as little safer as they can. First segment is gone. You got that progress at the very least, but the contest is still here. Patience now from Skies, from Cesar Bueno to stay alive in this moment is tremendous. Priestahh is now going to be on point. This might be the crossfire his teammates need, but okay, you've done a good job, Mutineers. Well played. Holding it down still.
Maybe number 1 can find that opening. Standy working the flank, but Minnesota Røkkr actually continually keep flanking through the field side of the map, but Rooks for the moment where Florida almost consistently just putting the pressure through mid, so they end up getting shot in the back, and Standy feeling that pressure does get hunted down, but at the very least, we are all tied up on the tick front. For now, Minnesota, what, 16 lives left? That is plenty. Minute and a half left on the clock. That is plenty. Obviously not easy to capture B, but they definitely get a few cracks at it.
Good work now, clearing out the bottom side of Church. Havok and Priestahh. Priestahh looking much more comfortable now in this assault rifle role after a couple of reps, let's face it, against some good teams, and getting some major wins under their belts, certainly helping. Slow and steady supply of reinforcements now from the Minnesota Røkkr team, trying to make their way forward, but Vivid, the pinch is on, and this is an awkward one. Priestahh, we've stayed on board with his POV for a moment now, and he's not finding a whole lot. The poor boy's trapped, and in a moment, he might be dead.
I got Vivid. Oh, I thought he actually spotted the player in
He thought he spotted?
did not. So yeah, you know, Attach gets a kill. Priestahh, the guy who we thought got spotted, now around back, and now you got 3 players working the flank. Havok wins his one-on-one. Players are spawning now inside of Church, but you get 2 bodies on point. Standy trying to help his teammates. There's the help for the trades on Dave. 2 more players for him to shoot down low, and they are just trapped and caught. They are getting shot in a pincer maneuver. As Røkkr, at the very least, they have the swarm.
If not for Awakening, though, Attach straight back in off of spawn into the fray. He goes. Nades up. Trying to slow down DavePaddy. Nades are good. DavePaddy into a corner. Clock still ticking. Less than 30 to work with now. So stuns, nades, lethals, tacticals, you name it. The kitchen sink is being thrown at these players desperately, trying to stop them get onto that B zone. Less than 20 to play with now. 8 lives apiece. Here comes the wind-up hit, but Vivid in from behind. Oh, baby! Can't get all 3, but the damage has been done. He's broken the back of the hit now from Røkkr. That is wonderful stuff from Vivid. He may have just got his teammates the round.
Yeah, the one perfectly timed flank just to force Attach to take another round, and well, gets punished for it. That was a very strange situation early on, but then the big play, obviously Vivid. Again, it doesn't get easier than that for him, right? Shoot 2 players in the back and break the entire thing down. So great timing on the defensive end, and I believe we're still tied on the tick front, right? I don't think Minnesota was able to get 1. I know they got close, but
no. Well, we'll find out in a moment, maybe. There we go. 1-1 here. The sweaty Tuscan control. This could have been a 3-0 either way. Here we go towards A, though. 2-2 split on the defense for Røkkr. B is completely quiet for now, so Attach is having to do a lot of work to stay alive on this point. 1-man stack for now. The second player able to get in there if you want it for the Mutineers, but here we go. Patience paid off, finally. Vivid, DavePaddy, they're going to clean up the A side. Could again see a stack, and they might play this a little slower, but they've got it, mate. It's all good for now. Florida Mutineers running the show.
And I tell you what, just the idea of trying to be a nuisance, Vivid, couple tags and players shooting in the back and really just drawing a ton of attention his direction. And while he gets cleared out, Florida, they are just taking the slow capture on A. Skies has been left alone on it, but that's just because they know they have the setup to actually protect their friend. And there's the setup paying off. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to try to capture B. This will be the most time either team has had by a mile to try to get any more progress on offense.
Oof. Vivid is starting to get himself going. He's had quite a slow series, despite the current series score. His individual
started 3 and 10.
He did, right? And that's Kaka, and now he's looking much better. Nades are up. Standy, he's going to eat that one. Attached with a cross. Lucky he's got lethals and tacticals to play with. That's going to help slow this team down. But Skies from behind, 4-man hit. Standy reads it. The whole team's coming. Here come the Florida Mutineers. Røkkr lines up for the defense. Over the top rope comes Awakening, finds at least one. Havok has to back on up. The tactical retreat, no way. Demon Joe. Awakening doing exactly just that as smokes him. Finds another one, could get another here. Unbelievable shots out of Awakening. Is he still alive? And the capture on B is good. Could never have won that fight though. And if he had, I'd have shaved the beard.
Vivid though, at least trying to keep things mixy in the back spawn, trying to stay alive, but does get hunted down. And I mean, the beard is safe for now. Awakening certainly tried, but all of that just to have a 1 life advantage. Now a minute has gone by and not a single tick of progression. So a hell of an attempt, but as we have learned on Tuscan, certainly defensive sided, it takes even more than that.
Yeah, it's hard work. And there now, the dance of death, the ring around a rosy begins. Havok, he thinks he's the hunter, but he's actually the hunted. Skies with dead silence, prowling around the backside of Tuscan. Battle raging on the front side. All of that being won by Røkkr. Good stuff. Havok makes the base safe. Mutineers back to the drawing board. 16 lives for Røkkr, 11 Mutineers.
And meanwhile, while we've been watching Havok sort of like play the hunting game, a couple of his teammates have once again set up like a mini blender, keeping the Mutineers in their spawn. They're running around corners where Attach is hiding and frying. At least gets 2 before he gets dropped, but I mean, now you only got 30 seconds to try to get any ticks progression on B, but you have 0 map control, 0 open lanes of attack, and basically 0 hope. I guess they're just gonna post up and look for some kills and see if they get gifted some sort of miracle.
Yeah, the life count has certainly not worked out for him. Miracles do happen. At least to finding one, Awakening with the opening. Here comes a push forward now. You've got the backline clear as well. All comes down to Standy now on this side of the map. If you find him and kill him, this could turn around. 3 lives left. DavePaDy wins a big one. Here comes Standy off the top rope, gunned immediately. And DavePaDy nearly getting all 3. The man is a monster, but not enough. Great work out of Røkkr to stay alive. The Mutineers unfazed as they sit now on map point for Røkkr.
And look, I mean, there's been a different style, a different twist in all of these rounds, but the end result always the same. No ticks on B for the team on offense. Defense reigns supreme. We'll see if Røkkr can break that mold. And I mean, again, capture A, 1 tick on B. They're good for the defense for the final round. Or if they just win on offense, they win the game. That's my high level analysis.
We'll take it. Mountain Dew featured player Havok flies right into the fray. It's a glorious kill to get things going. The opening proceedings is the sweet moves once again. DavePaDy brought to his knees. Just on the outside of Church there, you still got pressure towards A. Vivid trying to hand the flank, but again, Havok is locked in right now. This is a great read. Wins the gunfight as well. 3 in a row. What a beautiful opening of the round he's had. It will be brought to an end there, but man, he certainly did the damage. DavePaDy, he can't get out of his spawn. He's always got a nade in hand, seemingly.
And well, whether or not he's trying to chuck the nades, it's still the same battle over towards A. Now Attach is taking his turn with the frag in hand, and you see Dave chucking it from the other direction. But the tags don't land. He is perfectly healthy for these fights. He's got Havok around him as well, trying to pick up a couple kills. But right now, Florida trying to apply the pressure. I mean, best way to get defense for the final round is just completely shut him out on A, which, I mean, hey, so far so good, but obviously not easy as Røkkr now really trying to apply that pressure on the site.
Awakening's got a lot of information now covered through mid-map. Potential to taking Havok there as well, bar a couple of extra bullets, but beautiful stuff out of Awakening. This is incredible. Oscillating from, saving the A site, taking care of those players coming out of their spawn. Beautiful work still. The Mutineers keeping the defense together. 1 life separates them at this moment in time. 1 segment remaining on A. That could be captured now. It's again, time starting to slip away.
Yeah, they should be good to go. Looks like that clearance. Maybe Awakening actually can make a late play, but they've at least stacked the points, so you expect the trades to be there in short order. They get it, and they capture A as well. So, name of the game, can Røkkr get just 1 tick? Because if not, I think it comes down to kills after that. Actually, now looking at the kills, Røkkr are just in a fantastic spot, no matter the circumstance.
We'll find out if they can make that spot even better and potentially win it here. They are lining up for the hit. Vivid atop the banister there. Connects with a stun. Dave Paddy's got the backside of the plat covered. Here we go. This could be the hit. Havok has been so brilliant so far for his team. This kill on Vivid would be certainly helpful. There we go. Is that enough clearance now to get the squad forward? As his teammates have been dropped either side. It's certainly slowed the push down, Chance.
Yeah, you just need all four. I mean, only 2 players left alive around green, and you see Mutineers playing a very tight setup, trying to play it as perfectly as you can, but that also means Minnesota Røkkr do have time to group as a full unit. It's tough on the first push, and well, Dave Paddy ends up getting that first blood, Havok making moves, but everybody chopped down one by one, and now attached last man standing has to wait for his teammates once again.
You called it though. I mean, you've got a lot of time to work with still. 40 seconds, 9, make it 8 lives now for the Minnesota Røkkr to still try to make this happen. Beautiful shots at range there from Attach. He has been loving that assault rifle since making that major swap. Good stuff again out of Awakening. A brilliant hold here on Tuscan. It has been 3 now in a row for him. 25 seconds. We could be going to that final round. I don't think Røkkr can get here in time to really make that attack work.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Røkkr still, though, they should be nice and secure for the defense for the next round, and no respawns remaining, and only 12 seconds left on the clock, and Florida Mutineers again, just super tight setup in and around the site. And that is, again, 4 different-ish styles of rounds, but again, the same theme the entire way through. Defense OP, and Minnesota Røkkr, the team that at least statistically has the slight disadvantage in control, have a pretty noticeable advantage going into this final round.
And this has been fantastic. Awakening, Simi, every time I look at the kill feed, I'm like, nah, surely Awakening doesn't. How did he get that kill? Where was he at the time? He's been playing very, very good defensive work here on Tuscan. A whole team clicking. Final round now here in Tuscan control. To take the lead in the series, Minnesota Røkkr have got defense. Here we go. It's a stack towards A. 2 players through the field, 2 through mid. Mutineers looking to get it going early.
And not even more of a stack, right? Well, maybe 2 players on the point, but it'll be somewhat of a standard round or approach. Or they've done this quite a few times where Vivid tries to get behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, and maybe apply pressure towards B, or maybe not. Just try to hunt down these kills, but the hunter has become the hunted. He has taken a route and a half and has only gotten 1 kill. By the way, Awakening didn't even notice. He's on a 6 spree. Talk about a way to try to string together an offensive win. A glide bomb can make your life that much easier to try to break through. And maybe Minnesota have been counting correctly. No one is challenging A for the moment. You can't feed Awakening.
Standy is on a flank. Might be able to catch 1 or 2 here. There it is, the first. Awakening's going to be very hungry for that one still. Priestahh, oh, pressure's on. Nice work out of Vivid, good movement. Awakening now, still in the back line. 1 more kill is going to get him the glide bomb, and that could be decisive now for the Florida Mutineers on this offensive hold. Standy, once again, the flank's still going. Your boy's on a massive lap, and it's nearly finished. It'll be his birthday soon. He's been going there for so long. Awakening, there it is. Streaks in hand. Is this enough to push them over the edge?
Oh, well, Vivid's winning the gunfights in the back, so they're on the pinch. They have, what, 2 or 3 players that they've almost, like, flipped the spawns, because even Vivid is still behind enemy lines, but instead of hopping the point, they're trying to clear out P5 because everyone else has been stuck in their spawn. So all of that work on the flank is just for nothing outside of the glide, but now the glide is what you have to get good use out of, and instead of trying to go through P5, they're trying to go all the way around once again, but I mean, this is a strat that they have not been able to be successful with, and they're still getting shot down along the way.
I mean, they're finding a kill or 2 here, but every single kill that Røkkr get is tremendous. It sets back the Mutineers' progress. 1 player has to make their way through mid-map, and the way Røkkr are playing this now, they're all over the place. They're in every possible little nook and cranny. It becomes a dangerous journey to traverse your way onto that B zone. Here we go. Glides out. Let's see if we can get this one going. 2 players towards the back. You've got a lot of information passed over. The members now of the Mutineers. Oh boy, and it may be Awakening to get his team on the point now. It's a slow stack as the gunshots are coming through, and it's big wins out of the members of the Røkkr team. They're on the defense still. They're keeping this one together. Can Dave Paddy find a kill or 2 here?
Dude, again, on the flank, Vivid is here. His teammates winning at least a couple of the gunfights, but getting traded. And Vivid just taking every route available, but can never find more than 1. And now you lose plat control and all of that time, all of that energy, basically for nothing. You get 1 extra tick, which is certainly nice to have, but That's a glide bomb just for that. And I mean, they're sticking to the same thing. Once again, going through the field side of the map, but they just getting chopped down every single time.
Havok top radio side, he's going to be watching over that B zone a lot closer. The P5 defense as well, as you can see from number 1 and number 2 standing and attached. They're all good there. DavePaddy's going to walk into them. Close hit now. You've managed to get very, very close to the point. Havok pushes the front line forward, catches Vivid in mid-map, Awakening there on the point as well. The pinch is good. 20 seconds, he's gone as well. One player in the back, taken care of. It all comes down to DavePaddy, the furthest man forward. Clock ticking now. Unfortunate timing brings him down. Oh, Vivid is there as well, but it might be it. Final 10 seconds, he's going to make the dive. His teammates are nowhere near. 1 kill at a time. Maybe, just maybe, we could see something special happen here, but it has got to be historic, and it's on the skies, and that is it. It is done. It is all over. Røkkr take the lead in the series.
The energy that Havok brings to the table, you can see in every single map that they win. Bringing the passion, bringing the comms, even before that final round, you can see the level of energy that he brings to the table. I will say, just to throw it out there, I'm personally not a fan of like going through field side and make the breaks on B. It's certainly, you can make things mixy, and I don't know, I just think it makes more sense to try to go through P5, try to clear out church, and then use the glide bomb when you have all the indoors parts covered. But I mean, no matter what direction you try to do it from, it is not easy to win on offense no matter what. And that'll be 5 for 5 for perfect defenses. And shout out to basically just the slaying, because I don't even think it came down to kills. Everybody but Standy going positive. Priestahh has been very consistent as of late, and another strong performance coming out of the ARs.
Yes, the ARs of Røkkr have been looking great, and you just saying Priestahh has been very consistent as of late, I think is one of the real turnarounds now for this Røkkr roster. We've been, myself included, very critical of Priestahh's play, and now it's starting to really gel, starting to get things going. This is a magnificent look for Røkkr. One more map's where they need in the series, the Bocage hardpoint coming up next, and as we look across the highlights, some great moments, man. I mean, we saw Standy, a sweet little spot on top of that ledge yesterday, pinches on pinches on pinches, there's red cheeks all over the place, whether it's the face or the bottoms. It was a great looking series so far, but man, we're going the distance. Chance Bocage up next.
And by the way, that was 2 different clips of just highlighting like why clearing out P5 and top church is the way to go to actually win the rounds, because it was Standy on the flank picking up 2 pieces with the high ground from the plat control, and then Vivid the exact same thing on the flank, getting the high ground in the plat control, just shooting players in the back. So you go through field side, that's going to be the problem. By the time you get to B, you're going to get shot from the high ground up top plat and top green and whatnot. So I'd say just a couple of good looks there, but again, it can only be said so many times, and this will be something we'll say about Tuscan Control as this year goes on. If you're getting those defenses on round 5, you will always be feeling good.
Yeah, it's tried and true. It's been the sign of Vanguard, I suppose, since the start. I mean, defensive's been the best to have. We've made such an effort about it, and of course the devs helped us out. The guys at Sledgehammer changing the rule set so that segment progression is what pushes you over the edge to get defense in the end, forcing us all to play the OBJ. But here we go, friends. That's the look across the series so far. The Mountain Dew marquee match, not quite over yet. Bocage, hardpoint now, last one. The Mutineers have got to force that final game 5. If we get there, it will be an absolute bloodbath. But hardpoint up first. Chance, which way are you dressing for this one, my friend?
Very tough to predict, I'd have to say, once again, because the SMGs for Røkkr have been frying, and I know for Florida this has been maybe not their strongest, but certainly still a decent map for them. Like, despite the quote 3 AR players, I mean, Skies and Awakening both when the Rock and the SMG, absolute menaces on the map. So I'd say still tough to predict. I will say though, going into a map 5 potentially, I think it's the least played S&D map for Florida. They only have an 0-2 record. So, I mean, funnily enough, it's actually gone through in the series. I think the reason they've played it so little, though, is not necessarily because they don't like it, but I think this is a team that has very few game 5s. They either beat teams pretty easily or end up getting beat in a pretty dominant fashion. And certainly the way these past couple maps has gone, Røkkr is staring down the barrel of a 3-1.
Could be the case. We will find out though. Bocage is loading in now. The player's almost ready to rock and roll for Minnesota Røkkr, quite literally. Respawn dominance has been, it's been ideal for them. I believe,
very solid,
yeah.
solid respawn, very
solid. We have the stat. This has just come through from Carson. Røkkr 11-3 in their last 14 respawns, so they're looking pretty good, lad. That's solid as hell. That's solid as hell. We'll see if they can keep it going. One more is all they need here in the series to close out a Mountain Dew marquee match. They can sit very pretty, knowing well that with the upcoming Toronto Major, They're finding themselves most likely in that winner's bracket, but we will see. Top performers now in hardpoint in this series, not excluding map 1. We're going to give that one a miss. It is, of course, Awakening, who's been brilliant in the series so far, and Attach, the AR wonder player for Minnesota Røkkr.
And then, of course, obviously, when we're talking about Bocage, I mean, take your pick of players, right? Like, who knows who's going to end up going on a tear. And funnily enough, you said that, what, 11-3 in their last 14 respawns, something along those lines? That just means that the Pro-Am, obviously, I mean, I know they didn't play super high. I don't even think they made it out of the top 2, but I think, like, in their last 10 hard points, they're, like, barely over the 500 mark. The same thing for the Control, which means since the online stage, they have just been on an absolute tear. So I suppose this would be a very quick look to see if they can continue, because as far as the plus minus goes, Florida a little bit better, and obviously the Gavutu is much more of a place to highlight it compared to Bocage, but Florida, when they win those rotations, one of the very best teams in the game at actually holding their setups down.
See if that same statistic can be truly applied to Bocage. We've seen, you don't even have to really rotate too much on this map. Not all the hills require an early presence to find success in them. A lot of time you can just smash your face through a wall and into the enemy team to get that hard point. Nice non-traded kills there from Attach. He's had a nice series so far. Been very comfortable indeed with that AR roll. But here we go, friends. Map number 4 here on our Mountain Dew marquee match. Let's get it.
Sticking with Attach as well, going to the river side of the map and seeing if there's any flanks coming through. It doesn't look like Florida's going that direction, but either way, the 2 AR setup at the very least off the rip for Minnesota. 15 seconds gone by. Sky's the first player to actually set foot in the hill, and he only does it to cross, but Minnesota wins the gunfights, and Priestahh will begin to collect some time.
A little bit of time now going the way of Røkkr. DavePaty in the flank. Able to cause a little bit of noise, trying to keep that side of the map safe and sound, and he's doing a great job here from top barn. As DavePaty starts the map off 2-0. His teammates now managing to get the hard point. But for how long? Not easy to hold here on gate, of course. A lot of angles to approach, but for now, we're seeing Florida do a very interesting job of taking care of every onlooker. They've got perfect awareness of spawns. This is amazing.
Yeah, Røkkr completely unaware. DavePaty flipped the spawns. Røkkr had no idea. Almost shades of the Gavutu, where Minnesota just didn't know what was going on. So DavePaty gets a couple freebies, shooting players in the back. And I mean, we talked about how good they are when they get the setups. You intro this P2 hill with Vivid getting a 3P. So now you get full clearance on the map. And well, DavePaty inside the hill chows and dies. And you're going to lose a little bit of time.
A little bit of time. Priestahh's peppering these players up. They're well seasoned. By the time you get into the point, Attach, unfortunately, not able to get too many more there. DavePaty straight out of spawn, straight into the back line, covers the defense there. Mountain Dew featured player Havok now through mid. Find at least one. Can he catch the skies as well? Smooth moves. He's got great map awareness right now, man. His movement is on point. Gunny there as well. Now another hard point. Tags are up. DavePaty wins it. Time still in the hands of Florida Mutineers. I'll tell you what, brother, you were not joking. Once they get in that point, it's hard to get them out.
Well, they have actually gotten pushed out, though, so they'll certainly have a lead going into the new hill. And a couple of players actually playing a little bit slow. DavePaty was posted on the Godheading. I was confused as to whether or not Florida wanted to rotate or fight for the scrap time. But only one player really gets sent on the rotation. Vivid is here, and Minnesota does not look like they have any idea. And the question is, how does he want to play it? Look for the kills, wait for his teammates to spawn, but his teammate's not there for the help yet. He's going to look for the spawn kills. But only Priestahh has died, and well, his team has got inside the point. Now you can try to set it up, but you get the back spawns instead, as Bocage is impossible to predict.
Tough scenes. The Skies is not going to win that fight. 2 members of Røkkr fight their way through Riverside. Now, an open hard point. No one in their side bottom grannies. We're all playing this a little too pensively. Awakening still keeps his kills going. This is Vivid on your screens, trying to stay alive. Pressure now from Røkkr. Through the front they go. The old A-bomb site. Now for the players. Attach hits the back line, and somehow catches one. His teammate with the other. It's a magnificent 3 down. And now Røkkr, they should be right back in this.
And now Attach has the opportunity to go for some of these spawn kills, right? And the timing at least vaguely on his side, but that is 3 guns looking to take him down. But my word. That is all just a fight out of your spawn. I mean, sure, Florida wins a couple nice ones, but I mean, with the nice start the Mutineers had early on, I mean, Røkkr kicked out their blessings. They have the early lead, and I don't want to call it an early rotation win because it's only one player inside the actual point, but still, it is a tight game early on.
Very tight game early on. The lead that the Florida Mutineers developed at the start of the game has dissipated since then. We're about to see the lead change hands once more. Good stuff again out of Mutineers. 13-7 for Awakening. He's looking great so far. Sky's trying to hold the hard point down. No chance, son. Great break there from Røkkr. Hard point all theirs. Vivid trying to make his way in through the side. Havok rips him. Time still ticking away in favor of Røkkr.
and you've got everything covered. Maybe you don't have the right gun for the job because, you know, it's just a game of chance of who's able to filter and where, but still players pushed out both sides. Standy waiting for the kills to come his way, but he is getting back down while his teammates are actually picking up all of the kills. So playing his life even on this map to great effect. Now Havok is on a 4 as, well, no one will end up getting that scrap time, but a very small 12-point lead going into new. Florida get at least L control first, but maybe not for long because Havok and the team, they're trying to hunt Awakening down.
And doing what they can. TJHaly at great range takes care of Havok, ends the spree, makes that one all safe. Priestahh, though, starts a spree of his own, now on a 3. Gonna keep the backline safe. Good awareness. Gun skies, that's 4 now in a row. Gonna keep the backline safe once again. He's gonna get stunned up once more. Your boy's ears are ringing, but that's not gonna stop him from beaming. He comes Awakening. Nades, though, over the top. Good stuff. Makes the backside safe. Havok trying to find something here. As the Mutineers, they're doing all this while balancing the hardpoint time as well.
Yeah, and you can see Havok debating Rouse is attached with the AR, just trying to soar in, but you have streak control, which means you can just jump over and look for these kills, but it looks like Florida balanced that pretty well. Standy still up top. Well, eventually does get traded. Wow. Mutineers, make no mistake, they had to absolutely fight for this time, which the fight continues as the nades come through. I mean, they were down by 12 going into this hill and maybe coming out of it, I mean, up by 3, maybe 4 or 5 points. Very back and forth game overall, and frankly, less than 3 minutes on the game clock. It might be too early to say, but that might come into great effect later on.
We'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see if it does come into play. But for now, back over to our second set of hardpoints, back into the middle of the map. On Awakening, he's on a bit of a run, a bit of a revenge tour. His team have done the best they possibly can to keep things close, but it's a nice opening bit of time now from Røkkr. Completely different to what we saw in the first set. Standy playing for spawns for P2 as well. This is a good look out of the Røkkr boys. They're honestly, it was a little slow to start things off, but they've managed to heat things up. Can they get it going here? Nice kills. This is Standy now starting to get things moving. As Priestahh kills in the kill feed as well. Over 100 points we go. Røkkr starting to shine.
It does get traded, but I was going to say, just doing a nice job of waiting for the kills to come to him. And despite the fact that he fell, TJHaly just posted on the Godheady, which means you actually had decent control of the map to collect time on P1. I mean, it's a wild thing to say, but I think this is honestly one of the better hills either team has had throughout the game. Røkkr doing a decent job to collect a little bit of time, but as it stands, that battle for the rotation, Awakening wins a massive, not just 1, make it 2 in the back. And this is the hill where Mutineers have had the most success, and they will have those spawns once again. And TJHaly, he's been posted around the God tank this entire time, so they have the full map spread.
Mutineers with the map control. We're going to see Røkkr now on the break. Perfect time now, diving for a quick listen in and hear how they do it.
I'm trying to barrel.
I'm spending time.
I'm weak.
I'm getting top. He's behind a Zig. You want Zig.
Zig dead.
Alright, tie game. Deep breath, guys. Deep breath.
The barrel still, barrel.
One shot barrel.
I'm netting barrel then. I netted barrel.
I'm going left. I'm
gonna run up.
One barrel.
I'll kill. Barrel, one shot, dead. Last one bar.
Dead.
Nice. Make sure we don't flip. Source back up.
Weak rat.
I think we're good. They might spawn dirt.
No, two rat. They're going left.
The one rat.
Mid.
Got 2
nice.
rat.
Back up. Be like.
Backing up. I'm backing up.
See the back hut.
One's on node. Vivid.
Vivid one shot old. Vivid one shot old. He's going the right.
They're not to be left, guys.
Frantic comms, but again, perfect clarity as to what they need to be doing at this moment in time. Lead will change hands. We'll now dive to the other side of the court. Flying to Mutineers. Quick listen in.
Priestahh dead.
I shoot it.
One shot. B5.
Nice, trapped him.
Yeah, they could be back left. I have tools. Can you kill him? No.
I have deep left.
I'm holding tools. We're good, Joe.
I have to watch that.
Back right. You might want tunnel.
Window dead.
I'll get hill now, Joe, but
I'm about to start thinking about a flip. I'm trying to flip.
I have top by stairs. I have your help top by stairs too.
Go. Mid hub. I couldn't get hill.
Top stairs, yeah. He's going mid hole.
3 in hold. 3 in time.
Mid hole, Priestahh. I'm pushing up.
Yeah, we
try to contest this one.
Bottom barrels. Go mid street. I think.
Mid street?
One's gonna get out again, guys. One's gonna try getting out again. They can be through. Alright, I'm hold touch. He's in new.
My chance. It is back and forth between these two teams here on the cage.
They are leaving everything on the battlefield. They will be emotionally and physically drained by the time this map ends because it has been an absolute battle. As there you go, nice little wipe from Minnesota, which makes their approach to this new hill oh so easy, at least for the contest. Everybody stacked up around the front side of Barton. Sky somehow finds an extra 2. Make it a 5 spree for him. It could have been 7, but As it stands, Standy now the last one alive for his team. And hey, he's making some big wins too. He picks up a 2-piece. Vivid gets a 2-piece of his own. When I say emotionally drained, by God, do I mean it.
Yeah, we might all be, mate. The contest is still on. Don't forget the game clock. We brought that up just a moment ago. And man, this is such a close hard point. Røkkr now with control. And it's about to flip straight back over. Now you've got Florida in control. Non-stop action here. As the hard point's been open for a brief moment, the lead will definitely change hands. Eyes on towards the next hard point, though. Røkkr have got mid-map covered. They're going to be able to do something special here. But again, you got to watch out for that something. Florida Mutineers, they love to surprise. Mid-map, sweet. All covered. No routes to be had. The time will go the way of the Mutineers, but the new hard point's all Røkkr.
And maybe a hard point where Røkkr can look to stabilize. They have the perfect setup. 2 players responsible for watching the full flank. Havok is underneath gates, watch the cross, but unfortunately, your man inside the hill got met by 37 grenades, so he gets dropped, and that is the way to start the breakdown of the setup. An unfortunate team kill as well, and just like that, good nade and tack coordination is all it takes to find these openings.
It's not easy to do it, but they get it done. Mutineers onto the point. Kills coming through. Remaining 2 members now of Minnesota Røkkr. Only one in a close position to help the hill, and it's Attach. Wins a fight against Skies, doing everything he possibly can. Every life not wasted as they desperately try to keep the Mutineers off the point. 1 minute 25 on the game clock. We have Røkkr now. They should get the next 15 seconds. I think Awakening's going to hit that old time and try to keep him off it. I don't know. It's lead change once again, Chance.
I mean, frankly, you get 12 seconds to scrap time. That's the best time you can realistically expect to get until it's a clean 4 down and they fight for the final 3 seconds. Because of course you do, because you need the map control, because this Bocage, gentlemen, and now Vivid up top, shooting players in the back. Good luck keeping track of him, because he can go anywhere. Finally, he gets dropped, and maybe you get Mutineers outside of this P1 hill. Havok does the dirty and takes him down, and maybe what will be the 37th lead change of this game. Minnesota on P1 will now have the edge.
The 37 in the books. Another one could be on its way. 2-man hit now through the inside of barn. Havok staying alive as best he can. He's having a great series. Into the hill, we may see the Mutineers go, but they've got to find the kills. We're playing for map control also. Eyes towards the prize. That's the second hard point up. Havok's trying to find the route towards the back. He's going to run into another player. It is Dave Paddy. It is Dave Paddy, and he's won the fight. Backside covered. He gets a second, and okay, you've got Røkkr with the scrap time as well, but the next hard point's going to pop soon.
I was going to say, all that attention towards the back, though. This is still okay time on P1. Maybe an extra few seconds here and there, but either way, you'll take it just for the 14-point edge.
Oh my God.
This is the hill where Florida Mutineers have had the advantage every single time, where they get the back spawns on lock, but now it is Minnesota Røkkr, at least in the hill. Priestahh flanking to block the spawns, and because number 8 spawn River, they have no idea that he got behind enemy lines. Free kill number 1. Back spawns now blocked. Minnesota making the play.
The pinch is on. They're going to have to fly through barn, and that's where Standy is. Skies managed to get one. Can he fight the player out on tanks? He can't. Priestahh, a heroic play, gets the back line sorted. Now you've got spawns. Now you've got time. There's 30 seconds left on this point. There are 39 seconds left on the game clock, and this is getting spicy.
Oh, and Havok with gunfights like that, you only imagine might seal the deal the first time Minnesota actually gets some semblance of control on this P2 hill. And look at how far away everybody is for Florida. I mean, granted, Røkkr can't win it here, but this is the largest lead either team has had this entire game. And Priestahh, the main man wide. The 6th free for him on this hill, throwing the team on the back. Is 1 rotation, 1 break, and Røkkr win this series.
Priestahh, what a run this is, and he's helped his team win the whole series. That is one hell of a turnaround for Minnesota Røkkr. It was certainly a bang after what was an incredibly close Bocage hard point. The whole way through, they managed to pull it away towards the end. Priestahh's flank towards backside of tin seals the deal. It's a 3-1 as Røkkr continue the run. What a Mountain Dew marquee match that was.
I don't know, man. I mean, Røkkr, obviously, everyone criticized them for the roster change, and after the Pro-Am, maybe it seemed like for good reason, but so far in these qualifying stages, 4-0 record. 12-3 overall map count. I think now 12-3 in just their respawns alone. And I mean, just the fact that they're starting to win more of these hard points has been an absolute difference maker. And there's Priestahh. I mean, one of the most criticized player in the league this year. And at least again, through this stage, incredibly consistent, fantastic plays on the map. And I mean, 29 traded, or non-traded, excuse me, not too shabby.
That was one hell of a play from Priestahh, man. Wow. 29 on trade is one thing, 34-27 overall, the 4.2k on the damage front. Putting in the work, and that is a brilliant turnaround. That was the most necessary turnaround I feel like that as an individual player he needed. Highlights now from this Bocage hardpoint. This was incredibly close, all map long until that final set, the third set. And again, it's just the way it is in the cage. It is always the spiciest. And this man on your screen, Priestahh, we'll get to it a little bit later, but he certainly made the game-winning plays.
I mean, it truly was just like Bocage in his purest form. I mean, you're hitting scrap time for like 3 seconds at old and getting 4 down and 4 downs that flip. You have Minnesota early on, like not recognize when the spawns get flipped, when they don't. Are they going to be in the back? Do you have the trap? Nobody ever knows. But the play that happens at the end where Priestahh finally gets back towards 10, ends up going on a 7 spree from that hill, but does it from the start, was the biggest difference maker by a mile. I mean, dude, even this 5-3 from Skies, he just gets 2P straight after and it just turns into like scrap. It is so difficult to find big plays, but Priestahh did find the one that mattered the most.
Crazy, man. I mean, everyone fought pretty perfectly here. It was the final seconds, the final dying seconds. This was the beginning of it. The 3 spree there, he's on a 6, the turn burn, you name it, man. It all happened. And the whole time his teammates soaking up that time, they're picking up the kills on point. Really, P-Dog was barking. Marks his territory there on Bocage, and Røkkr get the 3-1. Damn, son! What a good day of games. And that certainly was the first real match of the day. A 3-1, and it was a closely contested one as well. The Tuscan control was all defense solid as well, but that Tuscan search and destroy, and we saw some cool stuff there as well. Good stuff, friends. Lots of great stuff here. Nothing but great stuff. I saw some stuff, Chance saw some stuff, you saw some stuff as well, but woo, ladies and gentlemen, good series, mate. Desk, did you also see some stuff?
A good one. You know what I saw? I saw Preston and Purple popping off and going crazy. Priestahh going, what, 34 and 27 to close that out. He's just been looking lights out lately. It's consistent. The conversation is there. Priestahh is finally back.
Yeah, I love what I saw of him. Even in the Search and Destroy, had a couple big clutches as well. And, you know, that's the map where I was most impressed by them in this series. I mean, early on, they shut down the offensive B push from both sides from Florida each time, and then that set them up in position to succeed. You saw the very next round, they're like, okay, no way they go B. So they blind counter 3 stacked over towards the A site, killed all of them. It's just a great series, and when you have Priestahh playing like that with this new form team, like, they're gonna have a lot of success. I think I heard Miles say it was 12-3 map count, 4-0 series count so far in this, stage. Like, these guys are looking nuts right now.
That's nuts. Ali, what are your thoughts about the match overall, and also did Florida impress you a little bit?
Unfortunately, not. I feel like Florida is always going to be the team that just annoys me a little bit, just because it's like they're either super hot frying or they're getting super hot smoked. And today, I feel like they got super hot smoked by Minnesota.
That was cool though. Like they looked really good. And by the way, yeah, big time. We have Priestahh actually waiting with the game fuel post. Excuse me, Standy with the game fuel post victory spotlight. Let's get him on board. Super Saiyan Standy, how you doing, man? Standy, what's up, baby? All right, I have a question for you because this series, you guys didn't think about the time for us to get off of work today, man. You had us play one extra map. This could have been a clean 3-0, but you let Florida go on Gavutu hard point. And when we take a look at a team like Florida with strong ARs, did you guys think this was a better matchup for you all, or what was the deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I still think even though we lost the Gavutu, we're still a better team than them on it. We put ourselves in a lot of good positions when it came to like holding hills. We just like if you go back and watch that match, we rotated first. So like I feel like a majority of those hills we just would get broken 30 seconds in, 45 seconds in, and then it would just lead them to getting more time. So even though we started slow, we kept composure and kept going.
I hate to put you a little bit on the stand here, but in that Gavutu, you actually had a .48 in the opening hard point, but you super hot fried the rest of the series. So I wanted to know, like, did you see that and be like, oh man, I gotta turn up? Did you just kind of like block it out of your mental, or were you just like, oh, it was just a tough map 1 heading into the rest of the series? Like, how do you individually as a player kind of regain from that in mid-series?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I knew I was getting smoked. I knew I was getting smoked, but either way, it's a team game, and
yeah.
We lost by 150 points, and we can go back and look at that, and we're not gonna be like, oh, the reason we lost is because Standy had a .4 or .5. Yeah. You know what I mean? There is a lot of stuff we could have done better, but for me personally, I try to not let those type of things get to my head, because just like we're going into the next map, reset.
Yeah.
Whatever is in the past is in the past. So.
Hey, Standy, congratulations on the win, 4-0. You guys are looking great so far. I want to ask you a little bit about your search and destroy. I feel like you guys have been one of the more strategic teams in the history of this roster, but now it seems like you guys are taking like way more risks. Like, is that an active discussion you guys had when you picked up Havok? Like, let's take more risk in rounds. Like, if you find an open lane, just take it, or does that just happen naturally?
Yeah, funny you say that because I think I'm a really good risk taker when it comes to S&D, and Colt is a really good risk taker as well. Then we have Preston's fast in S&D. He knows when he has to go and stop. And I mean, Dylan's like the backbone sometimes.
Yeah.
He snipes, makes plays. But I think in general, Colt loves to make plays. I love to make plays. So I think that kind of combo just makes us a dangerous team. And funny you say that. Before the match, before the S&D started, Colt was like, even though we got smoke first map, it doesn't matter. Play this S&D. If you want to take a risk, take a risk. Call it. We'll play around you. So, you know what I mean? He's bringing the good vibes. He's bringing the energy. And he's a great player to have on our team. So.
Well, it's working, man.
Hey, yo, Standy, I'm going to leave the floor to you right here. Yo, feel free to be in filter or however you feel. This year was pretty frustrating for you and your team, but you guys are just dominating everything right now. I mean, what is the feeling inside of you now whenever you go into a series looking at this team and just the success you have now compared to back then?
I think for me, like from beginning of the year, I was relied on a lot for like the pressure and playmaking, and like obviously people could say like I'm not having like a superstar year, but at least now I have moments where I'm allowed to slow down, get a kill, play my lane, and I also have moments where I can be really fast, head bash, head bash, head bash. While Colt's on a route, head bash a hill, someone's looking over me, so. I think my goal, like, and our team's goal now is just making the game easy, and you know what I mean? We're playing for team wins. We're not really, you know?
Yeah, I got you, man. Hey, Standy, keep up the good work. We'll holler at you later, all right, man?
Holler at you later, yo.
All right, man. I'm loving to hear it. But the Scump play of the game was going to be the end of that hard point where Minnesota just took reins with the entire series and got yet another big dub.
So I heard you do that in my ear, and I was like, I don't like what just went down, but I do like Minnesota Røkkr in the entire upscale that they have been on recently, following their own home Major II. They came out of that and was like, you know what, we want to make a turnaround for the fans. We want to start showing out for them and show what we're truly capable of. And I feel like heading into Major III Qualifiers, that is exactly what this team has done.
Yeah, and that was a big play out of Priestahh as well. Like, the guy gets all the way around the back, picks up the kill on the pinch. Like, if he doesn't do that, they're in a very tough spot. They also did a really good job on P1 there. Like, literally, they held like 30 seconds and then literally got the scrap as well as they started to rotate. So, Minnesota Røkkr looking damn good.
All right, you know what else is looking damn good? We're at the end of the day, we have one more series left to go. And this one, I'm hoping that this just is crazy, okay? We have the Boston Breach facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. And on paper, yeah, we can say Atlanta FaZe is definitely outright the better team. But the thing is, we cannot count Boston out. Let's see if the boys can pick it up against, what, last year's Team of the Year. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. Take it easy.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights two right off the wrist. Makes it three. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. aBeZy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Giving the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. And there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe. Important to give this away. They continue to fight. But it's Methodz. Capsidal. Cap says, you know what? I would like to continue. For a 1v1. Team versus TJ now looks to find 4 of his own. And Nero will find insight. These Røkkr are hungry.
Hey girl, babe, gonna try to if I must say, got a man, don't play. Said she always wanted me, well, okay.
All right, beautiful people, how you doing today? I hope you're doing all right? Because us right here on the desk, we're having a lot of fun. My name is Velly, this is Ali, and also Nameless. And for the last series of the day, all right, check this out. Atlanta FaZe versus Boston Breach. A lot of teams don't really get an opportunity to really prove to everybody outright just how good they are, right? We saw Seattle versus LA Thieves earlier today, where even though one team won over the other, we don't know consistently how they'll be against the best of the best. Boston finally gets their chance, okay? We're not talking about who's leading the stats for ARs or anything else that we saw on stage 2. Right now is now, and Boston have a tough road ahead of them because taking a look at the map pool as well, they actually have a solid chance.
I think on every map heading into this, they have a chance. They're definitely testing their luck versus an Atlanta FaZe on a Bocage hardpoint as the first map.
Oh, brother.
We
don't see eye to eye in this one, Ali. Go ahead.
The last time these teams matched up on a Gavutu hardpoint, it was over an 100-point differential, 250 to 125. So if you haven't been finding Gavutu success as of recent, they aren't trying to put it in this series. Let your SMGs free in the likes of Capsidal and Nero. Capsidal actually has a positive KD, the only positive KD across the board at Boston Breach against the Atlanta FaZe. So try to get your SMGs comfortable, maybe get a little bit mixy on the cage. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what do they got to do?
I mean, those are some nice stats, Ali, but FaZe is 7-1 on Bocage. That map was designed for a roster like the Atlanta FaZe. I think you take it to them on Gavutu. They decide to get rid of it, even though these are the 2 best Gavutu teams in the game. Test it out, but game fuel keys to victory is getting to a steal or respawn. FaZe 12-2 in respawn since the start of the Pro-Am. They've just been lights out in respawn across all modes. And then press, advance, and search and destroy. Atlanta's lost 7 of the last 9 in S&D. They have not been the same team that we know and love when it comes to search and destroy. A lot of that has to do with the aBeZy. Need him to be on point with those first bloods, and then find more success in your Tuscan Hill setups. Boston last in whole percentage on Tuscan at 57%.
That is key, and I'm loving number 1 right now. They're going to have to steal a respawn in the biggest way possible, with the first map being Bocage, okay? Now, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, though, things are going to be a little bit more different. I'm sorry. I'm excited, okay? Because of the simple fact that this game is going to revolve around the big matchup between ARs. We're going to have Arcitys and also Zenny, but we can't count out the likes of Cellium as well, Nameless.
Yeah, you absolutely can. I mean, this FaZe team is just stacked from top to bottom. Going up against this Boston team, we know how good Boston can be in search and destroy at times. And when you look at the maps that they have, it's Desert Siege and Tuscan. They're kind of evenly matched in the search and destroy. So, you know, for FaZe, they're looking at it like, all right, we just take all 3 respawns, or maybe they've figured out their search and destroy. Like I said, it's been a lot of aBeZy going out and getting blooded. It's not the same. So hopefully he can figure it out in this series.
And when it comes to game fuel keys to victory, there's no brilliant S&D in this series, so I can just straight up skip over that one. Lock down the control. Atlanta is on a 6-game control win streak. Atlanta has just been playing incredible when it comes to respawn. It's really just been the search and destroy. They've been struggling and continue offense dominance on Desert Siege, winning 58% of offensive rounds with a 1.23 team KD. Again, these are 2 very good Desert Siege teams going head to head, but I will say last time Atlanta FaZe played Boston on this, they did win in a 6-4 fashion.
I'm excited to see this game go down, and the players are just about ready, but I do gotta say this. I hope Boston pulls up a good game, but I feel like Simp is gonna go crazy. Bryson 10, fellas, let's close out today strong, all right?
I want to be strong, but I'm not sure my mental's there after we've just said that this is a good map set for Boston Breach. When there's a Prakash to kick things off, I'm with Ant on this one. Not a chance. Why is Prakash in there first? Why is it? Stay away.
Look,
Stay away.
I will play some devil's advocate, right?
Yes.
I will play some devil's advocate and say we haven't seen what's been happening in scrims recently. Obviously, last time Liga Voodoo didn't go well for them. A bit of the roll the dice, maybe. Map number 1 for the Boston Breach, and who knows? They could pull out a madness and shock all of us. I doubt it, but it could happen. Obviously, Desert Siege, Berlin Control, Tuscan Hardpoint, and Tuscan Search to end it all up, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. I looking at this map set, I need to see Desert Siege for the side of Boston. We know how good FaZe have looked recently when it does come down to control. Yes, their S&D has been slippy, so it's definitely a chance for Boston. But this map number 1, you're going to have to pull something out of the bag if you are the Breach. Let's see if you can get things going. But honestly, when we watched them the other day against London, they pulled out the win. But we were having this conversation in the green room before. They were 1 round away from being 2-0 down after getting smoked 6-0 on the Search and Destroy. Yes, they turned it around, and it shows a lot of character in that squad. But it was very close to being a poor performance. So let's see if they can be a little bit more consistent here today. But they're going up against one of the best teams in the game. It's going to be difficult to do.
Well, off onto the mixer, of course. Straight on to the old usual P1 on Bakaj. Seems to be dancing around this, looking for a bit of positioning, looking for a little bit of a gunfight, and then probably P2.
It's a bit inconsequential when things just start to kick off like this, don't they? It's hard to keep up exactly with what's going on, but when it comes down to Atlanta FaZe, in terms of their ARs that they use so well on this map, these guys are just so good at locking down where they need to be. So, well, I mean, you've also got aBeZy, players like this, who are going to be up in your face. It's a good start for the side of FaZe. And keep a hold of that spot. Boston Breach in 10 seconds are going to have to try and find a way to break through it.
Most important thing for FaZe there is they're trying to push them as far back as possible. And now Boston getting a little bit of time, but looking to soak this. Nero cutting through, looking for this back tin, and he's doing it. He did it the other day against London. FaZe may be a different animal, but it's the same old Nero.
Lovely break. Nero, the spearhead there for the side of Boston Breach. FaZe may be coming this a touch cold, you would say. Haven't seen too much from them as of recent, and well, all of a sudden that break that did come on through is completely negated, and immediately you can see that FaZe just push forward. Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's the way to do it. Cellium pushing forward. We'll probably find a couple. Does find that second. There's Grandma's control as well. Now they have to concentrate and get rid of Cellium. They cannot leave him here behind them. They will do so, but with 25 seconds left to go, they maybe got one more push in them here, Boston.
You see they're maybe going to try and find something, but not an awful lot. They'll be set up ready for this next one that's much more important for them. TJ actually gets the gun through, but aBeZy will shut him before he can get any time. Coming off of P2 and now continues to move forward himself. Looking for the players he knows he's going to be here. There's more kills for FaZe in the kill feed.
Stick held forward by aBeZy. Ready and waiting for the rest of his team to find their way there, but the pressure is already here. aBeZy will find one. Cellium and Arcitys round the back. It's nearly a clean wipe. And clean wipe will be coming on through if it wasn't the player coming in from Capsidal to get himself up top. You see a little bit more from him already. Not the best of starts, but it's going to be Boston Breach bouncing right back. Spawn's there for FaZe. Now Boston getting a spot to maybe get the spawn trap going.
This is good for Boston.
Nicely
trying to throw FaZe in the blender. And you can see FaZe now stuck at the back, and there's players here from Boston holding them in, pinning them back as far as they possibly can. You can't get time if you can't get out of spawn. And TJ still trying to hold this one down. Eventually, it just spits on Arcitys. It's been a great hill there in the end from Boston Breach, and FaZe have kind of been rocked.
Yeah, that was one of those situations. FaZe did fantastic to break. Boston broke them right back, but FaZe forced to spawn towards the backside, and Boston Breach punished them for it. Really, really good hill on the Boston side. It is still relatively close, of course, as it always seems to be on Bakaj, but nicely done from Boston. It gives you hope that we are going to get to see a good map between these two teams yet on Bakaj. Capsidal is going to survive. Nero, the wingman, is there to help things out. Arcitys trying to survive over towards P4, and he's going to lock this in for his team. They've got 10 spawn, so they can set up a bit of a setup. Words. Let's see if they can lock it down.
At the moment, just a little bit of trading going on around mid-map as a Boston Breach tries to swing into position. And Arcitys has been pre-aiming over these barrels for quite a while, and the second he moves, he gets cut down. aBeZy Arcitys back and also calls out Capsidal. They all go down the same time, but it has now got Mixie into barn, as it frequently does.
Slight lead here for the side of FaZe. Knocking down a decent amount of time here over towards P4. Simp will be the one to finally lock down the spawn with 5 seconds to go. Movement over towards the next hill. Oh, Nero gonna get caught eventually. But in the end, it's gonna be Boston finding the kills when they're needed. These transitional kills seem to be going towards Boston more often than not. 17 and 9 out of TJ. It's been a big reason for that. And you look at the guys that are trying to find those routes for the side of Atlanta FaZe. You would think it'd be aBeZy. You would think it'd be Simp. Simp 14 and 15 now, but aBeZy not able to find these kills. But Cellium is 14 and 9 out of him. He's broke it nearly single-handedly here.
Still a very close game here on Bacage, which it frequently is as these two teams go to war and look for the kills. And you see Arcitys trying to get around the back, and he's not able to kill TJ, and they both end up switching weapons. But it's Boston Breach who come out on top now, looking for this last 20 seconds of time. Atlanta FaZe are nowhere near to contend.
It's been a really good showing in this first rotation. We're saying to ourselves that we thought this would be like the first 2 series in the sense that we think it could have been quick. But Boston Breach showing that they're here to play. Team very much that not too much in danger at this moment in time for Champ's scariness, but you know, it's one of those situations. Every single game counts, and a scalp like Atlanta FaZe would not just give them the points, it would give them confidence. They have quite often been a team that we've talked about that they've done well, but when they come up against teams like FaZe, against teams like OpTic, they will fall short very often. Can the tide turn though?
Kind of a different side of the coin, to be honest with you. If Boston beat FaZe here, a lot of people start downing FaZe majorly just before the major. Now, as we go back onto P1, it'll be Boston this time around, who holds down a little bit of P1 control, but more importantly, those P2 spawns. The game still balanced very evenly between these two teams. Only 20 points separated them. Cellium going to try and find a way out.
I'll speak about it a little bit more when it comes down to averages for both these two teams and where they're scoring most of their points. Of course, the averages, etc., aren't that high for most of these hills, but the best hill for the side of FaZe is that P4 barn, and they honestly didn't do too much with it. Bearing in mind as well, it's Boston's worst hill. They're usually losing the most amount of points out of any of the 5 hills on Bacage over towards barn. Last time around, they made good work of that. I think was pretty much a 50-50 split. So if they can limit some of their worst hills, it seems like they've worked on it. But so far, so good for FaZe over towards P2. A lot of good time being picked up here on average from them. And they do it here once more as they're about to break into the leads. TJ will find a route through. Still, it's very, very mixy here, Bryce.
It certainly is. Both teams throwing everything they can at this P2 hill. Let's find out, though, how the Boston Breach are getting on with the listening.
Is he in tent? No, he's on the tank, Okay, he's be barrels. aBeZy. You got a left, taking me? You have left?
Yeah, I should.
Okay. Oh, 10, one shot, one guy's barrels.
I got one barrel spot.
10 barrels, two at all, guys. One tap fast to cut, right?
They can go right, yeah.
They can go right now. Right corner, back up, one shot, go. One shot, Alex, one shot,
I don't see him.
Trying to hold gate. River too.
Okay.
Right's open here. Dead Z.
I got kitchen. I'm watching kitchen.
Stay now, guys.
I got
time.
I got kitchen.
They're going right. They're going right.
I got your kitchen.
In the back. There's one in the back. aBeZy. Back right tank, guys. Back right dead. Nice. One more. Stay down.
Nice. Back right tank. Alec.
Look at shot. Yep. You're in time. You should inside time. Okay, you got him right now. I'll get him right now.
I'll
be in the back, guys.
Nice. Push kitchen.
Tools.
Got tools. He's weak. He's hitting for the back window.
Back window. Start Alec and tools. He's got back window.
Yo, Simp, push that gate.
Hold. Everyone chill. I'm in the back right now. Kill this guy gate here.
He's on gate up. No, you want to hut. He might try and flank us.
I don't see him.
He's in stable.
Stable. One shot, guys. Stable, one shot.
Yeah, I'm wrapping for him.
Push this guy down.
Right. Wait for Kenyon. Can you come right back on here? He's going back to River.
He's dead.
Big win.
Alec, fuck.
Front door.
Alex last time was going right.
I'm watching my right.
TJ's been having a good game. Says he's in the back to try and break P3. Cellium says absolutely not. We hear no more words from TJ from what happened because Cellium, it's a pretty standard gunfight, but it looks like he absolutely cooked him. Now heading over towards P4. Boston, as said, this notoriously has not been fantastic for them. First rotation, not so bad. Let's see if they can lock down some decent time here and catch up to what is a decent little lead here for the side of FaZe, but these transitional kills, Bryce, not looking good.
It certainly hasn't. You can already see FaZe have made their way over to barn, and it hasn't been difficult for them. Just been gunning the way through, of course. Barn is never going to be an easy hill to hold regardless, and he's already going to be Boston swinging back into the action. Cellium tries to get one, but he gets shot from both sides. And Atlanta FaZe have been rebuffed here. They are now further back away. Trying to get close, but aBeZy just cuts through another player, and the cage is always mixy, but I feel like both of these two teams are just trading left, right, and center.
Yeah, it's just been absolute headbutt central in the middle of hills here. No right or reason necessarily about it on some of them, specifically on this one. And the headbutting, well, it usually works in the favor of FaZe. You go toe-to-toe with them, fire with fire, it's usually them that come out on top. It's rotation over towards P5. Nero in a position to do something inside of Gromma's here. He should be able to find a kill or two towards the back. Cellium just jumping out in time. Oh, cooks him as well. Cellium will fall to the grenade, and maybe something still can be worked for Boston Breach here. But that's just a little bit of bad timing for Nero. I like the movement, I like the plan, but still it's FaZe in control.
Big nade for Nero over the top. Actually going to stop the time ticking through. Atlanta FaZe cleared the lines, and they had everything locked in. And it hasn't paid out for them because they've got nobody soaking time at the moment as they try to win the next set of gunfights. And it's back and forth between the two teams. aBeZy's going to jump in here at the end, but he doesn't have the support to keep him alive. He's going to go down very quickly. Capsidal finds him. Simp goes for the trade. More players piling in everywhere on this map. It's just going to be Atlanta FaZe that come away slightly ahead on that hill as we move back into P1 ton.
Yeah, any extension for the team that's in the lead when it comes to the third rotation of hills is a positive to take away. Good P5 from FaZe. They may not have picked up a great load of time, but they didn't allow Boston anything at all. Boston now on P1, and FaZe have to be careful. We've seen some teams be a little bit ignorant of the time that can be picked up here in the middle courtyard. I remember the beginning of the game, things were ridiculously mixy on this one. Fight after fight after fight, but that's pretty much 10-15 seconds uncontested for the Boston Breach. Around 35 away here. This becomes doable if they can continue to pick up points here over towards P1 and lock down P2 spawns. There you go, 4 dead momentarily. Let's push the spawn if we can, if we're Boston Breach. Methodz gonna get caught though. Good transitional kills coming in from FaZe.
TJ staying alive, not allowing Atlanta FaZe all the pressure they want for it, but Simp will find him in the end. A few seconds left here on the P1 before that switch to P2. Atlanta FaZe desperately going to try and hold against it, but there is still pressure coming in. Boston trying to crack this nut. They do not want to let FaZe get set up ready for this rotation.
Where's the push going to come from if you're the Boston Breach? Oh, that's a fight that aBeZy should not have won. Staying alive inside the bar now, he can find the cuts. Arcitys is pushed forward. Capsidal with a huge grenade though. That's going to slow things down for the side of FaZe there. They were locking things in. They still have the spawns over towards Tin, and Cellium still alive in Barn, still causing chaos. The rest of the squad now off the respawn and causing chaos themselves. It's only Capsidal momentarily left inside of Barn. About 15 points to go here. Brycey FaZe have heated up towards the end.
Austin had a great opportunity to break it there, but they just weren't able to deal with some players of FaZe. They're going to have to go for this again, of course, and Arcitys is going to be pushed forward. aBeZy gets another kill. Capsidal runs into a gunfight, and it's only going to be Nero to do something, but it comes to nothing. And Atlanta FaZe, one of the most dominant teams on Røkkr, of course, chalk up their first win in the hard point.
Wasn't necessarily plain sailing, though, by any stretch of the imagination. Boston put up a pretty good fight for the majority, but FaZe just doing FaZe things. That second rotation, they started to stretch their legs just a little bit. Winning those rotational battles, a couple of really strong holds as well over towards P3 and 4 specifically. Make Boston's job very, very difficult when we get into that third and final rotation, and they can't make mistakes in Atlanta FaZe. They're not the ones to make any mistakes at all. 30 bombs all around for that side of things as well, so a really good showing out of the side of FaZe. But yeah, that's it for me. It's that second time round over towards P3. They stretched that lead, and from there, they didn't let it go.
Yeah, and here's the truth of the situation. Coming into this map, I'm fairly certain everybody had Atlanta FaZe already up 1-0. Boston Breach at least kept it close. They did show us that maybe the rolling of the dice, the chance they took here on Røkkr hardpoint, did mean something. It was a really good showing actually from TJ and Nero. They certainly a little bit of Atlanta FaZe out of their comfort zone, and I think things were a little bit different. It could have been a different story. I am actually really impressed with Boston on Røkkr. Yep. I think that's the takeaway I've got from this.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of moments here and there that I'm thinking maybe that gunfight in bottom barn that Nero. I mean, I don't want to say it gets smoked off aBeZy, but it was a gunfight that Nero maybe a couple of extra shots here and there that he needed to land might have made a little bit of a difference, but aBeZy was up in their faces consistently and a fairly decent game there alongside the rest of the team. But I said a couple of those gunfights go different. Maybe your setup could be broken a little bit easier if you're on Atlanta FaZe. Maybe Boston could find a way through. Nero had a good game as well. TJ had a really good start, but ultimately just not enough. Atlanta FaZe, when they get a hold of something, they do not let it go. Second hill over towards that third rotation, and of course the third hill and the second rotation of Prolute get the job done for Atlanta FaZe. But as you said, this was not a map that a lot of people would have looked at. Even the people who would have thought that Boston have a super good shout in this series, I don't think many of them would have given them Prolute. So heading into Desert Siege, this is where, for me, their series really does start. They need to get the win here. They need to potentially then nick one of the next two respawns to force them up number 5. FaZe's record on Search and Destroy recently has not been great. And that's the caveat I can give them in the sense of Boston. You know, their Search and Destroy at times has been up and down. But if they can steal a respawn, it was never going to be Prolute, then they have a chance in this series. But they may well have a chance in maps 3 and 4 if they can take map number 2.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a million miles away from this. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, Boston are the underdog coming into this series. I don't think anybody's really got them walking away with a win, but there is always a chance in the CDL. And let's face it, we've seen some pretty crazy things this week as well. But it's the run-up to the major, of course, and Boston Breach will be looking to at least get some very good practice in and prove to a lot of people, because the recent stories about Boston Breach, especially before that London game as well, were maybe not living up to the potential that people have pegged them at. You know, remember that there were discussions about this being the top third team, the gateway between them and everybody else. Like, I don't know if that's still true, and people are asking the question, but let's find out about who's the top performers on Search and Destroy. Well, it's Capsidal and Cellium. Capsidal not having a very good map that first one. Cellium having a great map in the first hard point, and now they go to war in the S&D.
And the thing is, with both these players, different roles when it comes down to the side of Desert Siege. I'd imagine that Capsidal will be playing in and around Paulehx. He'll be there trying to find these first bloods, a little bit of control for his team, getting information. Whereas Cellium usually likes to play over towards that B side on the defensive and will look for picks there with his auto on the attack. So different roles for these two players. Are they going to be able to spread their wings, and that good KD from both of them? Can it be influential here for their sides as we head into Desert Siege? I think I'd rather see like, if you were to specifically say who you want and who could have a better game on this map, you would definitely say Cell, the automated, when it comes down to Desert Siege. We know how good he is down that B side. There's snipers who are scared to walk into his auto down that side. Very, very terrifying place to be. So let's see if the side of Boston can deal with them. It is a strange one, because there's a lot of SMG control around Paulehx, which could dictate the map, but the initial long-range gunfights as well. Scary thought for both teams.
I've seen Atlanta FaZe on this map look phenomenal, but I've also seen Atlanta FaZe on this map look lost. So whenever it comes into it, I'm always like, well, how are they playing today? Because it's a little bit up in the air, and it really determines how Boston Breach could have an opportunity back into this series. Of course, map number 1, there's Røkkr, as a 1.5 drop for Cellium. Just a ridiculous start to their campaign here on the way to major number 3. But we jump on board with him straight away, and Methodz almost catches it, and he does. Methodz going straight down. That's first blood.
Yep, that doesn't help things out at all. The side of Boston Breach now. 4 versus 3. Arcitys will find another on Nero. That's around the B side. He was looking for a flank. Arcitys ready for that one. TJ now trying to get something going, but it's a B hit that's going to come through. Capsidal in a good position to maybe do something about it. We'll find another 2v3 doable.
Cellium throws a shoulder, and actually he's going to go for it as well. Capsidal with the mad play just launches himself at Cellium. But time is ticking, and they have to commit to this.
22 seconds. Simp though, yeah, he'll find TJ. And all of a sudden, Capsidal behind that bomb site has been spotted. He's been lit up as well, and he is dead. Well played from the Atlanta FaZe. That first blood and second blood, of course, helping things out there. A little bit of a scary thought when those kills go down for the side of Boston, but the damage was already done. The time not on their side. Well played from FaZe. That's a 1-0 lead.
Well, it all started with that opening pick, and Cellium found Methodz a little bit kind of relaxed. Methodz actually went for kind of either a chow or he went for another jump up there. I'm not entirely certain what he was doing, but it did open the round up perfectly for them, and Caps was the only player to actually get kills from Boston Breach. They might be going aggressive here. No, waiting for his teammates to potentially make a pick. As you can see, Boston are spread out all over Siege.
And this is their favorite thing to do. In 66% of the rounds, they're playing neutral when it goes on the attack. They play nice and slow, they wait for it, and then the rest of the time, they go B. They never go A. Once out of 25 attacking rounds, they've headed towards A. Have FaZe done their homework? Stack B side in every single round, and you might get away with it. Nero behind the bomb, though. That's already down. He's going to find two, and the information, the communication, not there between Simp and aBeZy. All of a sudden, it's a tough situation for FaZe. And Boston Breach will get their just rewards. That bomb is down, and Cellium doing this.
Yeah, Cellium in a horrible, horrible position. He's going to find them. They're all going to challenge him, and eventually he will get one. But Nero on the bomb site took every bit of an advantage. Simp tried to hit him with a movement. They hit him as a 2, and all it gave him was a 2-piece. Great round from the Boston Breach.
And that's the kill that makes the difference. If they can find Nero there, they've got site control. But as soon as Nero finds one, he's always going to find the second. All played. So that B push working. It was a neutral start for the side of Boston Breach. They were waiting for the FaZe to maybe get a little bit overzealous. And then they make their push when the information is gathered, or lack of information is there. Same thing again here for Cell down A side. Can he find the pick this time again?
You already see aBeZy a little bit low. And Capsidal may have seen Simp there. Throws a long one. Not even going to get a hit marker for it, and you can now see FaZe are looking to go B. The only player that could stop them is Nero.
Capsidal threatening, though. The window broken. Arcitys, he's going to run straight into Nero. Nero can't be challenged either. Simp went for the trade. Isn't going to work that time. Simp is going to find a trade, though, for aBeZy as Capsidal had found him. Nero finds another. Cellium left in a 1 versus 3. TJ will fall. That's 2 gunfights he probably shouldn't have won, and it's a 1v1.
Cellium determined not to let this one go.
He's got time.
Nero trying to figure out where he is. Just playing super patient on that minimap. And now enough time has elapsed that neither player really knows where the other one is. Benefit being is Nero will now check this A site. Will now slowly rotate over to B. This is all timing, and it benefits Nero. With that clock shutting down, Cellium has to make the move.
Nero will get that notification. He'll know where that bomb is. Checking it for Cellium. Can't quite get the angle. The bomb's going to go down. The gunfight's going to come. Cellium 10s! And there's Nero gone. It's every single time. It's a 1 versus 3, and the snap from Cellium.
Smiles on Atlanta FaZe's faces.
This second one,
aBeZy looked over him was like, what on earth are you doing? And look at this gunfight. It took about 6 hours. Unreal.
I knew that second one looked a bit dodgy. Just seemed like they weren't locking onto each other through the box, and eventually finds the fight. But that last one, the turn onto Nero, he's unfortunate in fairness to him. First bullets go in, and Cellium's always going to fly them. Look at this for the side of Boston, though. It's an A attack. They don't often do it, but Atlanta FaZe find first blood.
Capsidal making moves again. Has pushed all the way through. I think he did this in the London series as well. Didn't have a good hard point and then turned it on the S&D, and it was one of the reasons Boston Breach were able to come back against London. Currently 6-2 and sitting B. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are starting to make moves, though. Down A street. There is a trade.
Versus 2. Methodz is going to make it a 1 versus 2, and Cellium left all alone again. 1 versus 1, sorry now. Oh, Methodz is going to spot him. Cell's going to take a lot of bullets there. 4 HP, and he's going to get out. He'll have to retreat. Methodz knows this, and we'll go for the plan.
Methodz has the bomb down. Trying to figure out where Cellium has come from, but here's Cellium got another clutch ready to go. Looking for him, and he's seen Methodz. He's going to take the fight long range, of course. Cellium on a 5 streak, cannot be stopped. Clutches up again. I don't know how to stop him.
The guy's different. Absolutely ridiculous plays coming out from Cellium once again. There's been so many arguments who's the best player in the game at this moment in time. A lot of people will say Shotzzy. A lot of people will say Cellium as well. We're sort of coming to the crescendo of the year in the next couple of months, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top, to be honest with you. These guys have been slugging at each other, and it's OpTic who come out on top in general. I don't know, FaZe on any given day could just turn it on, and if you got players like this coming out, it makes things just so much easier. Arcitys finds first blood for 4 versus 3 now, and they are flying.
Confidence in abundance. There is a flank coming in, though. Keep an eye. TJ's going to try and do something here. Looking for these players, and he just gets destroyed. Atlanta FaZe are in their groove. They're feeling themselves. The hips are swinging. They are happy. Boston Breach are taking it in the teeth.
That was so fast as soon as Arcitys opens up there. Yeah, I mean, you've immediately got nobody watching outside over towards B. You've got nobody on the mound towards the back. So for FaZe, it's an absolute playground. You can run forward, you can plant the bomb, you can ascertain control. Arcitys going to find another opening pick. FaZe have just been lights out here.
TJ looking for the pick as well, and he finds the eyebrows of Cellium. It's a huge pick for the Boston Breach, as B is now in their control, and you can see already on the mini-map, Nero is now running there to try and get in. There are 2 players stacked up from Boston. FaZe have 2 ready to go as well. Simp already has found 1. Capsidal is pushing forward, trying to give his teammate time to plant, but Arcitys picks him. And that is a complete collapse as Arcitys just opens fire with a bolt action. And I thought they had it.
It was looking that way. FaZe say no. Honestly, at any point when you think Boston might have it, remember who they're playing and what's happened in a few of these rounds. Good shots coming out from Arcitys, getting the job done with the car as he so often does. And honestly, I just feel like this was Boston's chance in the series. It's not done yet. And we had seen something quite monumental from Boston the other day against London, but I think there would be something a little bit more special to find 5 rounds in a row here against FaZe.
Let's see it. Let's see if Boston have anything left. TJ misses Cellium. Atlanta FaZe still yet to commit. Boston Breach making a little bit of movement on the mini-map. Just trying to check their angles, and Capsidal might be the keystone to this defense. Any push comes onto B, he needs to win it and give his team time to get in a good position.
FaZe a very balanced team on the attack. Happy to go pretty much anywhere. This moment in time, they're not 100% sure though. Got no information over towards B. A little bit of information now though, as aBeZy's going to find TJ, and that's just a simple pick. One that Boston may root. Capsidal getting aggressive. Simp will be taken down. 3v3 is the trade going to be there, though. Can Capsidal survive? Not quite. 2v3.
Nero going to try and get his teammates trade now as well as Methodz jumps around the corner, brings it back to a 2 versus 1. Cellium is the player left alive, though. It's Cellium again. Oh, no. Surely not again. Surely there's no way, and it has been stopped. The Demon of Desert Siege has been put to bed for that round as well. It's terrifying.
Methodz. The balls he plays around the outside over towards A just gets aggressive. And to be honest, because FaZe have had to take so long, they had to make a decision where to go. Boston might be down in numbers, but they can press the issue there. They can force FaZe to have to rush. Methodz pushes up, finds the kill, and Boston Breach maybe a lifeline here in the search and destroy. Arcitys, just these first bloods are coming thick and fast for the side of FaZe, and may well have answered that call of Boston. It's a 2 versus 4 now. Nero and Methodz have got it all to do once again.
Nero trying to stay alive. Tim's already shown on the back. Tim doesn't even care. Just waits for his teammate to pick that one up. And now Methodz, the last man alive, and it's no good. Atlanta FaZe take that search 6-2. And even on the rounds they lost, they looked pretty good. That was a different league of S&D.
Just different. When you get yourselves in a sticky little spot, you have Cellium to count on. And it's never a bad thing to have in the back pocket, is it? A 1v3 with a turn on to finish it off. And I don't want to say that I felt like a momentum swing, but it just felt like such a good spot for FaZe to be in that scenario. And then another 1v1 that he wins. These opening picks, I'd be very interested to see the first bloods, because it felt like a lot of them went towards FaZe. Arcity's a demon with the sniper, and there you go.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up, right? That's kind of the difference. Like, we talk about Cellium and the ridiculous clutches, but Arcity's being a menace with that sniper. If you play competitive COD, you understand how difficult it can be to play against a hot sniper. They shut down parts of the map. They restrict you from doing certain things. They restrict intel. It becomes incredibly difficult, and your entire team has to pivot around it or go for the chow. Can be a lose-lose scenario. At that point, it was a lose-lose for Boston.
Never ideal. Never ideal. And now a mountain to climb for the side of Boston. You've got a control coming up with FaZe looking really solid on control as of recent. Then you've got to try and steal a Tuscan off them. And then you've got to try and beat them in Search and Destroy after you've just been smoked on Desert Siege. It does not bode well for the side of Boston Breach, but it never did at one point against London until round number 6 of that Search and Destroy in the second map. So never count them out. I'm not saying they're going to do that again, but let's see. Look, Control's one of those maps where things can be a little bit mixy, especially over towards Berlin. So let's see if they can get something going here. I hope they do.
Well, we'll have to find out. Of course, Atlanta FaZe so far sitting pretty at the top. Boston Breach, though, always have an opportunity. The big question as we go into this one is, can Boston Breach bounce back on Berlin? A hard task against one of the most dominant teams in CDL history. We'll have to find out after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is, of course, time to get into our third game here. And, well, right now the chips are down for Boston Breach. Atlanta FaZe looking like every bit the team we thought they were going to be, Ton.
Yeah, this has been a clinical performance so far. Somewhat surgical in the search and destroy. Shaky start, of course, in map number 1, but those cobwebs have been dusted off and we are heading over towards map number 3. That suits FaZe. They have not lost Boston control. They have not lost Berlin control so far. I'll not tell everybody the joke that you made during the intermission. I'll let you save that one if possible. But Methodz in this game at 0.76, he really has been one of the hallmarks of a good Boston performance. Hasn't quite been able to bring it. However, Cellium has been. That is...
Cellium was 1.5 in the hard point. Go to S&D actually just made it even better, but we'll see how this one goes, of course. There's always a chance for Boston. And TJ already pushing out as that door opens. You can see it had a face swing into action. They are swarming across this now. 3 members, and this is a little bit of a tactic coming from them. They've sent one towards A. The rest of the team are trying to hit B.
Seeing what they can do. Capsidal, the only one left momentarily, will deal with Cellium. That player's actually left over towards A. Simp now found himself over towards Fire. He's just going to cut off the resources that would have been there. Simp can't find the second. Good shots coming in from Methodz. Now it's a good stack over towards A for the side of FaZe. Boston, are they going to answer the call here?
Just holding fast. Gonna try and make a little bit of a play and run straight into it. He gets taken down. A gets secured, but at the moment, Boston are taking map control.
Well played from the side of Boston. If they can force this out and win the next couple of gunfights, could be in a good spot here. But now for the side of FaZe, you've got so much time to pick Boston off where you can. Boston not necessarily in the best of positions here. They need to win these next couple of gunfights as they're going to be in a terrible, terrible hole. Simp's going to open up with the first one. Arcitys with another. Ticket control is going to be there for the side of FaZe. All of a sudden, TJ is left on his own.
Easy already on the point, just stopping that clock for a second, but will be gunned down by Nero. Cellium, though, getting another one. Boston Breach, you've got to be careful not to lose too many trades in this position.
And look how much FaZe just take their time when they get into that spot. They just sit, they wait for Boston. They know they have to come out from Fire. FaZe set up, they take their time and pick them off one by one. They're inside of B now, and look how fast that's going up.
Yeah, they've chosen to try and hit through Fire, which is the right call because you're not getting through there with this many players looking, and they try to get through. And Arcitys stops firing, goes for the MP40. Cellium on a 5-3. That's 6. Eventually goes down. Methodz tries to find one more, and that's game over. I did say Boston Breach can't lose too many trades in the position they were in. Turns out every single one of them is the exact wrong amount.
And when they're in control of Ticket there, the big problem is that FaZe are already pushed up. If you're in control of Ticket and they're spawning all the way towards back docks, you at least have time if you lose the gunfights to get in off the respawn. But because FaZe are there, you lose 3 gunfights. FaZe can push up. They don't even need to be inside the point. You stack yourself over towards window. Boston are all filtering through Fire, and Boston are all dead again. Fantastic from FaZe. The patience was there. The gunny was there. Not that that's ever been in question as Boston Breach now need an attack of their own. They're heading over towards A. That is a fat stack. And I don't mean cash. The side of Boston Breach.
Simp can make a move here and somehow finds TJ, even though he was called out eventually. aBeZy breaks into the side at the same time, and Boston have the numbers to just say, nope, you're not going to do it to us. They have the kill lead and 2 minutes 20 on the clock, Ton.
This is the difference here. Boston didn't have somebody in this kind of position. Cellium will be there, and that will force Boston to spawn a little bit further back. And they just have to check a couple more corners. They have to take their time to push up. Now FaZe not necessarily in the best of situations here. Simp is going to either have to stay alive or find 2.
Simp has been seen and will be taken down, and this is bad for Atlanta FaZe. This is very, very bad. aBeZy does win a very crucial gunfight at the beginning, but Methodz is now on the hill. The rest of the Breach are here. They need to make some kills though, Ton. Simp somehow getting away from him over and over again, but Methodz playing his line superbly, just trying to make sure nothing goes down. Capsidal backs him up. This has been superb every step of the way from Boston as Methodz makes the difference. That third tick is ticking through. aBeZy comes in and tries to do something. Nero picks him off.
That's the round.
Somehow, some way, Boston Breach take the attack.
Much, much better. Same story for FaZe there on the defensive side of things. They had nobody kind of pushed up, and as soon as you lose those gunfights, you're in a tough spot. You're scrambling. You need to dominate this side of the map. You need to be pushed out from tickets. You need at least 2 players over towards that train side if you want to be secure. You have to force them to maybe push through fire, because then you know that's exactly where it's coming from. That's a tough one. I mean, it all ultimately comes down, if you win your gunfights there, you're still in a fine spot, but as soon as you lose them, things can change very, very quickly. In the Reaper of Berlin, then his Methodz, 12-4 from him. Can he keep this up as FaZe head towards it?
Well, we're going to have to find out, but I'll tell you something. Let's find out how Atlanta FaZe are feeling with the listening.
Team clutch. Our glass has weak. And then beat on that. Our clutch is weak. Clutch in. Our team clutch in. Yeah, our clutch in. One shot. One out of last street. Next shit. One clutch in the back. Both of you go around. He was clutch in, Chris. Yeah, you didn't go top tower. Okay, great. I'll play base. Okay. No, I got naded, Alec. Top tower, TJ went outer. Okay. I'll go outer, Chris. They could be far on me, Alec. I don't see anything to it. Our team outer. That's enough. I don't even know him. Yeah, he's still outer. Outer train. I don't see him outer yet. I don't see him top 3. They're playing core. He's not trying me out, brother. I mean, yeah, we're gonna try to make moves. I don't see him top 3. He wants the outer. Nero outer weak. That's one. Nothing on point. Okay. Nero's outer, Alec. And glass. He's the one on the pinch, Alec. One outer glass, me. One bottom glass. And glass. I got stunned outer, Alec. Kill this guy out again or no? No, I haven't. I'm trying to. We got needed. Outer TJ. One shot outer, Chris. I'm dead. Outer Nero dead. Outer train. He's pitching inside. I was gonna push up. You went inside. I'm probably dead. I was sub still fucked. Yeah, he's outer door. Outer door. Push dead. Tap outer door. Yo, top tower. Top tower. One in glass. Watch out. I got that. He's one glass. Tower. One glass. Glass cap. One long. Yep. He's in the window coming out then. Okay, one more. I'm outer. Same point. Push up. Cap dead. Yep. Flash glitch. I've outer. Give me top 3, okay? Yeah, heard. Cap. I don't see anything. One shot. Nice shit. I'm holding for a second. Okay, I've dropped the thing ground.
Well, that's about as slow as I've ever heard Boston, Atlanta FaZe trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube that is Boston Breach, and they slowly push up the map, but things are now getting a little bit interesting. It's taken time, but they are starting to make ingress onto B, but Capsidal shuts down the outside push. Arcitys is here, but he is here alone. And that means that Atlanta FaZe have to start again with checking the corners and checking the flanks.
They already found the first kill though. Nero is maybe going to get a little bit overzealous trying to push it out. FaZe were there very, very quickly, but look at this flank from Boston. It's an endgame scenario, but there's somebody already ready and waiting there. Simp will find one towards the back, but the clean out is there. Boston Breach clean house. And now FaZe are going to spawn all the way towards the back. They've got 20 seconds. I don't even think they've got time to get there, Brycey. This is impossible.
Great hold from Boston. They've just not let Atlanta FaZe get a thing going, and like a whole minute was just burn away. We were trying to figure it out, and Nero's now going to be here looking for the second. Cellium gets it, but I just don't think they can run in and get everything done. Surely not. Capsidal's going to come in the flank as well.
They're in. There's a chance. Capsidal on the flank though. This should have shut it down. Cellium will find another. He's got support. Brycey, it's 0.7 seconds.
Surely no way. There's surely no way. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are desperately trying to push through into this one. The second one coming through, but Boston have number 2. Capsidal comes gunning through the door and just shuts it down. Boston Breach win their defense. Atlanta FaZe made a last-second Hail Mary, but it just didn't hit.
Just a really good job by Boston on the defense that time around. Very unlike round number 1, where they, I want to say, turtled a little bit. They expanded out that B side. You can see how much more difficult it makes it for Atlanta FaZe because they've got to push through so much. Fantastic job by Boston. And even when they lose those couple of gunfights over towards Ticket, By the time they get up there and by the time FaZe can push up, they're already in a position where they can find those gunfights. Really well played. It's a big A hit coming in here for the side of Boston. They want to close out in 3 here. They possibly can.
Boston just going for their atypical here, but Atlanta FaZe are swarming them over like locusts. Methodz goes top tower and he just sees Arcitys and just gives them a little love tap in the back.
Important kill there as well, because if he does actually fall Methodz, things can be opened up down that side. Good kill by Capsidal here though. Gonna open up the A side. As we can see, FaZe have kind of just retreated back over towards B. They want to make sure that they don't lose anything over here, but they have lost 2 kills. Also, these will shut down Nero, and they could do with finding the second one onto TJ. They do so. The shots from aBeZy are crisp. And he will shut down this push over towards B, but Boston really look like they're causing trouble for FaZe every single time they're hitting over towards this side. FaZe's floor, this Røkkr is on the line here, but if aBeZy keeps frying like this, it should be pretty safe. Capsidal around from behind may open things up here for Boston.
Yeah, Capsidal's really causing an issue here, and now aBeZy is weak and can't even chow. He's got to wait for his teammates. He's trying to contest it so they can't get anything going. Eventually he wins that gunfight, but Cellium and Simp arrive in time, and Boston will have to settle for A now.
It feels like FaZe are really struggling to keep tabs on players like Capsidal. 16 and 12 from him. He's constantly a threat on the flank. Good kill coming in from Nero. That should and will secure A for the side of Boston Breach. It's a minute and 41 seconds. A slight life advantage. Can they get something going here and force him up number 4? Didn't see it happening in the control, but they look the more likely team here, Bryce.
No, just needs to play his life just for a second. Just for a second. Just allow the pressure from Boston to mount. You can see they have taken control. Atlanta FaZe have not done a good job at getting out there in quite some time as Nero gets another kill. He's looking for somebody he knows is here as well as Nero has every bit of knowledge on the map, and he is causing issues for FaZe. They need to get a lid onto this man. It's been a slow start, but that could have been so critical. And even now, Atlanta FaZe are turning up.
Nero did such a good job to force out the spawn, but the rest of FaZe, the 2 players that were inside the point, they push out and find the gunfights and ticket. Once again, there's a player on the flank. It's going to be Capsidal. Atlanta FaZe, the trenches are dug. The gunnies are up. They are ready and waiting for Boston. 44 seconds. Boston still have time. They don't need to rush this. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Simp will come in there and make it work out for the side of FaZe. Arcitys will find one more, and FaZe can breathe just a little bit longer.
Well, Boston, probably one last opportunity. Lives are dead even, but that clock is ticking towards destruction. Arcitys and Simp already, though. Take down 2. Capsidal has 5 health remaining. Methodz doesn't manage to find one. The big question is, can Boston Breach get here in time? They're stacking. They've got the ticket stack. It's a huge come in already, and Arcitys and Simp get one, but Nero managed to get the trade back and forth. Nero gets 2. Again, it's a hero play from him as Nero gets the 3rd, and it's just not enough. It's just not enough because aBeZy gets the final trade, and it could have been a Cinderella story, but it is in fact a round 5.
Oh, I mean, Boston just need one other player to turn up in a really good spot. Nero does such a good job, albeit that they're all kind of trades in that situation, so he's doing his job. Fantastic work. But Boston just the wrong side of that trade. It was back and forth, but as I said, FaZe opened it up. FaZe closed it out. 2-2, round 5. Boston attack. Let's see if FaZe can hold on for the 3-0.
Boston going straight into A again. They've decided just to get it through, and Atlanta FaZe haven't shelled them as kind of aggressively as they did last time. Capsidal's keeping them away as best as possible.
Push over towards it. Still ticking in here for the side of Breach. Out momentarily, but B hits coming in. FaZe ready for this one. Cellium gonna have to take some bullets and back on down, but actually just go for the reach out. Methodz is there to back up his teammate. Arcitys still will shut down this push, and once again, Capsidal doing his job. He's in and around 5. He's unfortunately running into Cellium. Good start to the round for Atlanta FaZe. And look at this force. Boston are all over towards the B site. And now, all of a sudden, they have to stack in, and FaZe are ready for them. Oh, this is bad.
Gunfights. Capsidal You've got to do it for your teammate this time, and he's found one. Looks for the second, guns down aBeZy. Says, all right, I've taken care of it. We can get A now. We can have a little bit more time. Methodz on the other side of it is opening up Ticket.
Second A tick comes in. Boston need to lock this one down and hopefully have about a minute and a half to head towards B. Gonna be one small little challenge coming in here for the side of aBeZy. He will get traded. A will get captured. And now Boston need to find a route through. How many times in Search and Destroy here on Berlin have we seen rounds just look so unlikely and then all of a sudden switch? This moment in time, it does not look likely for the Boston Breach. FaZe have been so much more clinical, I would say, on this defensive round. But can they keep it up? You cannot lose concentration for 1 second.
That is the key. FaZe just have to be perfect. They just have to hold here against Boston. And Boston need to find some trades. Just a couple would do in the right time. But aBeZy continues to push out Ticket, and it's so important this part of the map. Long-range gunfight, he is going to go down. Boston are stacking here in numbers. Their big push is on the horizon, ton.
FaZe are set up, but they're not set up in an advantageous position. They have the guns up, they're ready and waiting. But Boston have time. Cellium still locking alleyway down. Simp inside the point as well as gonna find two on his own. Cellium challenges, and that might be game.
Boston did so much work to push all the way through. TJ actually waiting and calling out aBeZy to his teammates. And Nero goes down, and TJ trying to make a hero play, and unfortunately nobody makes a kill apart from Capsidal, but he's sitting in no man's land. He is a mile away. And even with a jetpack, I don't think he's making it to the hill on time, and down it goes. Atlanta FaZe hold their defense again, and that's a 3-0.
The control was close, but FaZe, when they needed to, they showed up on their defense. I think they probably won't be too happy with that performance. On occasion, they let things slip, but they did not let things slip in round number 5. A relatively close map number 1, a dominating map number 2, and just a FaZe 3-0. Something we said so many times this year already. For Boston, close but no cigar on a couple of occasions. Can't quite get the job done. The quality just shining through in certain moments of that Search and Destroy specifically, especially from Cellium. Arcitys with a 33-17 game there. Phenomenal showing out of the AR for Atlanta FaZe, and that, again, for me, it wasn't as clean as I would have liked. I really enjoyed some of the play coming in from Boston Breach. Not sure on that TJ one towards the end. We'll chalk it up, though. He didn't have too bad of a series, but nonetheless, Boston Breach, a couple of close moments here and there, but not quite good enough to beat FaZe.
I think a lot of the time, Atlanta FaZe just got huge trades around B, and that was the difference. Like, I feel like Boston maybe a little bit slow pushing forward at some places, and eventually they got hold of Ticket a couple of times, and that is so crucial for getting into that B site, because if you win your trades, you are in, and then you force Atlanta FaZe to either go all the way around Fire or into the choke point. They just couldn't do it. If they got there, they wouldn't make a kill into B, and that was an issue. I think Nero was the only one who did it consistently.
Yeah, Nero's really good on this map. Every single time we watch him on it, he is the man that finds the kills, whether it be hardpoint or control. But it just felt like Boston's defense is just a little bit leaky at times, and unfortunately for them, they're on the attack in the final round as well, where FaZe just seemed to step it up to another level. I didn't like what FaZe did towards that end, but as long as you win your gunfights, you're going to be okay. But they just turtled up. That gives the opportunity for the other side. If they can win a couple of gunfights, they can get inside the point. They can stop that timer. If you win those gunfights, or lose those gunfights, sorry, much further up, it does make things just that little bit easier to retract back and find yourself in that position. But honestly, it was the opening of that round, wasn't it? That made you feel like FaZe were going to get the job done, and they did so.
Well, that game ends in the way that we thought it was going to. Boston Breach, though. Some things to take away, I feel. Obviously, not the Desert Siege, but the other game modes. The hardpoint, they looked pretty good on Bocage, and nobody expected them to do much on that map, and could have gone either way. The control, obviously, always an opportunity on Berlin. It looks like a map they could beat FaZe, and that's what you got to take away from it for future picks. But over to our wonderful desk to break this one down.
I love you guys, man. I'll holler at you too later. But hey, shout out to Atlanta FaZe winning the last series of the day. Big 3-0 against the Boston Breach. And even though that was a 3-0, it really didn't feel like a blowout, really, because Boston put up a good fight and they put up a good one on Bow Cage, unexpectedly to me, at least.
I wasn't too unexpected when it came to the Bow Cage. I know everybody was trying to fry me about being like, I really like this map set just because of what we've seen out of Nero lately. I feel like getting your SMGs on a map that they're comfortable with, especially to start the series, to kind of warm you up against a team like Atlanta FaZe, wasn't a bad play at all. The Desert Siege was a little wishy-washy just because they've already faced up against Atlanta FaZe in it, and they lost every single time. And the likes of Cellium, I mean, those are 2 rounds that should have gone the way of Boston Breach that they really sold. Cellium clutched up not only in the Bow Cage, but in the Desert Siege as well. And that Berlin, I mean, it was just very back and forth. That opening offense that Atlanta FaZe was able to grab really solidified that game.
You're right. You gave a big shout out to Nero, but him and TJ were on absolute fire. Shout out to Boston Breach as a whole. But hey, let's talk about it. GOAT discussion. Cellium is ridiculous. Yeah. And when we talk about the best players in the game, Cellium, Shotzzy, you know, you can flip a coin at that one. Nameless, yo. Cellium is unstoppable, man.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that Bow Cage hardpoint, right, like there were multiple scenarios where Boston could have took control and had control of the game. I mean, TJ was popping off, you know, on P3 a couple of times, and that's really where FaZe sort of took the lead. But there were just some rotations, like namely P1 to P2, where it was legit Cellium just winning impossible gunfights.
Yeah.
This guy, when their backs against the wall, or when somebody's underperforming, like aBeZy and Arcitys did not start out great in that hardpoint. It was Cellium who was getting them through that by winning just impossible ones. Shout out to our observers catching some of those gunfights. You know, statistically, Cellium is an absolute anomaly. He's always putting up crazy stats, but sometimes you just miss the absolute excellent 1v1s he wins that puts him in an advantageous situation. And I thought in this series was a great display of what Cellium, his influence on the map, does to a team.
You're right. He had a really good example where he grabbed aBeZy when aBeZy was super negative, okay? He said, all right, we're going to do a buddy system. And they went on like a 3-kill, 4-kill, like, spree. It was insane. By the way, Cellium, Scump Play of the Game goes to him where he absolutely tore it up.
Absolutely. I mean, it was this entire series, especially in that Bow Cage when it seemed like most of the Atlanta FaZe were struggling. He really put everybody on their back, but it was the 1v3, right? There's no reason he doesn't get traded out there. Both players were looking right at him outer train snakes.
Dude, and what's crazy is on that TJ kill, Ali, he lost auto aim.
Yeah,
like you saw his gun that sort of like spaz a little bit, and he was like, okay, I'm losing auto aim. He jumped to the left, re-got it, won the gunfight, and then wins the 1v at the very end. And then also right here, like, this is where Methodz sort of made a weird play. I don't know if communication came in or not, but he sort of just like solo pre-aimed one lane and Cellium wrapped around him. And Methodz was there for a long time.
Yeah.
And he decides to move, and Cellium catches him at the last second, and he had to hit every bullet to win that round. Hits every bullet as Methodz is turning the corner. The kid's diffy.
I remember looking at Ant and being like, what is this play? I hate the likes of committing to a lane in the middle of it. Like, I feel like if you're gonna look one way, you're gonna hit to the end of that lane and commit to watching it, but you're giving up your entire backside and you're just asking for terrible timing committing to like that.
Yep, and we also have a post-victory spotlight with the man himself, Cellium. The GOAT, let's get him up on the screen.
MC.
Right, Nameless, what you got to ask him?
Hey, you were popping off in this series, man. Congratulations on the 3-0 victory. I wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously this year hasn't gone as expected. In the Pro-Am, you guys get knocked out by OpTic with a sub. There's a lot of stuff on the TL, like, is FaZe the real deal? This match tomorrow versus OpTic is going to be huge for you guys. What have you guys been working on in anticipation for this big series?
I mean, like throughout the past few weeks after the Pro-Am, even after Major II, our team's been trying to work on S&D because our S&D's been really trash recently. So I feel like if we get back on our S&D, like how it was in Cold War, I feel like these series would be a lot easier for us. So I think S&D is our main focus.
And I need to ask about the 1v3 because, I mean, that was insane. You had a 1v3 clutch and the 1v1 clutch, which ended up putting you guys up in a huge lead in that Desert Siege. You know, obviously a map you guys are comfortable on. I gotta talk about that too, Pete, though. Like, when you lost aim assist, did you consciously make that choice to jump and try to recorrect yourself, or were you just like, you know what, I hope this hits?
I mean, I lost aim assist. I know he lost aim assist because, you know, it's just how the game works. But I just try to I just try to get it back fast, and then I obviously won the gunfight just because of it. But I mean, it was a tough situation. I got out of it somehow. So.
Hey, Cell, man, tomorrow you're playing for $10,000 against OpTic Texas. My question to you, man, how tired are you of losing against OpTic, and what do you guys have planned for tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I mean, OpTic's a great team. You know, I mean, it's obviously like I think they're the best team right now. With us, but I think for them, I think if we just put our search on point, I think it'll be a good series for us.
Very small question for you. What are your thoughts on Prolute, who's playing for them, and you guys prepping to play against him tomorrow as well?
Oh, Brian, I think he's a great player. I used to play with him back then in like the BO4 days and stuff. I think he's for sure an amazing fit for Illy, and I hope Illy gets like back soon, you know, because he's my boy. So I love Ender, man.
Okay, actually, I have another one really quick. I know that we need to let you go, huge win, but you guys, I mean, you had solidified yourselves the best team for the past 2 years. I mean, nobody could really contest you throughout the likes of all of last year. Heading into this year, having OpTic Texas being able to kind of contest you guys in the way that they have, does that make these matches more exciting for you guys? Like, to actually kind of be pushed to the limit, to get better, to have another team to truly butt heads against?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I feel like our team's had a lot more like arguments and stuff throughout this year than obviously last year with the Wager losing and stuff. But I mean, I think it's good for like the scene, just seeing having like a team like OpTic and FaZe as a top 2. I feel like it's really good for the competitive scene for Call of Duty. So.
All right. Big Cell, man. Congrats on the big win. Can't wait to see the game tomorrow. That's going to be banging. You have a good night, all right?
Yeah, peace out, guys.
All right.
Take it easy.
Talk to you later. All right, so check this out. We have a game field tactical play of the day by Priestahh. Once again, big shout out to all of the Minnesota Røkkrs to get that play on screen. They have been absolutely different, and Priestahh has just been wild.
What's crazy about this clip is you would think it was about Skies, right? Because he hits this nasty nade on all of these players, but it's actually the likes of Priestahh for clutching up after his entire team goes down.
I think this round is just hilarious. Like, they pick up 3 kills, like Skies is by himself. He picks up 3, and then Priestahh's like, nope, and just runs away, goes hide, and he wins the 1v. And, you know, talk about Priestahh for a second. Big shout out to him, man, to turn it around and have a massive series like that. That is huge. He was like top frag, I think 3 out of the 4 maps they had. Search and Destroy, he popped off as well. So good news for Minnesota Røkkr fans.
It's not easy when you're a player like Priestahh. You're used to just popping off and being crazy, and you're just having a rough year in Vanguard. He stuck it through. Shout out to the mental fortitude that man has. But also shout out to the first series we had today as we recap it, NYSL versus Paris Legion, where NYSL proved once again why they are one of the best teams in the league so far. Their run so far has been incredible. I love them all the way around.
Dude, I forgot this series even happened. It was so fast. Man, they came in and just smoked them. You know, I think New York right now is one of the best displays of just like everybody's playing well. Like everybody's playing their role to perfection. It's a team effort in every single game. Different players are stepping up. And, you know, for New York, I think the biggest issue might be like determining what you actually need to work on. Because in all these series, every single map is like going according to plan. So I'm waiting for this team to face some really big adversity to see how they respond to it.
You're right. And you know what? New York is showing the world right now that this is what positive change does, right? You make team changes for success. Some teams out there just like losing and they don't make any changes, and yeah, the year goes by. But also the second series was an interesting one, okay? Los Angeles Thieves, the team that got second at the Pro-Am and was looking kind of good. They were looking better. Seattle Surge let us all know who they really were.
I mean, accuracy turned up, I feel like, in this series. I feel like he played so much better than what we've seen from him, and it's just kind of wanting that consistency. But we heard it from Simp in the interview, you know, that's what they're trying to create. They're trying to create the same situations. They're trying to, across the board, do all the same things, try to minimize the amount of chaos that happens on the map, and I feel like we definitely saw that throughout this series when it came to LA Thieves. I mean, 250 to 205, there's a close hard point, but then we moved into the Desert Siege of Berlin, and it was just a smoke show.
But this is exactly why we keep talking about we wanted to see more from accuracy. When accuracy plays like this, it's 3-0s against LA Thieves. They're embarrassing them. It's not easy to make Envoy have a bad game like we saw in that last map, and they made LA Thieves just look like the easiest 3-0 that they've had this year. Shout out to Seattle, and I hope the success continues on. But also, the series after that, Minnesota Røkkr.
That one was a banger, bro. I really enjoyed this series. High-level Call of Duty. You know, that control was an absolute just bout from start to finish. But looking at the series, I mean, Minnesota Røkkr, once again, everybody playing fantastic. We just shouted out Priestahh for how good he's been, especially in this series. And, you know, Havok coming in, even on this first map, starts out really slow. But when we talked to Standy in the interview, what did he say? He said, going into map 2, he's like, guys, we're good at taking risks. Like, go out there and get it done. They completely neutralize the momentum that the Mutineers had. They come in, they win that search and destroy, and they ride that out through the rest of the series. And that was a tough control. It was back and forth. Minnesota had to really lock it down. On defense, it was an iron fist on both sides of it. But, you know, Minnesota playing smart, calculated Call of Duty. Everybody's doing their job, and they come away with the W.
I have one rule, like working in esports, and that's to never have a favorite team. But I'm letting you guys know right now, I swing my fist in the air and throw up every single time I see Florida lose, because I still have hope for this team. I believe in them. I don't know what it is, Allie. I actually like them.
I think you
I
just
don't
want
like
to be,
teams.
I think you just want to be on the opposite end of me, because I sit here and I'm like, Florida makes me upset because they're so hot and cold, and you're just like, Florida, 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 Florida.
Dude, they're so fun to me. I love them. By the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the CDL points to see which teams might be missing out on champs so far. And wow.
What a race.
New York is really working their way up right now. Take a look at that. Battle for top 8 is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy race down there, right? Like, it's literally 30 points, the difference between 6th and 11th. So really, all these teams are playing great. They're getting wins when they need to, but it's just going to be the land. Who can place well at land? If New York can make that run and give themselves, you know, a lot of points, find themselves in a champ spot.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't have to, if you didn't see it at the beginning of the day with all the money, it's Bounty Week. Starting, a few days ago? We had teams play for $10,000 for each victory. You see that list? Up top is all grayed out. Those matches are done, did it, and gone. But the last Bounty Week matchup that we have is Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas, with Prolute standing in as a sub for Illy and Allie. This match is going to be fire. Even though OpTic has a sub, I still love him.
No, every time these teams have gone head-to-head, I mean, it's been a banger across the board, but Atlanta FaZe still has yet to catch a dub on the likes of OpTic Texas. And honestly, I think having the like of Prolute added to the roster, I think it's just going to get even harder for the likes of Atlanta FaZe. From what Prolute has shown us thus far, I mean, he has been playing lights out.
And where did Prolute come from?
Prolute came from Challenger!
Exactly. And speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, get your tickets right now, okay? All right? Challenger's team passes are on sale right now. You don't want to miss it. June 2nd through the 5th. The Passion Pit, the Sweaty Mob, whatever you want to call them out there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a banger. We get to see what the future of Call of Duty there. So it's going to be fun. Nameless, man. This has been a really fun day so far. Any last words you want to put on top?
I just can't wait for this OpTic FaZe match tomorrow. I'm ready for it. Game 2, baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it right there. We're going to shut down this desk. Allie, Nameless, and also Veli, don't forget it. By the way, go to esportsawards.com and vote for all of us to win something, okay? Hosts and analysts. But we'll catch you at the same place and the same time tomorrow for some more hot CDL action. And just another reminder, tomorrow we're going to see the conclusion of our Bounty Week, okay? It's going to be Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas. Winner walks away with $10,000. That's a whole lot of money. And, you know, the stakes are raised, baby. So we'll catch you next time for some more hot Call of Duty action. We make it rain tomorrow. You all take it easy. Love you.